Today, we have 8 hours of Family Guy lore for you to fall asleep to. So relax, let the dishes pile up today, and let's get started with one insane theory about every Family Guy character. First up, we got Peter Griffin, the mental institution theory. The Peter Griffin mental institution theory stands as one of the most haunting fan interpretations of Family Guy to emerge from the internet. This theory offers a heartbreaking explanation for why the Griffin family can experience impossible situations without any real consequences, suggesting that every moment of the show exists only inside Peter's fractured mind, the tragic reality behind the fantasy. The theory proposes that Peter Griffin is actually confined to a mental institution, having suffered a complete psychological breakdown after losing his entire family in a series of tragic events. According to this interpretation, the colorful, absurd world of Family Guy that viewers see on television is nothing more than an elaborate fantasy Peter has constructed to cope with an unbearable reality. Everything we see on screen is happening inside Peter's head as he sits in a mental hospital, unable to face the truth of what really happened to his family the night everything changed. In the real world, Meg Griffin was not the awkward, unattractive teenager constantly mocked by everyone around her. Instead, she was a beautiful, popular girl at the prime of her high school life. She had a special bond with her younger brother Chris, who suffered from mental disability due to oxygen deprivation at birth. Meg loved Chris deeply and felt protective of him, unable to stand that he couldn't receive the same attention and love from their parents that she did. One fateful night, Meg took Chris to a party. She wanted to show him a good time and help him feel included. In her inebriated state, she got behind the wheel and caused a devastating car accident that killed both herself and Chris instantly. The tragedy didn't end there. Lois Griffin, who was pregnant with Stewie at the time, learned about the deaths of her 2 children and was consumed by grief. The pain of losing Meg and Chris was too much for her to bear. Unable to cope with the overwhelming loss, Lois took her own life, along with the life of her unborn son. Peter suddenly found himself completely alone, having lost his wife, his 2 children, and the baby he would never get to meet. The psychological weight of this trauma was more than any person could reasonably bear. In a single night, everything Peter had ever loved was ripped away from him. His entire world collapsed. Peter's descent into madness. Unable to handle the deaths of everyone he had ever loved, Peter's mind shattered. He slowly slipped into insanity and was eventually committed to a mental institution. Rather than face the horrible truth of what happened, Peter's psyche constructed an elaborate fantasy world where his family was still alive, where he could still come home to a house full of people, where everything could still be okay. The Family Guy that audiences watch is this fantasy playing out inside Peter's head. Every episode is Peter imagining scenarios where his family is together. Every adventure they go on, every problem they solve, every moment of their lives is just Peter's desperate attempt to keep them alive in his mind. He creates a world where death is temporary, where consequences don't matter, where his family can never really be taken from him because they exist in a reality he controls. Why Meg suffers so much? The theory explains many of the show's most peculiar elements through this lens. In Peter's fantasy world, Meg is treated terribly by everyone, constantly bullied and berated. Her family mocks her appearance, her friends abandon her, and strangers treat her with contempt. This harsh treatment reflects Peter's subconscious resentment toward her. Deep down, even in his delusion, Peter cannot forget that Meg was responsible for the drunk driving accident that killed Chris and set off the chain of events that destroyed his family. He punishes the imagined version of Meg because some part of him still blames her for everything that went wrong. Even though he knows it was an accident, even though he knows Meg loved Chris and would never have hurt him on purpose, the anger is still there. In his fantasy, he makes Meg suffer the way he suffers. She becomes the family's scapegoat, the one everyone can blame and mock without consequence. However, the theory also accounts for those rare moments when Peter shows genuine compassion toward Meg. These brief flashes of kindness represent glimpses into what their relationship was like before the tragedy, small windows into the real affection Peter felt for his daughter when she was still alive. In episodes like Seahorse Seashell Party, when Meg stands up for herself and the family briefly treats her better, we see traces of the real Meg shining through Peter's distorted fantasy. Even in his madness, traces of his true feelings occasionally break through the resentment. Stewie, the son Peter never met. Stewie Griffin's character takes on an entirely different meaning under this interpretation. Peter never got to meet his youngest son. Stewie died before he was even born, existing only as a possibility that was never realized. In his fantasy, Peter imagined Stewie as a ridiculously intelligent, sophisticated baby genius. This reflects Peter's hopes and dreams for what his son might have become. Peter wanted to believe that Stewie had enormous potential, that he would have grown up to be someone extraordinary. The baby's genius-level intellect and advanced capabilities represent all the promise and possibility that was stolen when Lois took both their lives. Stewie builds time machines and elaborate inventions because Peter imagines his son would have been capable of anything. Stewie speaks with a British accent and uses sophisticated vocabulary because Peter dreams his son would have been refined and educated. Stewie's often stated desire to kill Lois in the show's earlier seasons also makes tragic sense through this lens. This murderous hatred toward Lois is actually a projection of Peter's own anger. On some level, Peter is furious with Lois for choosing to end her life and take Stewie with her, rather than finding a way to keep living. He cannot understand or forgive this choice. Why didn't she stay? Why didn't she try to move forward? Why did she take away his chance to know his son? The imagined version of Stewie carries this rage on Peter's behalf. When Stewie plots to kill Lois, when he builds weapons aimed at destroying her, he's acting out Peter's darkest feelings. Yet as the show progresses and Stewie becomes softer and more loving toward Lois, this might represent Peter slowly working through his anger, gradually finding forgiveness for his wife's choice. Peter's self-image as a fool. The theory even explains Peter's own characterization in the show. In the real world, Peter was intelligent and capable. He held down jobs, provided for his family, and functioned as a normal adult. But in his fantasy, he portrays himself as a bumbling idiot, constantly making mistakes and causing problems. This transformation reflects Peter's profound sense of failure. He believes he failed as a father and as a husband. If he had been smarter, stronger, better somehow, maybe he could have prevented the tragedy. Maybe he could have stopped Meg from driving drunk. Maybe he could have convinced Lois to keep living. Maybe he could have kept his family safe. His self-image as a fool is a form of self-punishment, a way of expressing his belief that he should have been able to stop what happened. Peter Griffin is described throughout the show as lazy, obnoxious, rude, arrogant, short-tempered, selfish, uncaring, childish, immature, stubborn, dim-witted, and reckless. An IQ test in the episode Petarded places Peter's intellect below the level of being mentally challenged. His mental shortcomings have resulted in various accidents affecting other people, including the death of his stepfather, Francis Griffin, and multiple injuries to his wife, Lois. His attention span is remarkably short, and he often forgets important information moments after learning it. All of these traits could be explained as manifestations of Peter's deteriorating mental state in the institution. His mind is becoming increasingly unstable and chaotic as his fantasy world becomes more elaborate and difficult to maintain. The longer he stays trapped in his delusion, the more his grip on reality slips. His behavior becomes more erratic, his decisions more nonsensical, his actions more destructive. Cleveland and Quagmire, visitors from reality. Peter's best friends, Cleveland and Quagmire, are real people in this interpretation. They were Peter's neighbors and friends before the tragedy, and they continue to visit him in the mental hospital where he's confined. Their appearances in the fantasy represent these visits. They sit with their old friend and try to humor him, attempting to connect with Peter even though he's lost in his delusions. When Cleveland and Quagmire appear in the show, they're actually sitting beside Peter in the hospital, listening to him talk about his imaginary adventures. They play along, hoping that someday Peter might find his way back to reality. They're loyal friends who refuse to abandon Peter, even though he no longer recognizes the real world around him. During one of these visits, Cleveland and Quagmire told Peter about a new neighbor who had moved into the house next door, a man named Joe Swanson. Joe was a police officer with a wife, a son, and a baby on the way. Peter had never actually met Joe before being institutionalized, but Cleveland and Quagmire described him as a strong, heroic, devoted father and husband who unconditionally loved his family despite being paralyzed and confined to a wheelchair. Joe Swanson, the man Peter wishes he could be. Peter incorporated Joe into his fantasy, using him as a representation of the kind of man Peter wishes he had been. Joe is everything Peter feels he failed to be. He's strong and protective, capable of keeping his family safe even with physical limitations. He's a police officer who saves people and fights criminals. He's a devoted husband who loves his wife and a caring father who protects his children. Joe represents the ideal of what Peter thinks a good father and husband should look like. The kind of person who could have prevented the tragedy that destroyed Peter's real life. Joe can still be heroic despite being in a wheelchair, still be strong despite his disability. This shows that Peter believes his own failings were not about physical capability, but about character and strength of will. In the show, Joe displays incredible fighting abilities despite being paralyzed. He defeats multiple opponents, performs amazing physical feats, and never lets his wheelchair stop him from being a hero. This is Peter's way of showing himself what he should have been capable of. If Joe can protect his family from a wheelchair, Peter should have been able to protect his family with full use of his body. The Cleveland Show explanation. The theory even accounts for The Cleveland Show, the Family Guy spin-off. According to the interpretation, Cleveland visited Peter more frequently than Quagmire did. During these visits, Cleveland would indulge Peter's fantasy, playing along with his delusions in an attempt to bring some comfort to his suffering friend. He would listen to Peter's stories, agree with his made-up adventures, and participate in the imaginary world Peter had created. However, over time, Cleveland began to feel himself losing touch with reality as well. The line between Peter's fantasy and the real world started to blur for Cleveland. He found himself thinking about Peter's imaginary scenarios even when he wasn't at the hospital. He started to wonder if maybe Peter's fantasy was real. He began to lose himself in the delusion alongside his friend. Frightened by this, Cleveland made the difficult decision to stop visiting Peter. He couldn't let himself get pulled into Peter's madness. He needed to stay grounded in reality. In Peter's mind, this disappearance manifested as Cleveland moving away to Virginia, spawning the entire narrative of The Cleveland Show as Peter's imagination filled in the absence of his friend. Cleveland didn't really move away. He simply stopped coming to visit. But Peter couldn't accept that his friend had abandoned him, so he created a story where Cleveland was just somewhere else, still living his life, still okay. Why nothing has real consequences? The theory provides a dark explanation for the show's increasingly absurd scenarios. Peter constantly puts himself and his family through ridiculous, often dangerous situations in his fantasy world. They fight giant chickens in extended battles that destroy entire city blocks. They travel through time and space. They meet celebrities and historical figures. They survive explosions, gunshots, falls from great heights, and countless other injuries that would kill normal people. These scenarios reflect Peter's real-life guilt over failing to protect his family. However, unlike in reality, things always work out okay in the fantasy. No matter what happens, the family survives and stays together. Characters who die in one episode reappear perfectly fine in the next. Injuries heal instantly. Buildings destroyed one day are intact the next. There are no lasting consequences because Peter won't allow there to be. Since Peter's real family never got a happy ending, he gives them one in his imagination. He rewrites reality over and over, creating scenarios where his family faces danger, but always makes it through safely, always stays together, always gets to be okay. He's rewriting the accident over and over, changing the ending each time. In his fantasy, crashes don't kill people, bad things can happen, but they never take away what matters most. The meaning behind cutaway gags. The show's signature cutaway gags take on new significance under this theory. In Family Guy, these random flashback sequences typically begin with a character saying something like, "This is worse than the time," before cutting to an unrelated scene. The scene plays out for a few seconds or minutes, then the show returns to the main story. These gags are implied to be stories made up by the characters and didn't actually happen. In the context of the mental institution theory, these cutaways could represent Peter's fractured, unstable mental state. His mind jumps erratically between different thoughts and memories, unable to maintain a coherent narrative. He constantly fragments into random tangents and imagined scenarios. His thoughts don't flow in a logical order. Instead, they bounce from one topic to another without warning or connection. This is how many people experience severe mental illness or trauma. Their minds can't stay focused on one thing. They jump between past memories, present fears, and imagined futures. They create elaborate scenarios that never happened. They lose track of what's real and what they've invented. Peter's cutaway gags show a mind that can no longer distinguish between fantasy and reality, between what actually happened and what he wishes had happened. There are even hints within the show itself that acknowledge mental institutions. In the episode Guy, Robot, Peter and his friends actually visit a place called the Brookfield Insane Asylum while searching for Peter's old mattress. The show has flirted with the idea of Peter being institutionalized, even if only as a throwaway joke. But according to this theory, it's not a joke at all. It's Peter's subconscious acknowledging where he really is. A psychological perspective. Mental health professionals have noted that fan theories like the Peter Griffin mental institution theory can serve as a catalyst for meaningful discussions about mental health and the ways media represents these issues. Such theories can help reduce stigma around conversations about grief, trauma, and coping strategies, encouraging viewers to seek support and understanding in their own lives. The theory transforms Family Guy from mindless entertainment into a meditation on how the human mind deals with unbearable loss. It shows how people create alternate realities when the real world becomes too painful to face. It demonstrates the power of denial, the strength of delusion, and the desperate lengths the human mind will go to protect itself from trauma it cannot process. Peter's fantasy world is both tragic and beautiful. It's tragic because it's not real, because he's lost in a delusion he can never escape. But it's beautiful because it shows the depth of his love for his family. He loved them so much that he couldn't let them go. He loved them so much that he rebuilt them in his mind. He loved them so much that he destroyed his own sanity rather than face a world without them. Why this theory resonates. The enduring appeal of this theory lies in how completely it recontextualizes the show. Every joke becomes laden with tragedy. Every absurd scenario becomes evidence of a mind trying desperately to escape from horror. Every moment of the family together becomes both beautiful and heartbreaking, because viewers know it's all an illusion, a fantasy constructed by a broken man who lost everything. When Peter and Lois share a tender moment, it's Peter remembering how much he loved his wife. When Peter plays with Chris, it's Peter imagining the son he lost. When Peter holds Stewie, it's Peter trying to know the child he never got to meet. Every family dinner, every holiday celebration, every ordinary day is Peter's way of keeping his family alive. Since Peter's real family never got a happy ending, he tries to create one in his mind over and over again, and that, according to the theory, is really all that Peter Griffin ever wanted. He wanted his family to be safe. He wanted them to be together. He wanted everything to be okay. The entire elaborate construction of Family Guy, with all its impossible scenarios and cartoon violence and musical numbers, is just one man's desperate attempt to undo what cannot be undone, to bring back what has been lost forever. The power of fan interpretation. The Peter Griffin mental institution theory may not be canon, and the show's creator, Seth MacFarlane, has never suggested anything like it was intended. The show was created as a comedy, meant to make people laugh with its outrageous humor and silly situations. But the power of this theory comes from how well it fits, how it transforms scattered elements of the show into a cohesive, tragic narrative. It offers viewers a way to see the show through a completely different lens, where every silly joke carries the weight of unspeakable loss, and every happy ending is really just a desperate fantasy playing out in the mind of a man who couldn't face his reality. The theory demonstrates how audiences engage with media in creative and unexpected ways, finding deeper meaning in content that was designed purely for entertainment. Whether viewers accept this interpretation or reject it entirely, the theory has become an inseparable part of Family Guy's cultural legacy, a dark shadow that lurks beneath the show's bright, cartoonish surface. It reminds us that sometimes the stories we tell ourselves to cope with pain can become more real than reality itself, and that laughter and tears often exist closer together than we'd like to admit. It shows us that comedy and tragedy are two sides of the same coin, and that sometimes the funniest jokes are the ones that hide the deepest pain. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Lois Griffin, the purgatory theory. Lois Griffin, trapped in her own personal hell. Lois Griffin appears to have it all on the surface. She's an attractive woman with a family, a house in suburban Rhode Island, and a life that should be comfortable. But according to a popular fan theory, Lois is actually living in purgatory, trapped in a loveless marriage and a mundane existence as punishment for the sins she committed during her actual lifetime. Every frustration she faces, Every humiliation she endures, and every moment of disappointment in her life is not random. It's deliberate punishment designed to make her pay for who she used to be. The woman Lois used to be. In her real life, before she ended up in this purgatory, Lois was a completely different person. She was vain, shallow, and obsessed with her own beauty and status. She came from an extremely wealthy family, the Schmidts, who had money, power, and influence. Lois grew up surrounded by luxury and privilege. She had access to the finest things in life and never wanted for anything material. But Lois didn't use her advantages to help others or make the world better. Instead, she used her beauty and her body as tools to manipulate people and get what she wanted. She was promiscuous, engaging in relationships with multiple men without regard for their feelings or situations. She specifically targeted married men, breaking up families and destroying marriages without any guilt or concern for the wives and children she was hurting. Lois was obsessed with fashion, always needing to have the latest designer clothes and the most expensive accessories. She cared deeply about her position in social hierarchies, constantly seeking to climb higher and associate with more important people. She looked down on those she considered beneath her station. She valued appearances over substance, caring more about how things looked than how they actually were. Her beauty gave her power, and she wielded that power carelessly. Men wanted her, and she knew it. She used their desire to manipulate them into giving her what she wanted, whether it was money, gifts, access to exclusive events, or simply the ego boost of knowing she could have anyone she desired. She left a trail of broken hearts and destroyed relationships in her wake, never looking back to see the damage she had caused. The punishment begins. According to the purgatory theory, when Lois died, she was sent to a place designed specifically to punish her for these sins. But this isn't the fire and brimstone version of hell. Instead, it's a more subtle and psychological punishment. She's been placed in a situation that is the exact opposite of everything she valued in life. The wealthy heiress who once had access to unlimited money is now trapped in a lower middle-class existence. The woman who wore designer clothes and attended fancy parties now shops at regular stores and struggles to make ends meet. The socialite who associated with powerful and important people now lives in a modest house on Spooner Street in Quahog, Rhode Island, surrounded by ordinary neighbors. Most importantly, the woman who used her beauty to attract and manipulate men, who had her pick of wealthy and successful partners, is now married to Peter Griffin. Peter is overweight, unintelligent, irresponsible, and often unemployed or underemployed. He's crude, embarrassing, and frequently puts the family in financial jeopardy with his foolish schemes and impulsive decisions. He's the complete opposite of the type of man Lois would have chosen when she was alive, trapped in a loveless marriage. The marriage between Lois and Peter is a central part of her punishment. In her real life, Lois could have had anyone. She was beautiful and came from a wealthy family. She could have married a successful businessman, a handsome celebrity, or another member of the upper class. Instead, she's bound to Peter, a man who embodies everything she once looked down upon. Peter is not sophisticated or refined. He doesn't understand high culture or appreciate the finer things in life. He prefers beer and television to wine and opera. He's happy with a simple existence that would have horrified the real Lois. He's often thoughtless and selfish, creating problems that Lois has to solve. He embarrasses her in public with his crude behavior and ignorant comments. The loveless aspect of the marriage is particularly cruel. Lois can't leave Peter. She's trapped in this relationship as part of her punishment. She must stay married to him, must continue playing the role of his wife, must continue dealing with his foolishness and immaturity. There's no escape, no divorce, no way out. This is her eternity, or at least her time in purgatory, until she has learned her lesson and paid for her sins. Throughout the show, Lois frequently expresses frustration with Peter. She yells at him, criticizes him, and complains about his behavior. She often seems exhausted and exasperated by his antics. These aren't just normal marital frustrations. They're the result of being forced to spend eternity with someone who represents everything she once despised. The wealthy heiress forced to struggle. Another crucial aspect of Lois's punishment involves money. In her real life, Lois was born into the Schmidt family, one of the wealthiest families in America. She never had to worry about bills or budgets. She could buy whatever she wanted without checking price tags. She lived in mansions, traveled in private jets, and enjoyed every luxury imaginable. In purgatory, all of that has been taken away. Lois is now a housewife struggling to make ends meet on Peter's inconsistent income. The family frequently faces financial problems. They worry about paying bills, affording groceries, and keeping their modest house. When things break, they often can't afford to fix them properly. They live paycheck to paycheck, never knowing when Peter might lose his job or make another expensive mistake. This financial struggle is particularly painful for Lois because she knows what she's missing. Her father, Carter Pewterschmidt, still exists in this purgatory world, still wealthy and successful. Lois sees what she could have had, what she was born into, what should have been her birthright, but she can't access it. Her father often looks down on Peter and makes it clear that he thinks Lois married beneath her station. This constant reminder of what she's lost makes the punishment even more severe. The show frequently depicts Lois trying to maintain some semblance of her former standards while living in reduced circumstances. She wants nice things but can't afford them. She wants to be part of high society but is stuck in middle-class suburbia. She wants the respect and status she once had, but is now just another housewife in Quahog, forced to be a housewife and mother. In her real life, Lois was free and independent. She could do whatever she wanted, go wherever she pleased, and live entirely for herself. She didn't have responsibilities or obligations. She certainly didn't have to take care of other people's needs before her own. In purgatory, she's been forced into the role of housewife and mother. She has 3 children who demand her constant attention and care. Meg is an insecure teenager who needs guidance and support. Chris is not very bright and requires help with schoolwork and life skills. Stewie is a baby who needs constant supervision. Being a mother means putting their needs before her own, sacrificing her time and energy for their benefit. This is particularly difficult for someone as selfish as Lois was in life. She must clean the house, cook meals, do laundry, and handle all the domestic tasks she once would have had servants to do. She must be available to her children whenever they need her. She must attend school meetings, help with homework, and solve their problems. She must be responsible and reliable when she once was carefree and self-centered. The role of housewife and mother is the opposite of the glamorous, exciting life Lois once led. There's nothing fashionable about scrubbing toilets or folding laundry. There's nothing prestigious about packing school lunches or driving kids to activities. There's nothing enviable about being covered in baby spit-up or dealing with teenage drama. It's mundane, repetitive, and often thankless work. The contrast with her former life. The show occasionally gives glimpses into Lois's past, showing who she was before her marriage to Peter. These flashbacks reveal a wild, party-loving young woman who dated rock stars and engaged in reckless behavior. She was part of the glamorous music scene in the 1980s, hanging out with famous bands and living an exciting life. Lois had relationships with various musicians and celebrities. She dated Jay Geils from the Jay Geils Band. She had connections with Daryl Hall from Hall & Oates. She knew Gene Simmons from Kiss. She was part of that world of fame, parties, drugs, and rock and roll. She traveled with bands, attended exclusive concerts, and lived the kind of life most people only dream about. She was also a talented musician herself. Lois played piano and was good enough to potentially have a career in music, but she was more interested in the party lifestyle than in developing her talents. She wanted the glamour and excitement without the work and discipline required to truly succeed. In purgatory, all of that is gone. The rock stars have been replaced by Peter Griffin. The concerts and parties have been replaced by PTA meetings and grocery shopping. The excitement and glamour have been replaced by the dull routine of suburban family life. Lois can remember what she had, making the loss even more painful. Her dark side still shows through. Throughout the show, Lois occasionally reveals the darker aspects of her personality, the parts that reflect who she really was before ending up in purgatory. She has a violent streak, capable of brutal fighting when necessary. In the episode Lethal Weapons, she learns martial arts and becomes extremely dangerous. This violent capability suggests that Lois was not just vain and promiscuous in life, but potentially cruel and capable of hurting others. Lois also has addictive tendencies. She once had a kleptomaniac phase, where she couldn't stop stealing things. She's shown signs of gambling addiction when exposed to casinos. She smoked marijuana while pregnant with Stewie, according to creator Seth MacFarlane's comments. She has a history with various drugs. These addictions reflect someone who was always chasing the next thrill, the next high. never satisfied with what she had. She's also capable of extreme selfishness. Lois has stolen from her own family, lied to get what she wants, and manipulated situations to her benefit. She's had affairs during her marriage to Peter, showing that even in purgatory, she hasn't fully learned her lesson about fidelity and respect for relationships. She's forced Peter into sexual situations against his will, demonstrating a disturbing lack of respect for consent. These dark moments reveal that Lois is not in purgatory by mistake. She's there because she genuinely was a bad person who hurt others and lived only for herself. The punishment fits the crime. Why this theory makes sense. The purgatory theory for Lois explains many contradictions in her character. She's clearly intelligent and talented, so why did she marry someone like Peter? She comes from incredible wealth, so why does she stay in a financially struggling household? She's beautiful and could have many options, so why does she remain in an unhappy marriage? The answer is that she doesn't have a choice. This is her punishment, and she must endure it until she's learned her lesson. Purgatory is meant to purify souls, to make them confront their sins and change their ways. Lois must learn to be selfless instead of selfish, to value substance over appearance, to appreciate what she has instead of constantly wanting more. The theory also explains why Lois has become increasingly frustrated and angry as the show has progressed. In early seasons, she was more patient and understanding, but as time goes on, she's become sharper, meaner, and more willing to lash out at her family. This could represent her growing frustration with her punishment, her inability to change her situation, and her anger at being trapped in this life forever. She's a wealthy heiress forced to count pennies. She's a beautiful woman stuck with an embarrassing husband. She's a selfish person forced to care for others. She's a social climber trapped in middle-class suburbia. Every aspect of her current existence is designed to punish her for who she was, to make her experience the opposite of everything she valued. Learning her lesson. Purgatory isn't meant to be permanent. It's a place where souls are purified so they can eventually move on to something better. The question is whether Lois is learning her lesson. Is she becoming a better person? Is she understanding why her former behavior was wrong? The evidence is mixed. Lois does show genuine love for her children and occasionally for Peter. She sacrifices for her family and works hard to keep them together. She's capable of selflessness and kindness. These moments suggest that the punishment is working, that she's changing and growing, but she also continues to display her old tendencies. She's still vain about her appearance. She still cares about social status. She still has affairs and engages in selfish behavior. She's still materialistic and wants expensive things. These moments suggest that she hasn't fully learned her lesson, that she's still the same person she was in life. Perhaps that's why her purgatory continues. She'll remain trapped in this existence until she truly changes, until she genuinely becomes the selfless, caring person she needs to be. Only then will she be released from her punishment and allowed to move on to whatever comes next. The theory transforms Lois from a simple sitcom wife into a complex figure paying for past sins, struggling to change while fighting against her own nature, trapped in circumstances designed specifically to punish and reform her. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Meg Griffin, the secret mother theory. Meg Griffin, the dark secret she's been hiding. Meg Griffin is treated terribly by almost everyone in her life. Her family mocks her constantly. Her father openly despises her. Her mother barely acknowledges her existence. Her brothers join in the abuse. Strangers insult her appearance. Classmates bully her relentlessly. She's portrayed as the family punching bag, the one person everyone can safely attack without consequence. But according to a disturbing fan theory, there's a reason for this cruelty that goes far deeper than simple meanness. Meg isn't just Stewie's older sister. She's actually his biological mother, and the entire family knows it. The pregnancy that changed everything. According to this theory, Meg became pregnant when she was very young, possibly as young as 13 or 14 years old. She had been dating a boy from school, someone she thought cared about her. They were intimate, and Meg became pregnant as a result. The pregnancy was a disaster for multiple reasons. Meg was far too young to be a mother. She was still a child herself, barely a teenager, with no means to support a baby. The father, realizing what had happened, abandoned her immediately. He wanted nothing to do with Meg or the baby. Meg was terrified and alone. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't raise a baby at her age. She couldn't tell her parents what had happened. She was ashamed, scared, and desperate. The pregnancy would ruin her life, destroy any chance she had at a normal teenage existence, and bring shame upon her entire family. She needed help, but she didn't know where to turn. That's when Lois and Brian stepped in. Somehow, they discovered what was happening. Perhaps Meg confided in Brian first, knowing he was often more understanding than the rest of the family. Perhaps Lois noticed physical signs of the pregnancy that Meg couldn't hide. However they found out, they decided to help Meg cover up the pregnancy and pretend the baby was actually Lois's child. The cover-up begins. The plan was elaborate and required careful coordination. Lois would pretend to be pregnant at the same time Meg actually was. They would hide Meg's pregnancy through careful clothing choices and by keeping her away from situations where people might notice. When the time came for Meg to give birth, they would claim Lois had delivered the baby. Stewie would be registered as Lois and Peter's child, not Meg's. Brian played a crucial role in this deception. As the family's most intelligent member and the one with the most resources outside the home, Brian could help arrange things the family couldn't handle alone. Some versions of the theory suggest Brian paid off Dr. Hartman, the family's doctor, to keep quiet about what really happened. Dr. Hartman would have known the truth when he delivered the baby. He would have known it was Meg giving birth, not Lois. Money or threats would have been necessary to buy his silence. The logistics of hiding a teenage pregnancy are complicated. Meg would have had to continue attending school without anyone noticing her condition. She would have needed prenatal care without arousing suspicion. She would have had to deliver the baby somewhere private where the secret could be maintained. All of this would have required significant planning and coordination among Lois, Brian, and possibly others in the family. Peter may or may not have known the truth. His low intelligence would make him easy to deceive. Lois could have told him she was pregnant, and he would have believed her without question. He wouldn't notice that Meg was also showing signs of pregnancy. He wouldn't wonder why Lois looked different than she had during her previous pregnancies. He would accept whatever his wife told him and never think to question it. The evidence in plain sight. The theory gained significant support from specific moments in the show that seemed to acknowledge this secret. In the episode Partial Terms of Endearment, there's a shocking moment where Lois explicitly states that Meg gave birth to Stewie. She doesn't hint at it or imply it. She outright says it. In most situations, a statement like this would be absurd, an obvious joke that everyone would laugh off. But what makes this moment different is Meg's reaction, or rather, her lack of reaction. Meg doesn't respond. She doesn't laugh. She doesn't deny it. She doesn't act confused or offended. She just stays silent. This silence is unusual and suspicious. Meg normally reacts when people insult her or make jokes at her expense. She protests, defends herself, or at minimum acknowledges what was said. But when Lois says Meg gave birth to Stewie, Meg says nothing. She lets the statement hang in the air without any response whatsoever. This silence suggests that Lois wasn't joking. She was telling the truth, and Meg knew it. Meg couldn't deny what Lois said because it was accurate. She couldn't laugh it off because it wasn't funny to her. She couldn't act confused because she understood exactly what Lois meant. So she chose silence, hoping the moment would pass without drawing more attention to the terrible secret they all shared. The theory also explains Meg's age relative to Stewie. While the show doesn't maintain strict continuity about the characters' ages, there are suggestions that Meg is significantly older than the age difference between her and Stewie would suggest if they were normal siblings. If Meg is the actual mother, having given birth at age 13 or 14, she would now be a teenager with a young child, which matches what we see on screen. Why the family treats her so badly. The theory provides a dark explanation for why Meg is treated worse than anyone else in the family. The abuse isn't random or meaningless, it's punishment. Peter, Lois, and the rest of the family blame Meg for the situation she created. She got pregnant at a young age. She forced the family to engage in an elaborate deception. She brought shame upon the household. They resent her for it, and they take out that resentment through constant mockery and abuse. Peter's hatred of Meg becomes especially understandable through this lens. He's raising a child that isn't his son but his grandson. Every time he looks at Stewie, he's reminded of his daughter's mistake. He's reminded that Meg had sex at a young age with some boy who abandoned her. He's reminded that his family had to lie and cover up the pregnancy. His anger at Meg manifests as cruel jokes, hateful comments, and complete disregard for her feelings. Lois's cold treatment of Meg also makes more sense. Lois sacrificed her own reputation to protect her daughter. She pretended to be pregnant when she wasn't. She claimed a child that wasn't hers. She's stuck raising Stewie for the rest of her life because of Meg's actions. Lois resents this sacrifice and punishes Meg for forcing her into this position. Even Brian, who helped with the cover-up, treats Meg with disdain. Perhaps he regrets his role in the deception. Perhaps he blames himself for helping hide the truth instead of encouraging a more honest solution. His guilt manifests as cruelty toward the girl he once tried to help. The family's lightning rod. In the episode Seahorse Seashell Party, Meg has a breakthrough moment where she stands up to her family and explains exactly what role she serves in their household. She reveals that she's the family's lightning rod that absorbs all the dysfunction. Her purpose is to take all the abuse, all the mockery, all the cruelty, so that the rest of the family doesn't turn on each other. This revelation takes on deeper meaning when viewed through the lens of the secret mother theory. Meg isn't just a random target for the family's aggression. She's specifically designated as the person who must absorb all the negative energy in the household. This designation may have begun after her pregnancy. The family needed someone to blame for the situation, someone to direct their anger and frustration toward. Meg became that person. By constantly attacking Meg, the family avoids attacking each other. Peter doesn't have to acknowledge his failings as a father. Lois doesn't have to confront her own mistakes. Chris doesn't have to deal with his insecurities. Stewie doesn't have to process his complex feelings about his mother. They can all unite in their shared mockery of Meg, using her as a scapegoat for everything wrong in their lives. Meg accepts this role because she feels she deserves it. She got pregnant young. She disrupted the family. She created this mess. In her mind, accepting the abuse is the price she must pay for her mistake. It's her penance, her punishment, her way of making up for what she did. She sacrifices her own happiness and self-esteem to keep the family together. This explains the end of that same episode. After Meg stands up for herself and tells the family the truth about how they treat her, they start turning on each other instead. Peter and Lois fight. Chris becomes aggressive. The family dynamic falls apart without Meg to serve as their punching bag. Meg realizes that her role, as terrible as it is, serves a purpose. She voluntarily returns to being the lightning rod because she'd rather suffer herself than watch her family destroy itself. Stewie and Meg's relationship. The theory adds complexity to the relationship between Stewie and Meg. Throughout the show, Stewie treats Meg with the same contempt as the rest of the family, often worse. He mocks her appearance, insults her intelligence, and shows no respect for her whatsoever. But if Meg is actually his mother, this cruelty takes on a darker dimension. Stewie doesn't know the truth about his parentage. He believes Lois is his mother and Meg is his sister. His treatment of Meg is based on this false understanding, but on a subconscious level, he might sense something different about their relationship. Children often intuitively understand family dynamics, even when they're too young to articulate them. Stewie's genius-level intelligence would make him even more likely to pick up on subtle cues that something isn't quite right about his family structure. The theory suggests that Stewie's cruel treatment of Meg might be a form of displaced anger. If he subconsciously knows or suspects that Meg is his real mother, he might resent her for giving him up, for pretending to be his sister instead of claiming him as her son. His mockery and insults could be his way of punishing her for this abandonment, even though he doesn't consciously understand why he feels such hostility toward her. There are also rare moments where Stewie shows something approaching kindness toward Meg. These moments are fleeting and quickly covered up with more insults, but they exist. Perhaps these brief glimpses of compassion represent the genuine biological bond between mother and child, moments where their true relationship shines through the layers of deception and dysfunction. Brian's guilt and involvement. Brian's role in this theory is particularly interesting because he's often portrayed as the most moral and rational member of the family. If he helped Meg cover up her pregnancy, it represents a significant moral compromise on his part. Brian would have known that hiding the truth was wrong, that it would create long-term problems for everyone involved, especially Meg and Stewie. But he did it anyway, presumably because he cared about Meg and wanted to protect her. Throughout the show, Brian shows a strange combination of attraction to and disdain for Meg. He's made advances toward her on multiple occasions, suggesting inappropriate feelings. He's also been cruel to her, joining in the family's mockery and abuse. This complicated dynamic makes more sense if Brian shares a secret with Meg a secret that binds them together while simultaneously creating distance between them. Brian's guilt about his role in the cover-up might manifest as hostility toward Meg. He sees her as a reminder of his own moral failure, his willingness to lie and deceive for someone he cared about. He can't be kind to her without remembering what he did, so he's mean to her instead, pushing her away to avoid confronting his own guilt. The theory also explains why Brian is one of the few characters who can understand Stewie perfectly. If Brian was involved in Stewie's birth, if he was there when Meg gave birth and helped arrange the adoption deception, he would have a special connection to Stewie that goes beyond their friendship. He knows Stewie's true origins. He knows the secret of who Stewie really is and where he came from. This knowledge creates a bond between them that neither fully understands or acknowledges. The missing father. One aspect of the theory that raises questions is the identity of Stewie's biological father. According to the theory, Meg got pregnant by an ex-boyfriend who then abandoned her. This person has never been identified in the show, which is suspicious in itself. If Stewie is really Peter and Lois's child, there would be no missing father to identify, but if he's Meg's child, there's a teenage boy somewhere who fathered a child and then disappeared from Meg's life completely. The show has made jokes about Meg having multiple boyfriends who treat her badly. She's been shown dating boys who abuse her, use her, and dump her without remorse. These relationships always end badly for Meg. Perhaps this pattern started with Stewie's father, the first boy who hurt her, abandoned her, and left her to deal with the consequences of their relationship alone. Some versions of the theory speculate about who this father might be. Could it be someone we've seen on the show? Could it be one of Meg's classmates who treats her badly specifically because he knows what happened between them? The show has never explicitly answered these questions, leaving them open to interpretation. Why the secret must be maintained. The theory explains why the family would go to such extreme lengths to hide the truth. If people knew that Meg had given birth at age 13 or 14, there would be serious legal and social consequences. Child protective services would become involved. Questions would be asked about how this happened and why no one noticed. The family's reputation in Quahog would be destroyed. Peter might lose his job. The children might be taken away. Beyond the practical consequences, there's the emotional damage to consider. Stewie would be devastated to learn that his mother is actually his sister, that his entire understanding of his family is based on a lie. Meg would be exposed as a teenage mother who gave up her child. The family's dysfunction, already significant, would explode into complete chaos if the truth came out. So, the secret must be maintained at all costs. Everyone involved has a reason to keep quiet. Lois doesn't want to admit she's been lying for years. Peter doesn't want to face the truth about his daughter. Brian doesn't want to acknowledge his role in the deception. Meg doesn't want Stewie to know she's his real mother. And Stewie remains blissfully ignorant, never suspecting that his family structure is built on lies. The weight Meg carries. If this theory is true, Meg carries an enormous burden every single day. She's a teenage girl raising her son as her brother, unable to claim him, unable to be his mother in any meaningful way. She watches Lois parent the child Meg gave birth to, watches Lois make decisions about Stewie's life, watches Lois receive the love and affection that should belong to her as his mother. She endures constant abuse from her family, knowing she can't fight back because she believes she deserves it. She accepts the role of lightning rod, absorbing all the dysfunction and cruelty, because she thinks this is her punishment for getting pregnant so young. She sacrifices her happiness, her self-esteem, and her future to protect a secret that protects everyone except herself. This theory transforms Meg from a simple punching bag character into a tragic figure carrying an unbearable secret, paying every day for a mistake she made as a child, unable to claim her own son or defend herself against the cruelty of a family that blames her for everything that went wrong. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Chris Griffin, the stolen child theory. Chris Griffin, the boy who doesn't belong. Chris Griffin has always been the odd one out in the Griffin family, though not in the ways most people notice. While his sister Meg gets openly mocked and his brother Stewie schemes for world domination, Chris just exists in the background, seemingly content with his simple life. But there's something fundamentally different about Chris that the show has hinted at repeatedly over the years. He doesn't look like anyone else in his family. His mannerisms are different. His personality doesn't match his supposed parents. and according to a persistent theory backed by multiple references throughout the series, there's a simple explanation for all of this. Chris Griffin isn't actually a griffin at all. He was stolen from a Dutch family when he was just a baby. The most obvious clue. The first thing anyone notices about Chris is his hair. He has blonde hair, bright and unmistakable. This wouldn't be unusual in most families, but in the Griffin household, it stands out dramatically. Peter has brown hair, Lois has red hair, Meg has brown hair. Stewie has no hair as a baby, but when shown older in future episodes, he also has brown hair. Chris is the only blonde in the entire family, immediate or extended. Hair color is genetic. While it's possible for two parents with darker hair to have a blonde child under certain genetic circumstances, it requires both parents to carry recessive blonde genes. The complete absence of blonde hair in any other Griffin family member makes this extremely unlikely. When looking at Peter's extended family tree, which the show has explored in various episodes, there are no blondes anywhere. The Griffins have dark hair. The Pewterschmidts, Lois's family, have red or brown hair. Chris's blonde hair doesn't come from either side of his supposed family. This physical difference has been noted by characters within the show. People have commented on how Chris doesn't look like his parents. Strangers have questioned whether he's really part of the family. Even family members have made jokes about Chris's parentage. These aren't just throwaway gags. They're consistent references throughout the entire series, suggesting something deeper than simple comedy. The Dutch family connection. The most explicit reference to Chris's true origins comes in the episode Who's Brian Now?, where the show directly states that Chris was kidnapped from a Dutch family as a baby. This isn't presented as speculation or theory. It's stated as fact within the episode's narrative. The joke is delivered casually, as the show often does with its most disturbing revelations, but the implication is clear. Chris Griffin is not Peter and Lois's biological child. He was taken from his real parents, a Dutch couple who never knew what happened to their son. The Netherlands connection explains Chris's blonde hair. The Dutch population has one of the highest percentages of blonde-haired people in the world. A child from a Dutch family would very likely have blonde hair, exactly like Chris does. His physical appearance finally makes sense when you consider his actual genetic heritage rather than his supposed one. But this raises disturbing questions about how Chris ended up with the Griffins. The show presents it as a kidnapping, which means Peter and Lois actively took a baby that wasn't theirs. Did they steal him directly from a hospital? Did they arrange some kind of illegal adoption? Did they find him abandoned and decide to keep him rather than report it to authorities? The show never provides these details, leaving the exact circumstances of Chris's abduction mysterious and unsettling. The adoption papers. In the episode regarding Carter, Peter makes a shocking discovery. While searching through the house, he finds Chris's adoption papers along with one of Lois's guns. This moment is played for laughs, quickly glossed over and never mentioned again. But if taken seriously, it confirms that Chris was adopted, not born to Peter and Lois, as they've always claimed. The presence of adoption papers contradicts the show's occasional flashbacks to Chris's birth. We've seen scenes of Lois pregnant with Chris, giving birth to Chris, and holding baby Chris in the hospital. But if adoption papers exist, all of those scenes must be fabrications, false memories, or lies told to cover up the truth. The show has established that its continuity is loose and inconsistent, which could explain these contradictions. Or perhaps those birth scenes were Peter and Lois's way of rewriting history, creating a false narrative about Chris's origins that they've told so many times they almost believe it themselves. The fact that Peter keeps these adoption papers in the house is particularly strange. Why would he hold on to evidence of Chris's adoption if they're trying to pretend he's their biological child? Perhaps Peter's low intelligence means he doesn't understand the implications of keeping such documents. Perhaps he forgot they existed. Or perhaps part of him wants the truth to come out someday, wants Chris to know where he really came from. A history of questionable parentage. Chris's adoption or kidnapping isn't the only time his parentage has been questioned. Throughout the series, there have been multiple jokes and references suggesting that Chris isn't really Peter's son. In the episode A Mission Impossible, it's revealed that Chris was conceived because of a broken condom, with Peter and Lois filing a lawsuit against the condom company. The settlement from this lawsuit paid for the house the family currently lives in, but even this story, if true, only confirms that Lois became pregnant with someone's child. It doesn't prove that Peter was the father. Given the show's hints about Lois's promiscuous past and her relationships with other men, it's possible that Chris was conceived during one of these encounters. Lois might have been unsure who the father was, or she might have known it wasn't Peter but claimed it was to avoid complications. In Peter's Daughter, Lois admits she smoked and drank heavily when she was pregnant with Chris, attempting to induce a miscarriage. She claims she chickened out halfway through the pregnancy, which is why Chris was born despite her efforts. This disturbing revelation shows that Lois didn't want Chris, at least not initially, but it also raises questions about whether she was ever actually pregnant at all. If Chris was stolen from a Dutch family, Lois was never pregnant with him. Her story about trying to miscarry could be another fabrication, a lie designed to explain away inconsistencies in her supposed pregnancy. Physical differences beyond hair color. Chris doesn't just have different hair from the rest of his family, his entire body type is different. He's tall and overweight like Peter, but his facial features don't match either parent. His head shape is rounder, his nose is different, his eyes are a different color. When you see the Griffin family together, Chris looks like he could be from a completely different gene pool, which according to this theory, he is. The show has also established that Chris doesn't share many personality traits with his supposed parents or siblings. Peter is loud, brash, and confident despite his stupidity. Lois is manipulative and sharp-tongued. Meg is insecure and desperate for acceptance. Stewie is brilliant and scheming. Chris is gentle, kind, and remarkably unbothered by the chaos around him. He's content with simple pleasures, uncomfortable with conflict, and generally good-natured. This personality difference could be explained by nature rather than nurture. Chris came from different biological parents with different genetic predispositions. The Dutch family he was stolen from might have been kind, gentle people, and Chris inherited these traits from them. Despite being raised in the dysfunctional Griffin household, his true nature shines through. Why steal a baby? The question that haunts this theory is why Peter and Lois would steal a baby in the first place. What circumstances would lead them to kidnap a child from a Dutch family? Several possibilities have been suggested by fans analyzing the show. One possibility is that Peter and Lois couldn't have children of their own, or couldn't have more children after Meg. They desperately wanted a son, but Lois couldn't get pregnant or couldn't carry a pregnancy to term. Rather than go through legal adoption channels, which are expensive and time-consuming, they decided to simply take a baby when the opportunity presented itself. Another possibility is that something happened to a biological son, and they replaced him with Chris. Perhaps they had a baby boy who died, and in their grief, they stole Chris to fill the void. They convinced themselves that this stolen child was their son, that they were saving him from whatever situation he was in, that they deserved to have a child even if they had to take one from someone else. A darker possibility is that Lois was never pregnant with Chris at all, but Peter believed she was. Perhaps Lois faked a pregnancy to hide an affair, or for some other reason. As her supposed due date approached, she panicked, knowing she couldn't produce a baby she'd never been carrying. So she, and possibly Brian, who often helps with family secrets, stole a baby to complete the deception. Peter, in his ignorance, never questioned where the baby came from or why he didn't look like them. The Dutch family's perspective. While the show focuses on the Griffin family, the theory forces us to consider the Dutch family that lost their child. Somewhere in the Netherlands, there are parents who have been missing their son for over a decade. They don't know what happened to him. They don't know if he's alive or dead. They don't know that he's living in Rhode Island with a family that pretends he's theirs. These parents likely reported their son's disappearance to the police. There was probably an investigation. Amber alerts were issued. The community searched. But they never found him because he was already in America with the Griffins, being raised under a different name, told a different story about who he was and where he came from. The Dutch family probably still thinks about their son every day. They might have other children now, but they never forgot their lost boy. They celebrate his birthday even though he's not there. They keep his room ready in case he ever comes home. They live with the grief and uncertainty of not knowing what happened to their child. Chris has no idea any of this exists. He doesn't know he has real parents in another country who love him and miss him. He doesn't know his real name or his actual birthday. He doesn't know his heritage or his true family history. Everything he believes about himself is based on lies told by the people who stole him. Chris's mental limitations. Chris is frequently portrayed as unintelligent, struggling in school and lacking common sense. The show often plays this for comedy, with Chris saying or doing something foolish, while others react with exasperation. But the theory offers a different explanation for Chris's cognitive difficulties. The trauma of being kidnapped as an infant, even if he has no conscious memory of it, could have affected his brain development. Additionally, being raised in an environment completely different from what his genetics prepared him for might have created developmental challenges. If his biological Dutch parents were intelligent, educated people, Chris's genes might have been coded for a child who would thrive in an intellectual, structured environment. Instead, he's being raised by Peter and Lois Griffin in a chaotic household where education isn't valued and structure doesn't exist. Chris might also be subconsciously aware that he doesn't belong. Children who are adopted often struggle with identity issues, even when they're told the truth about their origins. Chris doesn't even have that honesty. He senses something is wrong, something is different, but he can't articulate what it is. This underlying confusion and uncertainty could manifest as the learning difficulties and social awkwardness we see throughout the show. Peter and Lois's treatment of Chris. While Chris isn't abused the way Meg is, he's also not treated with the love and attention a son should receive. Peter is often dismissive of Chris, showing little interest in his life or development. Lois is cold and distant, fulfilling her basic obligations as a mother, but showing no real warmth or affection. This detachment makes more sense if Chris isn't really their child. Peter might struggle to bond with Chris because on some level, he knows Chris isn't his biological son. Every time he looks at Chris, he sees a reminder of whatever circumstances led to Chris joining their family. He sees the lie they've been living, the crime they committed, the child they stole. It's easier to keep emotional distance than to confront these uncomfortable truths. Lois, who may have been more directly involved in Chris's kidnapping, might feel guilt every time she interacts with him. She knows she took this boy from his real parents. She knows she's deprived him of his true identity and heritage. Her coldness could be a defense mechanism, a way of avoiding the emotional weight of what she's done. The missing extended family. If Chris was stolen from a Dutch family, it explains why he has no relationship with extended family on either side. Peter's family barely acknowledges Chris. Lois's wealthy parents show little interest in him. There are no stories about Chris as a baby, no photos of Lois pregnant with him that can be verified, no relatives who remember his birth. It's as if Chris appeared in the family fully formed, with no history before a certain point. The Griffins don't celebrate Chris's birthday with the same enthusiasm they show for other family events. They don't share stories about his baby years. They don't have meaningful traditions tied to his existence. This absence of family history makes sense if Chris doesn't actually have a history with this family, if he was inserted into their lives rather than born into them. Why Chris doesn't question things. Chris has never seriously questioned his place in the family, despite all the evidence that he doesn't belong. His blonde hair doesn't bother him. The adoption papers don't concern him. The jokes about his parentage don't make him investigate. He simply accepts that he's a Griffin and never digs deeper. This acceptance could be attributed to his low intelligence, but it might also be something more psychological. Children who are removed from their biological families at very young ages often struggle with a sense that something isn't right, but they can't identify what it is. Chris might have these feelings, but lack the cognitive tools to understand or express them. He might have dreams or vague memories of his real family, but dismiss them as fantasy. He might feel a persistent sense of not quite belonging, but interpret it as normal teenage insecurity rather than evidence of his stolen origins. The Griffin family has also likely worked hard to suppress any questions Chris might have. When he was younger and asked about his baby pictures or early memories, they probably provided false information or changed the subject. Over time, Chris learned not to ask these questions, accepting the answers he was given without further investigation. The moral weight of the theory. If this theory is true, it transforms the Griffin family's dysfunction from comedy into crime. They aren't just a dysfunctional family making poor choices and treating each other badly. They're actively harboring a stolen child, lying about his identity, and depriving him of his real family. Peter and Lois aren't just bad parents. They're kidnappers who have gotten away with their crime for over a decade. This raises questions about the other secrets the family might be hiding. If they're capable of stealing a child and maintaining that lie for years, what else might they have done? The show has hinted at numerous crimes and moral failures throughout its run, often played for laughs. But viewed through the lens of this theory, these moments take on a darker significance. Chris's future. The theory leaves Chris's future uncertain. Will he ever discover the truth about his origins? Will the Dutch family ever find their lost son? Will someone finally reveal the secret that's been kept from him his entire life? The show has never seriously addressed these questions, preferring to leave Chris in ignorant bliss. But if Chris did learn the truth, it would shatter his entire world. Everything he believed about himself would be revealed as lies. His family wouldn't be his family. His name might not even be his real name. His entire identity would crumble, leaving him to rebuild from nothing. He would have to decide whether to seek out his real family in the Netherlands or stay with the only family he's ever known, even though they built their relationship on kidnapping and deception. The theory transforms Chris from a simple-minded comic relief character into a victim of circumstances beyond his control, a boy stolen from his real family and raised by people who had no right to him, living a life that was never meant to be his, while his real parents somewhere in the Netherlands still wonder what happened to their blonde baby boy who disappeared so many years ago. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Stewie Griffin, the perception theory. Stewie Griffin, the baby who controls reality. Stewie Griffin is the most confusing character in Family Guy. He's a baby, barely 1 year old, yet he speaks with perfect articulation and a sophisticated British accent. He builds time machines, weather control devices, and advanced weaponry that would challenge the world's top scientists. He understands complex physics, speaks multiple languages, and plots elaborate schemes that require genius-level intelligence. But here's the strangest part. Sometimes people can understand him perfectly, having full conversations with him as if he were an adult. Other times, those same people treat him like a normal baby, unable to comprehend his words. This inconsistency has frustrated fans for years, but according to two popular theories, there's a logical explanation. Either the entire show exists inside Stewie's infant mind as he tries to make sense of the world around him, or Stewie isn't really a baby at all but an adult who has found a way to reverse time itself. The infant perception theory. The first theory proposes that everything viewers see in Family Guy is filtered through Stewie's perception as a baby. He's trying to understand the world from his limited perspective, and what we see on screen is his interpretation of reality, rather than reality itself. This theory elegantly explains many of the show's strangest elements, particularly the question of who can understand Stewie and when. In real life, babies don't speak in complete sentences. They don't have British accents. They don't articulate complex thoughts about world domination or matricide. What actually happens is that Stewie makes normal baby sounds, cries, and babbles like any infant would, but in his own mind, he's translating these sounds into sophisticated language. When we hear Stewie speaking eloquently, we're hearing his internal translation of his own baby noises, not what he's actually saying out loud. This explains the inconsistency in who can understand him. Brian, the family dog, can always understand Stewie perfectly because children naturally personify their pets. From Stewie's infant perspective, Brian is a member of the family who can talk just like everyone else. Young children see their pets as friends and companions who understand them, so in Stewie's mind, Brian has the ability to communicate. When we see Brian and Stewie having conversations, we're seeing Stewie's interpretation of his interactions with the family dog. In reality, Stewie is probably making baby noises while Brian sits nearby or occasionally barks, but Stewie's mind translates this into meaningful dialogue. Other characters understand Stewie only sometimes because of how they interact with him. When Lois responds to Stewie, she's responding to his cries and baby sounds like any mother would. She can tell when he's hungry, tired, or upset based on the tone and intensity of his crying. But Stewie interprets her responses as if she understands his actual words. From his perspective, he's having a conversation with his mother, even though, from her perspective, she's just soothing a crying baby. Peter and Chris interact with Stewie playfully, making faces and silly sounds the way adults and older siblings do with babies. Stewie interprets this childish behavior as evidence that they're stupid. He thinks Peter and Chris are buffoons because they act goofy around him, not understanding that this is normal behavior when playing with an infant. His limited understanding of social interactions leads him to misinterpret their playfulness as genuine stupidity, why Lois is the enemy. According to this theory, Stewie's obsession with killing Lois in the earlier seasons stems from typical infant frustration with the primary caregiver. Lois is the one who enforces rules, establishes boundaries, and says no. She puts Stewie down for naps when he wants to play. She makes him eat vegetables when he wants sweets. She changes his diaper when he'd rather be left alone. From Stewie's limited perspective, Lois is a tyrant who controls every aspect of his existence. Babies can't understand that their mothers are acting in their best interests. They only know that this person keeps stopping them from doing what they want. Stewie's elaborate plots to kill Lois are actually his infant mind's way of processing frustration with maternal authority. When he builds weapons aimed at destroying her or creates schemes to eliminate her, he's expressing the same feelings any baby has when their mother disrupts their activities. He's just expressing it in a more complex way inside his own imagination. As the series progresses, Stewie's murderous intent toward Lois fades. He becomes more affectionate with her and occasionally shows genuine love. This change reflects normal child development. As babies grow into toddlers and young children, they begin to understand their relationship with their mother differently. They develop more sophisticated emotional bonds and start to comprehend that rules exist for their benefit. Stewie's softening toward Lois represents his maturing emotional understanding, even though his physical age remains frozen at 1 year old. The elaborate fantasy world. If the show exists in Stewie's mind, it explains the absurd scenarios and impossible situations the family experiences. Babies have no understanding of how the world actually works. Their perception of reality is limited to their immediate experiences, and they fill in the gaps with imagination. Stewie's genius-level intelligence, his advanced inventions, his time travel adventures, and his trips to alternate dimensions are all products of an infant's unlimited imagination, unconstrained by real-world logic. The show's famous cutaway gags take on new meaning through this lens. These random flashbacks and unrelated scenes represent an infant's scattered, unfocused attention span. Babies can't maintain concentration on one thing for long. Their minds jump from thought to thought, from image to image, without logical connection. When characters in the show set up a cutaway gag, we're experiencing Stewie's mind wandering, jumping to different thoughts and memories before returning to the present moment. The violence in the show, which often has no consequences, makes sense as a baby's limited understanding of cause and effect. Stewie sees characters get hurt, but then they're fine in the next scene because babies don't fully grasp the permanent nature of injury or death. In his mind, people can be hurt one moment and perfectly okay the next, because that's how he experiences minor bumps and falls in his own life. The time machine and other inventions. Stewie's incredible inventions are the most obvious evidence that we're seeing the world through a distorted lens. A 1-year-old baby cannot build a time machine, no matter how intelligent. He can't create weather control devices or mind control rays. He can't construct a teleportation device or a working transporter from Star Trek. These inventions exist only in Stewie's imagination. In reality, Stewie probably plays with ordinary baby toys, building blocks, and household objects. But in his mind, he's transforming these simple items into advanced technology. A cardboard box becomes a time machine. A TV remote becomes a mind control device. Random household items become components in elaborate inventions. Any parent who has watched a child play pretend has seen this kind of imaginative transformation. Stewie's genius inventions are sophisticated versions of normal childhood make-believe. The time travel episodes, where Stewie and Brian visit different time periods or alternate realities, represent Stewie's attempts to understand concepts of past, present, and future. Babies have no conception of time. They live entirely in the present moment. As they develop, they begin to grasp that things happened before now and will happen later. Stewie's time travel adventures are his infant mind trying to process this confusing concept. The adult de-aging theory. The second major theory about Stewie takes a completely different approach. Instead of suggesting the show exists in his infant mind, this theory proposes that Stewie isn't really a baby at all. He's actually an adult, possibly elderly, who has used his scientific genius to reverse his age and the age of those around him. This theory explains his adult intellect, sophisticated manner of speaking, and genuine scientific capabilities. According to this interpretation, Stewie was once a grown man, possibly middle-aged or older. He had a best friend named Brian, and they shared incredible adventures together. But Brian was a dog, and dogs don't live as long as humans. Stewie watched Brian age, knowing that his best friend would die long before he did. Unable to accept this loss, Stewie dedicated himself to solving the problem of aging and death. Using his genius-level intelligence and scientific knowledge, Stewie eventually created a way to reverse the aging process. But he didn't just want to make himself younger. He wanted to go back to a time when he and Brian were both young, when they had their whole lives ahead of them, when they could continue their adventures indefinitely. So, he reversed time for both of them, and possibly for his entire family. The evidence for adult Stewie. Several pieces of evidence support the idea that Stewie is really an adult in a baby's body. His vocabulary and manner of speaking are far too sophisticated for a child of any age, let alone an infant. He uses words and phrases that would challenge most adults. He understands complex scientific concepts that take years of education to grasp. He has knowledge of history, literature, and culture that requires decades of learning. Stewie's relationship with Brian makes more sense if they were once adults together. They interact as equals, as friends who have known each other for a long time. They share inside jokes and references that suggest a shared history. Brian doesn't treat Stewie like a baby. He treats him like an adult friend who happens to be in a baby's body. Their adventures together, particularly in the Road to episodes, show a deep bond that feels more like a long-time friendship than a relationship between a pet and an infant. The show has occasionally shown flash-forwards to Stewie as an adult. In these future scenes, Stewie is sophisticated, successful, and clearly maintains his genius intellect throughout his life. But what if these aren't actually flash-forwards? What if they're flashbacks to who Stewie used to be before he de-aged himself? The adult Stewie we see in these episodes could be the original Stewie, the real Stewie, before he decided to go back to infancy. Why de-age the whole family? If Stewie had the power to reverse aging, why would he de-age his entire family and not just himself and Brian? The theory suggests that Stewie wanted to recreate a specific time period, a moment in his family's history when things were good. Perhaps his family fell apart as everyone grew older. Perhaps his parents died or his siblings became estranged. Perhaps the family that exists in the show represents an idealized version of a time when everyone was together and relatively happy. By de-aging everyone except Lois, Stewie essentially reset the family to an earlier state. The theory notes that Lois appears to be the same age she always was, suggesting that Stewie either couldn't or wouldn't de-age his mother. His complicated relationship with her, his early desires to kill her, might reflect unresolved issues from his adult life. Perhaps she wronged him in some way when he was older, and his infant state allows him to express anger he couldn't express as an adult. The theory also suggests that not everyone knows what Stewie did. Peter, with his low intelligence, probably has no memory of being older. Chris might have been too young in the original timeline to remember. Meg might suspect something but can't prove it. Only Stewie himself, and possibly Brian, fully understand what happened and why they're all living in this strange, reversed reality. Brian's knowledge and complicity. Brian's role in this theory is crucial because he appears to be the only one who fully understands Stewie and treats him as an equal. If Stewie and Brian were adult friends before the de-aging occurred, Brian would remember their real relationship. He would know that the baby he lives with is actually his longtime companion trapped in an infant's body. This knowledge would explain why Brian never treats Stewie like a child, why he engages in adult conversations with him, why he trusts Stewie's inventions, and follows him on dangerous adventures. Brian might have agreed to the de-aging process, or Stewie might have done it without his knowledge. Either way, Brian seems aware that their situation isn't normal. He doesn't question why a baby can build a time machine or speak perfect English. He doesn't wonder why he can understand Stewie when others can't. He accepts the reality they're living in because he knows the truth behind it. The deep friendship between Stewie and Brian makes perfect sense if they've actually known each other for decades rather than just a few years. They have the kind of bond that develops over a lifetime of shared experiences. They know each other's weaknesses, finish each other's sentences, and can communicate almost without words. This isn't the relationship between a baby and a dog. It's the relationship between two old friends who have been through everything together. The Time Machine episodes. The many episodes featuring Stewie's time machine take on new significance with this theory. When Stewie and Brian travel through time, they're not just having adventures, they're revisiting periods that Stewie remembers from his original timeline. He knows about historical events because he lived through them the first time. He understands how things will turn out because he's seen it all before. The alternate reality episodes, where Stewie and Brian visit parallel universes, might represent Stewie experimenting with different possibilities. Having already reversed time once, he's exploring what other changes he could make. He's seeing how different choices might have led to different outcomes. He's a scientist conducting experiments with reality itself, using his own life and family as test subjects. In the episode, Back to the Pilot, Stewie and Brian travel back to the very first episode of Family Guy. This could be interpreted as Stewie returning to the moment when he first reset everything, the point where he began his de-aging experiment. The episode plays with the idea of changing past events and shows the consequences of interfering with established timelines, suggesting that Stewie has deep knowledge of how time and reality work. Why stay a baby? If Stewie has the power to control his age, why does he remain a baby? Why not age himself up to at least toddler or child status, where he would have more physical capabilities and independence? The theory suggests several possible answers. First, Stewie might be stuck. Perhaps the de-aging process can only go one direction, and he can't figure out how to age forward again without losing everything he's gained. He's trapped at 1-year-old unless he wants to give up Brian and potentially his entire family. Second, being a baby gives Stewie certain advantages. People don't take babies seriously. They don't suspect babies of being capable of complex thought or dangerous actions. Stewie can work on his inventions and schemes without anyone questioning what he's doing because they all think he's just a baby playing with toys. His infant status is the perfect cover for his adult intelligence and activities. Third, Stewie might be trying to prevent the aging process from resuming at all. If he stays frozen at 1-year-old, Brian stays frozen at his current age too. The whole family remains in stasis, never growing older, never moving toward death. Stewie has created a kind of immortality by stopping time completely. Everyone he loves will stay with him forever because none of them can age. The floating timeline. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for either Stewie theory is the show's floating timeline. Family Guy has been on the air for over 20 years, but the characters haven't aged. Stewie has been 1 year old for the entire series. Chris and Meg remain teenagers. Peter and Lois stay the same age. Even Brian, who should have died of old age multiple times by now if he were a normal dog, remains alive and well. In Christmas Guy, Stewie himself comments on this strange phenomenon. He's surprised to be having yet another first Christmas, despite having already celebrated Christmas multiple times throughout the series. This moment of self-awareness suggests that Stewie knows something is wrong with time, that he's aware of the temporal anomaly they're all living in. If he's the one who created this frozen timeline, either through his de-aging technology or through his infant perception of time, his comment makes perfect sense. The floating timeline isn't just a convenience for the writers. According to these theories, it's a fundamental part of Stewie's reality manipulation. Time doesn't move forward because Stewie won't allow it to. He's controlling the flow of time itself, keeping everyone trapped in an eternal present where no one ages, no one dies, and nothing fundamental ever changes. The British accent mystery. One detail that both theories struggle to explain is Stewie's British accent. Where did it come from? Peter doesn't have a British accent. Lois doesn't have one. No one else in the family speaks with any hint of British influence, yet Stewie sounds like he grew up in England, complete with sophisticated vocabulary and proper pronunciation. The infant perception theory suggests that Stewie might have heard British voices on television or in movies and incorporated them into his self-image. Babies absorb language from their environment, and if Stewie spent time watching British programs or movies, he might have adopted that accent in his own mind. His internal voice, the way he thinks of himself speaking, uses this accent even though his actual baby sounds wouldn't reflect it. The de-aging theory offers a different explanation. Perhaps adult Stewie spent significant time in England. Maybe he studied at Oxford or Cambridge. Maybe he lived in the UK for years. When he de-aged himself, he retained his British accent from his adult life. It's one of the few remaining clues to who he really was before the transformation. What others see. Both theories force us to consider what the other characters actually see and hear when they interact with Stewie. If everything is filtered through Stewie's infant perception, then Peter, Lois, Chris, and Meg see a normal baby who cries, babbles, and makes typical infant sounds. They respond to him as parents and siblings respond to babies, completely unaware of the complex thoughts and elaborate schemes happening inside his mind. If Stewie really is a de-aged adult, then others might see a baby who occasionally does or says something strangely mature. They might notice moments where Stewie seems too smart or too capable for his age, but they dismiss these observations because babies can't possibly be genius scientists. Peter, especially, with his low intelligence, would never pick up on the truth even if Stewie spelled it out for him. Brian sees something different because he either shares Stewie's perception or knows the truth about his real identity. He sees the real Stewie, whether that's an infant making sense of the world or an adult trapped in a baby's body. This special vision is what makes their friendship possible. The ultimate question. Both theories about Stewie raise profound questions about reality, perception, and identity. Is Stewie a baby with an overactive imagination who sees the world in a uniquely complex way? Or is he an adult who has literally reversed time to prevent loss and preserve the people he loves? The show will probably never definitively answer this question, preferring to leave it ambiguous and open to interpretation. What we do know is that Stewie Griffin is far more than he appears to be, whether that complexity exists only in his mind or reflects a genuine scientific miracle. He represents either a child's unlimited imagination or an adult's desperate attempt to escape mortality. He's either the most creative infant ever conceived or the most brilliant scientist who ever lived, one who solved the problem of death itself, but paid for it by trapping himself and everyone he loves in an endless loop of frozen time, where nothing ever truly changes and no one can ever truly grow. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Brian Griffin, the CIA experiment theory. Brian Griffin, the dog who was once human. Brian Griffin is the most unusual dog in television history. He walks upright on 2 legs. He drives a Toyota Prius. He drinks martinis at bars. He writes novels and attends college. He dates human women and has meaningful romantic relationships with them. He engages in complex political discussions and philosophical debates. For most viewers, Brian is simply an anthropomorphic character, a talking dog in a cartoon where logic doesn't apply. But 2 theories suggest there's a more sinister explanation for Brian's human-like behavior. Either Brian is the victim of a CIA experiment that placed a human brain inside a dog's body, or Brian is actually the creator of everything we see, writing Family Guy itself as a fictionalized version of his own life. The CIA mind transfer program. The first theory connects Family Guy to its sister show, American Dad, which was also created by Seth MacFarlane. Both shows exist in the same universe, with occasional crossovers and references that confirm they share a reality. This connection becomes crucial when examining the character of Klaus from American Dad, because Klaus provides undeniable proof that the CIA has developed technology to transfer human consciousness into animal bodies. Klaus Heisler was once a German Olympic ski jumper, a talented athlete with his whole life ahead of him. The CIA kidnapped him and, using advanced technology, extracted his brain or consciousness and placed it into the body of a goldfish. Klaus now lives in a fishbowl in the Smith family's house, fully aware of his human past, but trapped in an aquatic body. He retains his German accent, his human memories, his personality, and his intelligence. He's miserable, angry, and frustrated by his situation, but he's powerless to change it. The CIA's willingness to perform this grotesque experiment on Klaus proves they possess the technology for mind transfer and have no ethical boundaries preventing them from using it. If they did it to Klaus, turning a human into a fish, they could easily have done similar experiments on other subjects. The technology exists. The agency has demonstrated they'll use it. The question isn't whether they could create more human-animal hybrids. The question is how many they've created and where those experiments are now. Brian, as a CIA experiment. Brian Griffin shows all the signs of being another victim of the CIA's mind transfer program. He's not a naturally evolved talking dog or a magical creature. He's a human consciousness trapped inside a canine body, just like Klaus is a human consciousness trapped inside a fish. This explains every unusual aspect of Brian's character that has puzzled viewers for years. Brian's intelligence is far beyond what any dog, no matter how smart, could possess. He understands complex literature, writes novels and screenplays, engages in political activism, and grasps philosophical concepts that challenge most humans. This isn't enhanced canine intelligence. This is human intelligence operating within a dog's brain. The human mind that was transferred into Brian's body brought all its knowledge, memories, and cognitive abilities with it. Brian's ability to speak perfect English with no trace of a dog's physical limitations makes sense if he has a human brain controlling a dog's vocal cords. He doesn't struggle with pronunciation or vocabulary the way a dog learning to speak might. He speaks naturally because the brain sending signals to his mouth is human, even if the mouth itself is canine. He's essentially a human using a dog's body as a biological puppet. Why Brian can do everything humans do. The theory explains Brian's remarkable abilities that should be impossible for a dog. He drives a car, operating pedals, and a steering wheel with paws that shouldn't have the dexterity for such tasks. But if a human brain is controlling those paws, sending signals based on years of human driving experience, the physical limitations matter less. Brian isn't learning to drive as a dog would. He already knows how to drive from his time as a human. Brian writes extensively throughout the series. He's working on novels, essays, and screenplays. He types on keyboards, holds pens, and operates computers. Dogs don't have the fine motor control for writing, but Brian manages it because he's not really a dog trying to learn human skills. He's a human trapped in a dog's body, still able to access the knowledge and abilities he possessed before the transfer. Most tellingly, Brian dates human women and forms romantic relationships with them. He's attracted to human females, not to other dogs. He's had relationships with Jillian, a human woman. He's been in love with Lois, his owner's wife. He's kissed and been intimate with numerous human women throughout the series. This attraction makes no sense for a dog, even a smart one, but it makes perfect sense for a human consciousness inside a dog's body. Brian is attracted to human women because he used to be a human man. Brian's origins and family. The theory provides a dark reinterpretation of Brian's backstory. The show has revealed that Brian came from a litter of normal puppies. His mother was a regular dog. His father was a regular dog. All his siblings behaved like typical dogs. Brian was the only one who acted human, the only one who could talk, the only one who stood upright and displayed human characteristics. This unusual situation makes sense if Brian wasn't born with a human consciousness but received it later. Perhaps the CIA found a litter of puppies and selected Brian for their experiment. He would have been born as a normal puppy, but at some point early in his life, the CIA performed the transfer procedure. They took a human subject, perhaps a prisoner, a homeless person, or someone who wouldn't be missed, and transferred that person's consciousness into the puppy's body. Brian's human consciousness awakened inside a dog's body, surrounded by his dog mother and dog siblings, who couldn't understand what had happened to him. He was alone with his human thoughts, trapped in a form that couldn't express them. As he grew, he learned to control his canine body in human ways, teaching himself to walk upright, to speak, to use his paws like hands. His dog family probably thought he was defective or crazy, unable to understand that their son and brother had been stolen and replaced with a human mind. Why the CIA would do this? The theory raises the question of why the CIA would put a human brain in a dog's body. What purpose does this serve? With Klaus, the motive seems to be cruelty or punishment, a way to neutralize a person by trapping them in a helpless form. But Brian's situation appears different. He has freedom of movement, the ability to function in society, and a relatively comfortable life with the Griffin family. One possibility is that Brian is a spy. A dog can go places humans can't. A dog is ignored and underestimated. No one suspects a dog of gathering intelligence or conducting surveillance. Brian could have been designed as the perfect covert operative, a human agent in a form that attracts no suspicion. Perhaps his mission involves monitoring the Griffin family or someone in Quahog. Perhaps he's been collecting information for years, sending reports back to the CIA without anyone realizing what he's doing. Another possibility is that Brian is a failed or abandoned experiment. Maybe the CIA was testing the limits of their mind transfer technology, seeing if they could create functional human-animal hybrids. Brian might have been one of many test subjects, but something went wrong with the program. Maybe the technology proved unreliable or too expensive. Maybe the ethical concerns became too severe even for the CIA. The project was shut down, and Brian was released or escaped, ending up with Peter Griffin, who took him in as a stray. The show has established that Peter found Brian as a stray outside a liquor store. This origin story fits with the theory. Brian wasn't born into a loving home. He was wandering the streets, possibly escaped from a CIA facility, trying to survive while trapped in a dog's body. Peter, in his characteristic ignorance, saw a dog and decided to keep it, never questioning why this particular dog could talk and act like a human. The connection to other talking animals. The CIA experiment theory extends beyond just Brian. Family Guy features several other animals with human characteristics. Most notably, there's Ernie the giant chicken, who engages in elaborate, violent battles with Peter. Ernie walks upright, fights with martial arts techniques, and displays human-level intelligence and planning. He could be another CIA experiment, perhaps one that went even more wrong than Brian. The theory suggests that all the talking, human-acting animals in Family Guy might be products of CIA experimentation. The agency has been conducting these transfers for years, creating dozens or hundreds of human-animal hybrids. Some, like Brian, learned to function in society. Others, like Ernie, became unstable and dangerous. They're scattered throughout the world, living among normal humans and animals, unable to reveal their true nature because no one would believe them. This would explain why Brian never seems shocked by other animals displaying human characteristics. He's not surprised when he meets other talking animals because he knows what they really are. They're fellow victims of the same program that created him. They share a terrible bond, a secret they can't discuss openly because it would expose the truth about all of them. Brian's misery and self-destruction. Understanding Brian as a human trapped in a dog's body reframes his entire character. Brian is frequently portrayed as miserable, alcoholic, narcissistic, and self-destructive. He drinks heavily, often to the point of passing out. He's attempted suicide multiple times. He's deeply insecure despite his outward confidence. He struggles with relationships and can't seem to find lasting happiness. All of this makes perfect sense for someone experiencing what Brian experiences. Imagine being a human, with all your memories, desires, and ambitions, suddenly trapped in a dog's body. You can think and feel as a human, but you're limited by a canine form. You're attracted to human women, but they see you as a dog. You want to be taken seriously as a writer and intellectual, but people treat you as a pet. You have the mind of a man, but the body and social status of an animal. This constant disconnect between Brian's internal reality and external circumstances would drive anyone to alcoholism and depression. He drinks to forget what he is, to numb the pain of his situation. He writes obsessively, trying to prove his human worth through literature and art. He pursues human women desperately, seeking validation that he's still somehow human despite his body. He's narcissistic because he needs constant reinforcement that he matters, that he's more than just a dog. Brian's relationship with Stewie takes on new meaning through this lens. Stewie is one of the few characters who consistently treats Brian as a complete equal. Stewie doesn't see Brian as a pet or as lesser because he's a dog. They're best friends, partners in adventures, intellectual equals. For Brian, this friendship is precious because it's one of the only relationships where he's fully accepted as the person he truly is inside, regardless of his external form. The writer theory. Brian creates his own reality. The second major theory about Brian takes a completely different approach. Instead of being a victim of CIA experimentation, this theory suggests Brian is actually in control of everything. He's writing Family Guy itself, creating the entire show as a fictionalized version of his own life and family. This theory explains why Brian is always present, why he breaks the fourth wall, and why he's consistently portrayed as the voice of reason even when his actions contradict that image. Throughout the series, Brian is established as a writer. He's constantly working on novels, essays, and screenplays. He's published books and had some minor success in the literary world. He takes his writing seriously, perhaps more seriously than anything else in his life. Writing is his identity, his passion, his way of making sense of the world. But what if his writing goes beyond simple novels and screenplays? What if Brian is literally writing the reality we see on screen? The theory proposes that Family Guy is Brian's latest work, a semi-autobiographical story based on his real life with a real family he lives with. The Griffins exist, but they're not quite as we see them on screen. Brian has exaggerated their characteristics, made them more extreme and ridiculous to create better entertainment. The real Peter might be somewhat foolish, but Brian has made him an absolute idiot in his story. The real Lois might be occasionally vain, but Brian has emphasized this trait to make her more interesting as a character. Why Brian would write this? If Brian is writing Family Guy, it explains several aspects of the show that have puzzled fans. First, it explains why Brian himself is always portrayed sympathetically, even when he does terrible things. Writers often make themselves the heroes or the voice of reason in their own stories. Brian can't help but paint himself as the intelligent, moral center of the family because that's how he sees himself. Even when he's drinking too much, dating inappropriately, or behaving badly, the narrative finds ways to excuse or explain his behavior. Second, it explains why Brian appears in virtually every episode. When episodes focus on just one or two family members, Brian is almost always included. The Road to episodes pair Brian and Stewie exclusively, leaving the rest of the family behind. If Brian is writing these stories, of course he writes himself into every adventure. He's the author inserting himself into his own narrative because he's the one creating it. Third, it explains the show's frequent fourth wall breaking. Brian and Stewie often reference that they're in a television show, comment on the animation quality, or directly address the audience. If Brian is writing Family Guy within the Family Guy universe, these moments make perfect sense. The characters are aware they're in a story because Brian, the writer, has made them aware. It's his way of being clever and meta within his own creation. The exaggeration explanation. The theory suggests that Brian started writing relatively realistic stories based on his life with the Griffins, but these stories didn't sell. Publishers rejected them as too boring or mundane. Readers weren't interested in a normal family with everyday problems. So Brian began exaggerating. He made Peter more stupid, made Lois more sexually adventurous, made Meg more pathetic, made Chris more clueless, and made Stewie an evil genius baby. These exaggerations got attention. The stories became more outlandish and therefore more marketable. Brian kept pushing further, adding time travel, alternate dimensions, celebrity encounters, and increasingly absurd scenarios. The real Griffin family probably lives a normal suburban life, but in Brian's fictionalized version, they're constantly embroiled in impossible adventures. This explains the show's increasing absurdity over the years. As Brian has continued writing, he's had to keep topping himself, making each story more extreme than the last to maintain interest. The early seasons were relatively grounded because Brian was still somewhat connected to reality. The later seasons are completely unhinged because Brian has lost sight of the real family and is writing pure fantasy. Brian's self-insert problems. Like many writers who base fiction on their own lives, Brian has created problems for himself by making his real family recognizable in his work. The real Griffins probably know about Brian's writing and have figured out that they're the inspiration for his characters. This has likely caused tension in their real relationship. Peter probably resents being portrayed as an idiot. Lois probably objects to being written as promiscuous. Meg definitely wouldn't appreciate being made the family punching bag. But Brian can't stop writing about them because they're his best material. He lives with them every day. He observes their quirks, their arguments, their daily routines. They're the source for everything he writes. Without the Griffins, Brian would have nothing to write about, so he continues using them as characters, knowing it damages his real relationships, but unable to give up the creative inspiration they provide. The show's inconsistent characterization makes sense through this lens. Different episodes portray the family members with wildly different personalities and traits because Brian is experimenting with how to write them. He's trying different approaches, seeing what works, revising his characterizations based on feedback from publishers or readers. The characters aren't consistent because they're works in progress, constantly being rewritten by an author who hasn't fully figured them out yet. Why the show continues, despite poor quality. Critics often point out that Family Guy's quality has declined significantly over the years. Later seasons are criticized for being lazy, offensive, and poorly written compared to the earlier episodes. But if Brian is the in-universe writer of Family Guy, this decline makes perfect sense. Brian is a mediocre writer who had a few good ideas early on, but has been coasting ever since. The show has explicitly established that Brian is not actually a talented writer. His novel, Faster Than the Speed of Love, was universally panned. His screenplays get rejected. His essays are pretentious and self-important. Brian thinks he's a brilliant author, but the evidence consistently shows he's delusional about his own abilities. If this hack writer is responsible for creating Family Guy, it's no wonder the show has become increasingly terrible. Brian continues producing Family Guy content because he has nothing else. His other writing projects have failed. This is his only success, his only source of income and identity. He keeps churning out episodes even though his heart isn't in it anymore, even though he's clearly run out of good ideas, because he can't afford to stop. He's trapped by his own creation, forced to keep producing a show he's long since stopped caring about. The meta-narrative. If Brian is writing Family Guy within Family Guy, it creates a complex meta-narrative where we're watching a fictionalized version of a fiction writer's life as he writes fiction about his own life. The show becomes layers of reality and fiction stacked on top of each other, with Brian at the center creating and being created simultaneously. This would explain some of the show's strangest elements, like episodes where the characters explicitly discuss being on a television show or interact with the show's production staff. In Inside Family Guy, the episode presents a behind-the-scenes look at how the show is made, with actors playing the family members. If Brian wrote that episode, he's imagining what it would be like if his stories were turned into a television show, creating fiction about fiction about fiction. It would also explain crossover episodes with other shows or appearances by real celebrities playing themselves. These aren't actually happening in Brian's real life. They're flights of fancy, what-if scenarios where Brian imagines his family meeting famous people or interacting with characters from other shows. He's writing fan fiction about his own life, mixing real elements with fantasy to create something more entertaining than reality. The two theories connect. Interestingly, both major theories about Brian share some common elements. Whether he's a human trapped in a dog's body or a writer creating fictionalized versions of his life, Brian is fundamentally caught between two identities. He's stuck in a form or role that doesn't match his self-perception. He's trying to be something he's not, or trying to express a truth about himself that others can't or won't see. Both theories explain why Brian drinks heavily, why he's so insecure despite his outward confidence, why he needs constant validation, and why his relationships always fail. He's living a fundamental lie, either about his physical nature or about his creative work. He presents himself to the world as one thing while knowing deep down that he's something else entirely. Both theories also position Brian as the character with the most awareness of the show's true nature. If he's a CIA experiment, he understands the hidden reality of talking animals and government conspiracies that others don't see. If he's the writer, he understands that the events of the show aren't entirely real because he's the one creating them. Either way, Brian has knowledge and perspective that other characters lack. The truth we'll never know. Family Guy will likely never confirm either theory about Brian. The show benefits from ambiguity, from leaving questions unanswered and allowing multiple interpretations. Is Brian a victim of government experimentation, another Klaus suffering in a different form? Is he a mediocre writer, creating increasingly absurd fiction based on his real family? Is he somehow both, or neither? What we do know is that Brian Griffin is far more than a simple talking dog character. Whether through CIA mind transfer technology or through the power of his own writing, Brian has created a reality where he can function as both human and animal, character and creator, victim and author. He's trapped in contradictions, living a life that doesn't quite make sense, always drinking to numb the confusion of existing in a form or role that doesn't fit who he believes himself to be. And in that confusion, that fundamental disconnection between internal reality and external circumstances, Brian might be the most human character in Family Guy, regardless of what body he inhabits or what story he's writing. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Glenn Quagmire, the immortal incubus theory. Glenn Quagmire, the demon who walks among us. Glenn Quagmire is known for one thing above all else: his insatiable sexual appetite. He's slept with hundreds, possibly thousands of women throughout his life. His catchphrase, giggity, has become synonymous with sexual excitement. He lives next door to the Griffins in a house that serves as his personal den of debauchery, filled with equipment, toys, and devices designed for every conceivable sexual activity. On the surface, Quagmire appears to be nothing more than a perverted, middle-aged man with no self-control. But a closer examination of his character reveals something far more sinister. Glenn Quagmire might not be human at all. Evidence throughout the series suggests he's actually an immortal incubus, a demonic entity that feeds on sexual energy and has been walking the earth for centuries. The age that doesn't match. The first major clue to Quagmire's true nature is his age. Throughout the series, Quagmire has claimed to be over 60 years old. In some episodes, He references being 61. In others, he mentions being even older. These aren't vague references. Quagmire specifically states his age on multiple occasions, making it clear that he's significantly older than he appears. But Quagmire doesn't look 60. He doesn't move like someone in their 60s. He doesn't have the physical limitations that come with aging. His face is relatively unlined. His body is muscular and fit. He performs sexual acts that would exhaust men half his age. He maintains an energy level and physical stamina that should be impossible for someone his age, especially given his lifestyle of constant sexual activity and poor health choices. Most people in their 60s show obvious signs of aging. Their hair grays or falls out, their skin wrinkles, they slow down, they develop health problems, they can't maintain the same level of physical activity they had in their youth. But Quagmire shows none of these signs. He looks like he's in his late 30s or early 40s at most. This disconnect between his stated age and his physical appearance suggests something supernatural is preserving his youth. The theory proposes that Quagmire doesn't age normally because he's not mortal. As an immortal entity, possibly an incubus or demon, he doesn't follow human aging patterns. He's been alive for far longer than 60 years. That number might only represent how long he's been living in Quahog under his current identity. His true age could be measured in centuries or even millennia. He's seen empires rise and fall. He's lived through historical events that are ancient history to everyone around him. But he can't reveal this truth, so he claims to be 60, old enough to explain some of his references to past decades, but young enough not to raise too many questions. What is an incubus? To understand this theory fully, it's important to know what an incubus actually is. In mythology and folklore across many cultures, an incubus is a male demon that feeds on sexual energy. These entities take on attractive human forms and seduce women, draining their life force through sexual encounters. Incubi are immortal, supernaturally attractive, and possessed of an endless sexual appetite. They cannot be killed by conventional means, and are immune to diseases that affect mortals. The incubus legend exists in various forms across different cultures. In medieval Europe, incubi were blamed for sleep paralysis and unexplained pregnancies. In other traditions, they're described as vampiric entities that drain vitality through sexual contact. What all versions share is the concept of a supernatural male entity that exists primarily to engage in sexual activity with human women, feeding on the energy generated by these encounters. Quagmire fits this description perfectly. His entire existence revolves around sex. He's not interested in meaningful relationships, emotional connections, or long-term partnerships. He wants conquest, variety, and endless new partners. He moves from woman to woman without forming attachments, taking what he needs from each encounter before moving to the next. This isn't human behavior, even for someone with a high sex drive. This is predatory behavior driven by supernatural needs. The supernatural attraction. One of the most puzzling aspects of Quagmire's character is his incredible success with women. Despite being a middle-aged airline pilot with a disturbing personality and obvious red flags, Quagmire has slept with an absurd number of women. He brings home different women constantly. He has success at bars, clubs, airports, and seemingly everywhere he goes. Women who should immediately recognize him as dangerous or creepy still end up in his bed. This success rate is impossible for a normal human, especially given Quagmire's behavior. He's overtly sexual to the point of being offensive. He makes crude comments. He's clearly only interested in sex. He has a reputation in Quahog as a pervert. Any reasonable woman would avoid him. Yet women continue falling for his advances, suggesting something beyond normal human attraction is at work. The theory proposes that Quagmire possesses a supernatural glamour, a form of demonic magic that makes him irresistible to his targets. This glamour doesn't change his physical appearance, but affects how women perceive him. When Quagmire focuses his attention on a woman, the glamour makes her see him as attractive, trustworthy, and desirable, overriding her better judgment and natural caution. She feels drawn to him against her own rational thoughts, compelled by supernatural forces she doesn't understand. This would explain why Quagmire's success doesn't match his actual attractiveness or personality. The women aren't responding to who he really is. They're responding to the demonic influence he projects, the incubus glamour that clouds their judgment and makes them vulnerable to his advances. Once the encounter is over and the glamour fades, the The women often seem confused about why they were attracted to him in the first place, but by then, it's too late. Immunity to disease. One of the most telling pieces of evidence for Quagmire's supernatural nature is his relationship with disease. Quagmire has explicitly stated that he carries multiple sexually transmitted diseases. Given his thousands of sexual partners and complete disregard for protection, this isn't surprising. What is surprising is that these diseases don't seem to affect him at all. In the episode Joe's Revenge, Peter and Joe poke Quagmire with needles infected with various diseases as revenge for something he's done. Quagmire laughs off the attack, stating that he's already a carrier of everything they could possibly infect him with. He lists diseases by name, casually mentioning that he has them all, but he shows no symptoms. He's not sick, he's not dying, he's not even slowed down. The diseases exist in his body, but they can't harm him. This immunity is impossible for a human. STDs cause serious health problems. They create symptoms, pain, and complications. Some are fatal if left untreated. Having multiple STDs simultaneously should leave someone severely ill, possibly hospitalized or dead. But Quagmire functions perfectly well, maintaining his active lifestyle and endless sexual encounters without any health consequences. The theory explains this immunity through Quagmire's immortal nature. Diseases affect mortals because they damage mortal bodies, but an immortal being doesn't have a mortal body that can be permanently damaged. Quagmire can carry diseases without being harmed by them because his body isn't truly biological in the human sense. He's a demon inhabiting a physical form, and that form can't be destroyed by mere viruses or bacteria. More disturbingly, Quagmire weaponizes his diseases in that same episode. He deliberately uses his infected status to harm others, suggesting he has full control over his condition. He's not a victim of disease, but a carrier who can choose when and how to spread what he has. This level of control over infectious agents is another sign of supernatural influence over biological processes. The dark side of immortality. If Quagmire is truly immortal, it explains many of his darker personality traits. He's lived for centuries or longer, watching generations of humans be born, live, and die. He's seen the same patterns repeat endlessly. He's had thousands of sexual partners, and none of them meant anything because they all eventually died while he continued on. This endless existence has stripped away his humanity, leaving only the base urges and predatory instincts of his demonic nature. Quagmire shows no real empathy or emotional connection to others. He views women as objects for his pleasure, not as people with their own thoughts and feelings. He's willing to engage in morally questionable or outright illegal activities to satisfy his desires. He's revealed moments of extreme darkness, including implications of assault, relationships with underage girls, and other disturbing behaviors that go beyond normal human depravity. This complete lack of moral compass makes sense for an immortal demon. Human morality developed from our understanding that actions have consequences and that we're all part of a shared community. But Quagmire isn't part of human community. He's separate from it, above it, preying on it. He's had centuries to lose any moral sense he might have once possessed, and now only his demonic appetites remain. The show has hinted at Quagmire's capacity for extreme violence. He murdered his sister's abusive boyfriend, and the act seemed easy for him, suggesting it wasn't his first kill. An immortal being would have committed murder countless times over centuries of existence. Human life has no real value to something that has watched millions of humans live and die. Quagmire could have a body count in the hundreds or thousands, with victims scattered across centuries and continents, none of whom could be connected to him because he simply outlives any investigation. His father's transformation. An interesting wrinkle in this theory involves Quagmire's father, Dan Quagmire, who later transitions and becomes Ida. Dan served in the Vietnam War and later underwent gender reassignment surgery. The show portrays this as a normal human transition, but the theory suggests something more supernatural might be at work. If Quagmire is an immortal demon, what does that make his father? The most likely explanation is that Dan divided by Ida is also a supernatural entity, possibly Quagmire's literal demonic parent. The gender transition might not be what it appears. It could be a demon changing forms, adopting new identities, or transforming in ways that humans can't fully comprehend. Demons in folklore are often described as shapeshifters, able to take different forms as needed. This would explain some odd aspects of their relationship. Quagmire seems disturbed by his father's transition, but not in the way a normal human son might be. His reaction seems more complicated, possibly reflecting his understanding of what the transformation really represents. He knows his father isn't simply a human transitioning genders, but a supernatural entity changing forms, and this bothers him in ways he can't fully express to his human friends. The fact that Quagmire's father also served in Vietnam decades ago but doesn't appear significantly old also supports the immortality theory. Like Quagmire, Dan, divided by Ida, doesn't age normally. Both father and son maintain younger appearances than their timelines would suggest, because neither is actually human. The connection to Stan Smith. The theory extends beyond just Quagmire to suggest a possible familial connection with Stan Smith, the protagonist of American Dad. The evidence for this connection is primarily visual and vocal. Stan and Quagmire share remarkably similar physical features, most notably their pronounced chins. Both have similar hairstyles, similar skin tones, and similar facial structures. They could easily pass as brothers or close relatives based on appearance alone. Adding to this connection is the fact that both characters are voiced by Seth MacFarlane, using very similar voices. While MacFarlane voices multiple characters across his shows, he typically gives them distinct vocal characteristics. But Stan and Quagmire sound remarkably similar, suggesting an intentional connection between the characters. The show has made jokes about the Stangent Joe resemblance, with characters mistaking Joe Swanson for Stan Smith. But fans have noted that Quagmire actually looks more like Stan than Joe does. Joe and Stan both have square jaws and similar builds, but Quagmire's facial features match Stan's almost perfectly. The joke about Joe might be misdirection, hiding the real connection between Quagmire and Stan. If Quagmire is an immortal supernatural entity, Stan could be related to him in several ways. Stan might be Quagmire's descendant, carrying demon blood that's been diluted over generations but still present. Stan's own bizarre characteristics, his extreme personality, his ability to survive impossible situations, might all be explained by demonic ancestry. He's part human, part whatever Quagmire is, and this mixed heritage gives him abilities beyond normal humans, while still keeping him mostly within human parameters. Alternatively, Stan and Quagmire could be the same entity at different points in time, or in different identities. Immortal beings often create new identities when their current one has aged beyond believability. Quagmire might eventually abandon his Glenn Quagmire identity and become Stan Smith, moving to Langley Falls and starting a new life with a new career. Or Stan could be who Quagmire was before he became Quagmire, with the CIA work representing an earlier phase of his endless existence. Why remain in Quahog? If Quagmire is truly immortal and has lived for centuries, why does he stay in Quahog? Why remain in a small Rhode Island town as an airline pilot when he could be anywhere in the world doing anything? The theory suggests that Quahog provides exactly what Quagmire needs: a steady supply of women, a community that doesn't ask too many questions, and friends who are too stupid or self-absorbed to notice his supernatural nature. Peter, his closest neighbor and friend, is far too unintelligent to recognize that Quagmire never ages, never gets sick, and displays impossible abilities. Joe is focused on his own problems and his police work. Cleveland is too good-natured to suspect evil in his friend. Quagmire has surrounded himself with people who won't notice or won't care about the evidence of his true nature. Additionally, being an airline pilot gives Quagmire the perfect cover for his immortal lifestyle. He can travel anywhere in the world, accessing fresh hunting grounds for his sexual predation. He can disappear for days at a time without raising suspicion. If questions arise about his past or his age, he can claim he was out of the country for extended periods. The job provides both mobility and plausible deniability. Quahog itself might hold some significance for Quagmire's demonic nature. The town experiences an unusual amount of supernatural and paranormal activity. It's been visited by God and death themselves. Time travel, alternate dimensions, and impossible events occur regularly. Perhaps Quahog sits on some kind of supernatural convergence point, a place where the barrier between the mortal world and other realms is thin. Quagmire might be drawn to this location the way demons are drawn to places of power. The future that never comes. The show has occasionally depicted future timelines where the characters are older. In these futures, most characters show obvious signs of aging. Peter is elderly. Lois is elderly. Even Brian, despite being a dog, shows age. But Quagmire in these future scenes doesn't appear dramatically different from his current appearance. He might have some gray hair or minor wrinkles, but he's essentially the same Quagmire, still sexually active, still energetic, still fundamentally unchanged. This resistance to aging over decades or generations supports the immortality theory. If Quagmire were human, he should be significantly older in these future timelines. He should be in his 80s or 90s, probably deceased or severely limited by age. Instead, he's still Quagmire, still pursuing women, still living the same life he's always lived. Time passes for everyone around him, but he remains essentially constant. The theory suggests that Quagmire will still be in Quahog, still living in his house, still being Quagmire, long after everyone he currently knows has died. He'll watch Peter die. He'll watch Lois die. He'll see their children grow old and die. And then he'll create new friendships with new neighbors, repeat the same patterns, tell the same jokes, live the same existence he's been living for centuries. Because that's what immortal beings do. They continue, unchanging, while the mortal world cycles around them. The evidence in his home, Quagmire's house, contains numerous clues to his supernatural nature for those who know where to look. He has an extensive collection of sexual equipment and devices, some of which appear ancient or from different historical periods. An immortal being would accumulate such a collection over centuries, gathering items from different eras and cultures. Some of the things in Quagmire's house might be hundreds of years old, antique sex toys from medieval Europe or ancient Rome that he's kept as he's moved through different identities and locations. He also has photographs and memorabilia from various time periods, sometimes showing him in settings that don't match his supposed age. The show plays these as jokes, but they could be genuine evidence of his extended existence. That photo of Quagmire at Woodstock, he was actually there. That reference to something from the 1920 seconds, he lived through it. His casual mentions of historical events aren't based on reading about them, but on personal experience of living through them. Quagmire's house also contains religious symbols and items from various cultures and time periods, suggesting he's studied different religions and spiritual traditions. An immortal demon would be familiar with humanity's various attempts to understand and combat supernatural evil. He might keep these items as trophies, as reminders of failed attempts to stop him, or simply as interesting artifacts from his long existence. Why he hates Brian. Quagmire's intense hatred of Brian Griffin takes on new significance through this theory. In the episode, Jerome is the New Black, Quagmire delivers a lengthy speech explaining all the reasons he despises Brian. He calls out Brian's hypocrisy, his pretensions, his treatment of women, and his general character flaws. On the surface, this seems like simple dislike between two characters with incompatible personalities. But if Quagmire is a supernatural entity, his hatred of Brian might run deeper. If Brian is also supernatural, as the CIA experiment theory suggests, Quagmire might recognize Brian as another non-human entity. Perhaps demons and CIA experiments have some kind of supernatural awareness of each other. Perhaps Quagmire sees Brian as competition or as a threat to his cover. If Brian's true nature were exposed, it might lead to investigations that could expose Quagmire as well. Alternatively, Quagmire's hatred might stem from jealousy or territorial instincts. Brian has inserted himself into the Griffin family, becoming Peter's best friend and a permanent resident in their home. Quagmire, as a supernatural predator, might resent Brian's position and access. He might see Brian as an intruder on what Quagmire considers his hunting ground. The feud between them isn't just personality conflict, but supernatural entities competing for territory and influence. The incubus's eternal curse. If Quagmire is truly an incubus, his existence is ultimately tragic, despite his superficial pleasure-seeking. Incubi in mythology are often portrayed as cursed entities, forced to feed on sexual energy without ever being satisfied. They can't form real emotional connections. They can't experience love or genuine intimacy. They're trapped in an endless cycle of seduction and feeding, unable to break free from their demonic nature. Quagmire's famous promiscuity might not be a choice but a compulsion. He needs sexual energy the way humans need food. He's not choosing to sleep with hundreds of women because he wants to, but because he has to. His body, his demonic form, requires this energy to survive. Without it, he would weaken and possibly die, or be pulled back to whatever hellish realm spawned him. This reframes Quagmire's character from a simple sex addict to a tragic figure cursed with immortality and an insatiable hunger he can never truly satisfy. Each conquest brings momentary relief but no lasting fulfillment. He's been seeking satisfaction for centuries, moving from woman to woman, hoping each encounter will finally be enough, but it never is. It never will be. He's trapped in his own personal hell, an eternal loop of desire and disappointment, living forever but never truly alive. The theory transforms Glenn Quagmire from a comedic pervert into something ancient and terrible, a demonic entity that has walked among humans for generations, feeding on them, using them, discarding them, and moving on to the next victim in an endless cycle that will continue long after everyone currently living in Quahog has turned to dust. His catchphrase, giggity, becomes not a silly expression of joy, but the gleeful cry of a predator who has found fresh prey and knows exactly what he'll do to them. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Joe Swanson, the Tick Theory. Joe Swanson, the secret superhero in a wheelchair. Joe Swanson is introduced to Family Guy as Peter Griffin's new neighbor, a police officer who has been paralyzed from the waist down after an accident on the job. He lives with his wife Bonnie and eventually their children, maintaining a brave face despite his disability. Joe is portrayed as remarkably capable despite being confined to a wheelchair, displaying fighting abilities and physical strength that seem impossible for someone in his condition. But according to a compelling fan theory, there's a reason Joe possesses these superhuman capabilities. Joe Swanson isn't just a paralyzed police officer. He's actually the Tick, a nearly indestructible superhero who once protected the city in a bright blue costume, and he might still be using that superhero identity in secret. The undeniable connection. The evidence for this theory begins with the most obvious connection between Joe Swanson and the Tick. They're both voiced by Patrick Warburton. Warburton provided the voice for the Tick in the live-action television series that aired on Fox from 2001 to 2002. This wasn't just any voice acting role. Warburton's distinctive deep voice became synonymous with the Tick character, defining how an entire generation understood this superhero. That same unmistakable voice is used for Joe Swanson in Family Guy. When Joe speaks, it's immediately recognizable as Patrick Warburton's voice, the exact same vocal performance he gave as the Tick. This isn't coincidence. Seth MacFarlane specifically cast Warburton to voice Joe, knowing full well that audiences would make the connection between the two characters. The question is whether this connection is just a fun casting choice or something deeper, an intentional hint that these two characters are actually the same person. Beyond the voice, Joe and the Tick share numerous physical characteristics. Both have massive, muscular builds. Both possess exceptionally square jaws and pronounced chins. Both have similar facial structures and expressions. If you were to imagine the Tick, without his blue costume, sitting in a wheelchair in suburban Rhode Island, he would look exactly like Joe Swanson. The physical resemblance is too strong to be accidental. Personality parallels. The similarities extend beyond physical appearance to personality traits. The Tick is known for his dramatic, over-the-top personality. He speaks in grand, heroic declarations. He takes everything extremely seriously, even mundane situations. He believes deeply in justice, heroism, and doing the right thing, no matter how ridiculous the circumstances. He's earnest to the point of being comical, completely lacking self-awareness about how absurd he sounds. Joe Swanson displays many of these same personality traits. He's intensely dramatic about everything. When he speaks about police work, duty, or heroism, he adopts a grandiose tone that mirrors the Tick style of speech. He takes his role as a law enforcement officer with deadly seriousness, even when the situations he faces are silly or mundane. He has the same earnest quality, the same lack of irony, the same belief that he's doing something important and heroic. Both characters also share an interesting relationship with their own capabilities. The Tick doesn't fully understand the extent of his powers or where they come from. He just knows he's strong and nearly indestructible. Similarly, Joe doesn't seem to question how he's able to do things that should be impossible for a paralyzed man. He just does them, as if his abilities are normal, as if everyone in a wheelchair should be able to fight crime and perform incredible physical feats. The impossible fighting abilities. The most compelling evidence for Joe being the Tick is his absolutely impossible fighting abilities. Joe is paralyzed from the waist down. He has no use of his legs whatsoever. By any logical medical standard, this should severely limit his combat capabilities. Yet Joe is portrayed as one of the most dangerous fighters in Quahog, possibly the most skilled combatant in the entire show. Joe can fight multiple opponents simultaneously and win. He's defeated armed criminals while confined to his wheelchair. He's engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Peter Griffin during their various conflicts, and Peter, despite his size and aggression, can't beat Joe. In the episode Believe It or Not, Joe's Walking on Air, when Joe temporarily regains the use of his legs, he's shown to be even more formidable, but even in his wheelchair, he's already incredibly dangerous. Most remarkably, Joe defeated Peter, Quagmire, and Cleveland simultaneously in a fight. 3 grown men, all larger than average, all attacking at once, couldn't overcome one man in a wheelchair. This isn't just improbable. It's physically impossible unless Joe possesses superhuman strength, speed, reflexes, or some other advantage that compensates for his paralysis. The theory explains these abilities through the tick connection. The tick possesses superhuman strength and near invulnerability. If Joe is the tick, or if Joe has access to the tick's powers through the costume or some other means, his fighting abilities make perfect sense. He's not just a paralyzed cop who happens to be good at fighting. He's a superhero with actual superpowers, operating in Quahog while pretending to be an ordinary disabled police officer. The origin of the tick's powers. In the tick mythology, the source of the tick's powers has never been fully explained. He appeared one day in the city, already super strong and nearly indestructible, with no clear origin story. He wears a blue costume, but it's unclear whether the costume grants him powers or whether he had powers first and then created the costume. This ambiguity leaves room for various interpretations. One popular theory about the tick suggests that his powers come from the costume itself, that the blue suit is some kind of ancient or alien artifact that grants superhuman abilities to whoever wears it. If this is true, it explains how Joe could have the tick's powers without always appearing as the tick. Joe possesses the costume. When he wears it, he becomes the tick, gaining enhanced strength and durability. When he's not wearing it, he's Joe Swanson, paralyzed police officer, but he still retains some residual abilities from his exposure to the costume's power. This would explain Joe's impossible fighting skills. Even without the full costume, even while in his wheelchair, Joe maintains enhanced reflexes, strength, and combat abilities from his time as the tick. The costume has changed him fundamentally, made him more than human, and these changes persist even when he's not actively being the tick. Why Joe became the tick? According to the theory, Joe Swanson wasn't satisfied with being a regular police officer. Police work involves too much bureaucracy, too many rules, too many situations where the law prevents officers from doing what Joe considers the right thing. Criminals escape on technicalities. Evidence gets thrown out. Dangerous people walk free because of procedural errors. Joe, with his strong sense of justice and his dramatic personality, found this intolerable. So Joe created or acquired the tick identity to dispense justice outside the constraints of the legal system. As the tick, he could be the hero he always wanted to be, fighting crime without worrying about Miranda rights or proper procedure. He could protect people the way he believed they should be protected, with direct action and overwhelming force. Joe maintained his police officer job as his civilian identity, his mundane life in Quahog. But at night, or during his off hours, he donned the blue costume and became the tick, prowling the streets, looking for criminals to stop and innocent people to save. He led a double life, balancing his responsibilities as a cop and neighbor with his secret identity as a superhero. This double life would have been manageable until something went wrong. The injury that paralyzed Joe might have happened during one of his adventures as the tick, not during regular police work as he claims. Perhaps he fought a particularly dangerous villain and suffered damage even his enhanced durability couldn't fully protect against. Perhaps the costume's power failed at a crucial moment. Whatever happened, Joe ended up paralyzed, unable to walk, and his career as the tick seemed to be over. The accident explained. The show provides a confusing and inconsistent explanation for how Joe became paralyzed. In the episode, A Hero Sits Next Door, Joe claims he was injured investigating a robbery at an orphanage on Christmas. He describes sliding off the roof while confronting a criminal dressed as the Grinch. But this story has been contradicted in other episodes, with different accounts of when and how Joe's injury occurred. These contradictions make sense if Joe is lying about the real circumstances of his injury. He can't tell people he was hurt while operating as an illegal vigilante superhero, so he invented a cover story about being injured on police duty. The details change because he hasn't kept his story straight, because the truth is more complicated than any single narrative he could create. The real injury might have involved the tick costume or powers in ways Joe can't explain without revealing his secret identity. Perhaps the costume was damaged in whatever fight left Joe paralyzed, and this damage is why he can't heal from his injuries. Perhaps whatever entity or force grants the tick's powers has limits, and healing spinal damage exceeds those limits. Perhaps Joe is being punished for misusing the costume's powers, condemned to remain paralyzed as a consequence of his actions as the tick. Joe still has the costume. The theory suggests that Joe still possesses the tick costume hidden somewhere in his house. He can't wear it anymore, at least not in the full superhero capacity he once did, but he's kept it because he can't bring himself to give up on that part of his identity. The costume represents who Joe truly is, the hero he still believes himself to be, despite his disability. Occasionally, Joe might still put on the costume, even though he can't walk. Perhaps the costume grants him temporary use of his legs, allowing him to be the tick again for brief periods. This would explain the episode, Believe It or Not, Joe's Walking on Air, where Joe does temporarily regain the ability to walk. The show presents this as stemming from an experimental nerve treatment, but it could actually be Joe accessing the costume's healing or enhancement powers, allowing him to walk again for a short time before the effect wears off. Even without wearing the full costume, Joe benefits from his connection to the tick's powers. The residual enhancement from years of wearing the costume explains his impossible strength and fighting abilities. He's been transformed by exposure to whatever grants the tick's powers, and that transformation is permanent, persisting even after he's lost the use of his legs. The healing potential. One of the most intriguing aspects of this theory is the possibility that the tick costume could heal Joe's paralysis if used correctly. The tick in his original series displayed remarkable regenerative abilities, healing from injuries that would kill normal people. If the costume grants these healing powers, it should theoretically be able to repair Joe's damaged spine. The fact that Joe remains paralyzed suggests either the costume can't heal this particular injury, or Joe is choosing not to use the costume's healing powers for some reason. Perhaps using the costume to heal himself would require a permanent transformation into the tick, and Joe isn't ready to give up his life as Joe Swanson. Perhaps the costume demands some kind of sacrifice, or payment in exchange for healing, and Joe has decided the cost is too high. Or perhaps Joe is trying to heal himself gradually, using the costume's powers in small doses to slowly repair the damage to his spine. His occasional moments of surprising physical capability, his ability to do things that should be impossible for someone with his injury, might represent progress in this healing process. Joe might be on a path toward eventually walking again, not through medical science but through the superhuman powers of the tick costume. Why keep it secret? If Joe really is or was the tick, why hasn't he told anyone? Why maintain the secret, especially from his close friends? The theory offers several explanations. First, being a vigilante superhero is illegal. Joe is a police officer. If it became known that he was operating outside the law as the tick, he would lose his job, face criminal charges, and possibly go to prison. His entire life would be destroyed. Even though he's not currently active as the tick due to his paralysis, admitting he once was would still have serious consequences. Second, Joe's friends wouldn't understand. Peter is too stupid to grasp the concept of a secret identity or why Joe would risk his life as a superhero. Quagmire would probably make crude jokes about the costume. Cleveland, while supportive, wouldn't be able to keep such a massive secret. The only person who might understand is Brian, but Joe and Brian aren't close enough for such a revelation. Third, part of Joe's identity is tied up in being the brave disabled cop who doesn't let his wheelchair stop him. If people knew he had superhuman powers or access to the tick costume, his accomplishments would be diminished. They would see his abilities as coming from the costume rather than from his own determination and strength. Joe's pride wouldn't allow him to accept that his achievements might not be entirely his own. The double life continues. The theory suggests that Joe hasn't completely given up being the tick despite his paralysis. He still finds ways to be a hero, still uses what remains of his enhanced abilities to fight crime and protect people. His aggressive police work, his willingness to engage in dangerous situations, his tendency to use excessive force, all reflect his tick mindset more than standard police procedure. There might even be occasions when Joe still puts on parts of the costume, perhaps the mask or gloves, to access more of the tick's powers for particularly dangerous situations. He can't be the tick full-time anymore, but he can tap into those powers when absolutely necessary. This would explain some of his most impossible physical feats, the moments when he does things that exceed even the remarkable abilities he normally displays. Joe lives in constant tension between his two identities. He's Joe Swanson, disabled police officer, family man, and neighbor, but he's also the tick, or at least he was, and that part of himself hasn't gone away just because he's in a wheelchair. The dramatic personality, the intense commitment to justice, the impossible physical capabilities, all stem from his secret life as a superhero, a life he may not have entirely abandoned. The Family Guy universe's superheroes. If Joe is the tick, it confirms that genuine superheroes exist in the Family Guy universe. The show has featured characters with superhuman abilities before, usually played for laughs or quickly forgotten. But a genuine superhero living among them, disguised as an ordinary disabled cop, suggests that the world of Family Guy is more fantastical than it appears. This opens possibilities for other characters having secret identities or hidden powers. If Joe is secretly the tick, who else in Quahog might be hiding something? Could other neighbors have their own secret identities? Could there be other superheroes or supervillains operating in the town without anyone realizing it? The theory also explains some of the more absurd events in Quahog. The town experiences impossible situations regularly, faces threats that should destroy it, and survives circumstances that would annihilate a normal community. Perhaps Joe, operating secretly as the tick, has been protecting Quahog all along. The family and neighbors don't realize it, but Joe has been fighting threats in the shadows, using his tick powers to keep them all safe. The tragic hero. Viewing Joe as the tick adds a layer of tragedy to his character. He was a superhero, someone who could walk, run, and leap into action to save people. He was nearly invincible, capable of incredible feats of strength and endurance, but something went wrong, and now he's confined to a wheelchair, unable to be the hero he once was. Joe's intense commitment to physical fitness, his obsessive exercising, his anger when people suggest he's limited by his disability, all make more sense through this lens. He's not just trying to stay in shape as a disabled person, he's trying to recapture what he lost, trying to rebuild himself into the tick again. Every exercise routine is an attempt to become the hero he used to be. His frustration with his limitations, his occasional angry outbursts, his depression in episodes where he feels useless, all stem from knowing what he once was capable of and being unable to do those things anymore. He's not just a man who lost the use of his legs. He's a superhero who lost his powers, forced to watch the world need heroes while being unable to fully answer that call. Yet, Joe continues fighting. Even in a wheelchair, even without full access to the tick's powers, he refuses to give up. He trains constantly. He puts himself in danger. He protects his family and friends with everything he has left. Because that's what the tick would do. That's what Joe Swanson, former superhero, current police officer, eternal warrior, has always done and will always do. The wheelchair hasn't stopped him. Nothing will stop him. Because deep down, he's still the tick, still fighting for justice, still being a hero, even if no one else knows it. The theory transforms Joe from a simple disabled cop into a fallen superhero, a man who once stood among the most powerful protectors in the world and now struggles with the limitations of a body that can no longer fully express the heroic spirit within it. His every achievement as a paralyzed man becomes more impressive when understood as the actions of someone who once could do so much more, someone who refuses to let physical limitations destroy the hero he knows himself to be. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have The Family Guy within American Dad Theory. Family Guy, a TV show within a TV show. One of the most mind-bending theories about Family Guy suggests that the show isn't actually depicting real events within its own universe. Instead, Family Guy is a fictional television program that exists within the world of American Dad, Seth MacFarlane's other animated sitcom. According to this theory, The Griffins aren't a real family at all. They're characters in a TV show that Stan and Steve Smith watch in their living room in Langley Falls, Virginia. Every episode of Family Guy that viewers watch is simultaneously being watched by characters in American Dad, making Family Guy a show within a show, a fictional creation inside another fictional creation. The Stan Smith evidence. The most direct evidence for this theory comes from American Dad itself. In multiple episodes, Stan Smith makes explicit references to Family Guy as a television program. These aren't vague allusions or subtle hints. Stan directly discusses Family Guy as a show that exists in his universe, that he watches, and that he has opinions about. Most significantly, Stan has stated that Brian Griffin is his favorite fictional dog. This isn't a throwaway line, it's a specific declaration that establishes several important facts. First, Stan knows who Brian Griffin is, meaning he's familiar with Family Guy. Second, Stan refers to Brian as fictional, explicitly categorizing him as a character in a story rather than a real being. Third, Stan has strong enough opinions about fictional dogs to have ranked them and determined that Brian is his #1 choice. This statement only makes sense if Family Guy exists as a television show in Stan's world. Stan watches Family Guy. He's familiar enough with the show to have favorite characters. He discusses these characters the way people in our world discuss characters from shows we watch. To Stan Smith, the Griffin family is no more real than The Simpsons or any other animated sitcom. They're entertainment, fictional creations he watches on television. Steve Smith, Stan's son, has also been shown watching Family Guy episodes. In several American Dad episodes, the Smith family television displays scenes from Family Guy. Steve has been seen imitating Stewie Griffin, copying the baby's mannerisms, accent, and catchphrases. This imitation only makes sense if Steve is watching Stewie as a character in a TV show, mimicking a fictional character he enjoys. The fact that multiple members of the Smith family watch Family Guy and reference it as a television program strongly suggests that within the American Dad universe, Family Guy is indeed a fictional show. The Griffins exist as characters created by someone, actors playing roles, animations brought to life by artists and voice actors, but not representing real people or events. Inside Family Guy, the behind-the-scenes episode. The most explicit evidence from Family Guy itself comes from the episode Inside Family Guy from season 15. This episode takes the form of a behind-the-scenes documentary about the making of Family Guy. It presents itself as a look at how the show is actually produced, showing actors who play the Griffin family members, production staff who create the episodes, and the mechanics of how animated television is made. In this episode, we meet the actors who portray the Griffins. There's a man who plays Peter, a woman who plays Lois, and so on. These actors talk about their roles, discuss the show's production, and reveal details about what happens behind the scenes. The entire episode is structured as a mockumentary, a fake documentary showing the reality behind the fictional show, while Inside Family Guy is clearly satirical, meant to parody behind-the-scenes specials and poke fun at the show itself. It establishes within Family Guy's own continuity that the show might be a show within itself. The episode suggests that the Griffins we watch aren't actually a real family, but characters being portrayed by others. Even if this episode is meant as a joke, it creates canonical evidence that Family Guy exists as a fictional construct within its own universe. The episode also addresses the show's animation quality, production methods, and creative decisions, treating Family Guy as a deliberately created entertainment product rather than a documentary of real events. This metatextual approach reinforces the idea that the show is aware of itself as a show, that it exists on multiple levels of reality, and that what viewers see might not be the real story, but a fictionalized version of events. Back to the pilot, commentary on animation quality. Another key piece of evidence comes from the episode Back to the Pilot, where Stewie and Brian use Stewie's time machine to travel back to the very first episode of Family Guy. When they arrive in the pilot episode, they immediately notice and comment on the crude animation quality. They make jokes about how rough the animation looks, how the characters are drawn differently, and how the overall production values were lower in the beginning. This moment breaks the fourth wall in a significant way. Stewie and Brian aren't commenting on how people looked different in the past or how their memories have changed. They're specifically discussing animation quality, a concept that only makes sense if they're aware they exist as animated characters in a television show. Real people traveling back in time wouldn't notice animation quality because real people aren't animated. Only characters who know they're in a show would make such observations. This scene reinforces the theory that Family Guy exists as a television program within its own universe. Stewie and Brian have some level of awareness that they're characters in a show, that their lives are being animated and broadcast, and that the quality of that animation has improved over time. They're not just characters existing in their world, they're characters who know they're characters, who understand they exist within a creative framework designed and executed by others. The fact that Brian and Stewie can travel back to the literal pilot episode, the first episode of Family Guy as a television program, suggests that their world is bounded by the show's existence. They can't travel to times before the show began because those times don't exist in their universe. Their reality started when Family Guy started, and it's limited by the show's own narrative framework, the shared universe problem. American Dad and Family Guy are both created by Seth MacFarlane and exist within the same creative universe. Both shows occasionally reference each other, feature crossover elements, and share certain rules about how their worlds operate. This shared universe creates an interesting problem for understanding the relationship between the two shows. If Family Guy exists as a TV show within American Dad, how do we explain the occasional crossovers or shared elements? How can characters from American Dad reference the Griffins as fictional while also existing in a world where those same characters sometimes appear? The theory offers several possible explanations. One possibility is that there are multiple levels of reality at work. The real version of Family Guy events happens in a universe parallel to American Dad, and there's also a fictionalized TV show version of those events that Stan and Steve watch. When characters from the two shows meet, they're interacting across these parallel realities. When Stan watches Family Guy on TV, he's watching a dramatized version of events that are actually happening somewhere else. Another explanation is that the crossovers themselves are fictional within the American Dad universe. When we see characters from both shows interacting, we're watching an episode of Family Guy that incorporates American Dad characters, and this episode is itself being broadcast as a TV show in Stan's world. The crossovers are special episodes that blur the lines between the shows for entertainment purposes. A third possibility is that American Dad exists on a higher level of reality than Family Guy. American Dad is real within the overall MacFarlane universe, and Family Guy is a show that exists within that reality. Characters from American Dad can watch Family Guy because it's a TV show in their world, but characters from Family Guy can't watch American Dad because American Dad represents the actual reality that contains them, the actor interpretation. If Family Guy is a TV show within American Dad, it raises questions about what the real Griffins might be like if they exist at all. Are there actual people or beings that the Family Guy show is based on, or is the entire family purely fictional, created from scratch by whatever writers and producers made the show in the American Dad universe? The Inside Family Guy episode suggests there are actors who play the Griffin family members. These actors presumably have their own lives, personalities, and experiences separate from the characters they portray. The man who plays Peter Griffin goes home after a day of voice recording to his own family, his own house, his own reality that's nothing like Peter's. The actress who voices Lois has her own relationships, her own career, her own identity beyond the character. This creates a strange situation where the Family Guy we watch could be interpreted as the in-universe TV show that Stan and Steve watch. With the actors and production staff, we occasionally see representing the real people behind that show. Everything else, all the adventures and situations the Griffins experience, is scripted fiction created for entertainment in the American Dad world. This interpretation explains some of Family Guy's more absurd elements. The impossible situations, the lack of consequences, the frequent deaths and resurrections, the way characters survive things that should kill them, all make sense if these events aren't actually happening, but are scripted moments in a comedy show. The Griffin family can experience anything because they're not real people, constrained by real-world physics or logic. They're characters in a show, and the show's writers can do whatever they want with them. Why would Stan watch Family Guy? If Family Guy exists as a TV show in Stan's universe, it raises interesting questions about what that says about Stan himself. Family Guy is known for its crude humor, offensive jokes, and controversial content. The show pushes boundaries, makes fun of sensitive topics, and frequently includes content that many people find objectionable. What does it say about Stan Smith that he not only watches this show, but has strong enough opinions about it to declare Brian his favorite fictional dog? Stan is characterized as a conservative CIA agent with traditional values and a strong sense of patriotism. On the surface, he doesn't seem like the demographic for Family Guy's humor, yet he watches the show, knows the characters, and has favorites among them. This suggests that Stan's character is more complex than he appears, that despite his conservative exterior, he enjoys subversive humor and finds entertainment in content that challenges social norms. Alternatively, it could suggest that Family Guy, within the American Dad universe, is different from the Family Guy we watch. Perhaps the in-universe version of Family Guy is less offensive, more mainstream, or targeted toward a different audience. The Family Guy that Stan watches might be a toned-down, network-friendly version suitable for family viewing, very different from the actual show we see. Steve's interest in Family Guy makes more sense given his character. Steve is a teenager who's often portrayed as nerdy, obsessed with pop culture, and interested in edgy content his father wouldn't approve of. A show like Family Guy would appeal to Steve's sense of humor and his desire to watch something that feels slightly rebellious and adult. The cutaway structure. Family Guy is famous for its cutaway gags, random flashbacks, and tangents that interrupt the main story to show unrelated scenes. These cutaways are introduced by phrases like, "This is worse than the time," followed by a jump to a completely different scenario that usually has nothing to do with the episode's plot. The cutaway structure makes more sense if Family Guy is a TV show rather than a depiction of real events. Real people don't experience life with constant flashbacks to unrelated moments. Their conversations don't suddenly interrupt for 3-minute tangents, showing something completely different before returning to the original discussion. This narrative structure is a television convention, a storytelling choice made by writers and editors. If Family Guy is a show within American Dad, the cutaways represent the creative decisions of the in-universe writers who produce Family Guy. These writers decided to structure their show around constant interruptions and random humor, creating a distinctive style that makes their program recognizable. When Stan and Steve watch Family Guy, they're experiencing these cutaways as deliberate comedic choices, understanding that the show's format intentionally disrupts narrative flow for humorous effect. The characters within Family Guy who introduce cutaways aren't actually experiencing these flashbacks. They're following a script that requires them to set up these gags. Peter doesn't really remember the time he did something ridiculous. The writers wrote a line for Peter to say that would introduce a funny scene, and Peter, the character, delivers that line as written. The floating timeline problem. Family Guy has been on the air for over 2 decades, but the characters haven't aged significantly. Stewie has been a baby for the entire series. Meg and Chris remain teenagers. Peter and Lois stay roughly the same age. This floating timeline, where events happen but time doesn't progress normally, is difficult to explain if Family Guy depicts real events. However, if Family Guy is a TV show within American Dad, the floating timeline is simply a creative choice made by the show's producers. Like The Simpsons or other long-running animated series, the in-universe Family Guy has decided to keep its characters at consistent ages rather than allowing them to grow older. This is a common convention in animated sitcoms, and it makes perfect sense for a fictional show to employ this technique. The floating timeline also explains continuity errors and contradictions. Characters forget things that happened in previous episodes. Events are referenced inconsistently. Details about character backstories change. If these are real people living real lives, such inconsistencies would be impossible. But if they're characters in a TV show that's been running for years with multiple writers and shifting creative direction, the contradictions are simply the result of different writers handling the characters differently at different times. American Dad as the higher reality. The theory positions American Dad as existing on a higher level of reality than Family Guy. American Dad is real in the sense that it's the primary universe, the actual world where actual events happen. Family Guy is derivative, a fictional creation within that primary universe. This hierarchy explains the relationship between the two shows and why references only flow one direction. American Dad characters can watch Family Guy and discuss it as fiction because that's what it is in their world. Family Guy characters can't watch American Dad because American Dad exists on a reality level above them. They're trapped within their fictional status, unable to perceive the real world that contains their show. This interpretation creates an interesting philosophical question about the nature of reality in the McFarlane animated universe. If American Dad is real and Family Guy is fictional within that reality, does that make the events of American Dad more legitimate or important? Are the characters in American Dad more real than the Griffins, or are they all equally fictional from our external perspective as viewers? The theory suggests that there are layers of reality, with American Dad representing one layer and Family Guy representing a layer beneath it. But from our perspective as real-world viewers, both shows are equally fictional. We watch American Dad the same way Stan watches Family Guy. This creates an infinite regress of realities, each one potentially containing fictional shows that exist within it, all the way up to our own reality, which might itself be a show being watched by beings in a higher level of existence. The creative implications. If Family Guy is a show within American Dad, it changes how we interpret everything that happens in Family Guy. Every adventure, every joke, every moment of character development is not something that actually happened to real people, but something written, animated, and performed for the entertainment of people in the American Dad universe. This means the Griffins have no real agency. They're puppets controlled by writers and animators in Stan's world. Their lives, their relationships, their struggles are all scripted. They don't make real choices because they're not real people. They're characters following predetermined narratives created by others. This interpretation makes Family Guy darker in some ways and lighter in others. It's darker because it means the Griffins have no free will, no genuine existence beyond what's written for them. But it's lighter because it means their suffering isn't real. When terrible things happen to them, when they're hurt or humiliated or put through traumatic experiences, none of it actually matters because they're not real beings capable of genuine suffering. The theory forces us to reconsider our relationship with the show. Are we watching the same Family Guy that Stan watches, or are we watching a different version? Is the Family Guy broadcast in the American Dad universe identical to the one we see, or is there some difference? And if we're watching the same show Stan watches, does that mean we exist in a reality even higher than American Dad, looking down on multiple layers of fictional realities nested within each other? The Family Guy within American Dad theory transforms the show from a simple animated sitcom into a complex meta-narrative about fiction, reality, and the nature of existence itself. It suggests that the Griffins are trapped in a fictional prison, forever acting out stories for the entertainment of people in a higher reality, unaware that their entire existence is nothing more than a television program playing on someone else's screen. Now we have 2 hours of Family Guy's darkest episodes. So there's this Family Guy episode called Screams of Silence, the story of Brenda Q, and honestly, it's probably the most messed up thing the show ever did. We're talking about serious domestic violence here. This episode shows Quagmire's sister Brenda getting beaten by her boyfriend Jeff, and it gets really dark really fast. Everything starts when Quagmire almost kills himself in a weird accident and ends up in the hospital. His sister Brenda shows up with her boyfriend Jeff, and you can tell something's wrong immediately. Jeff is a complete psycho who treats Brenda like garbage right in front of everyone. He won't even let her hug her own brother without getting angry. The guy screams at her for literally nothing and acts like he owns her. What makes this so disturbing is how real it feels. Jeff beats her constantly. The neighbors hear him yelling at her through the walls every night. He controls everything she does, who she talks to, where she works, even what clothes she can wear. When Lois tries to take Brenda out for lunch, you see how messed up Brenda's become. She can't even close a menu at a restaurant without panicking that she's doing something wrong. The abuse just keeps getting worse throughout the episode. Jeff punches Brenda so hard she has to wear sunglasses to hide her black eyes. He breaks her finger and then jokes about it, saying it fell down the stairs. But the mental abuse is just as bad. He tells her she's worthless, makes her work over 100 hours a week, and cuts her off from any friends or family. Brenda's so brainwashed she actually defends him, saying he's sweet and hits her softly when they're alone. It's sick. The show doesn't hold back on showing Jeff's manipulation tactics either. He isolates Brenda from everyone who might help her, making her completely dependent on him. He destroys her self-esteem by constantly telling her she's fat, ugly, and stupid. When she tries to defend herself or explain his behavior to others, she sounds completely delusional, because that's what abuse does to people. it warps their reality. There's this really disturbing scene where Jeff demands Brenda take off her nightgown so he can draw her while he screams at her about money. It's clearly sexual abuse on top of everything else, but the show handles it in a way that makes you understand what's happening without being exploitative about it. The whole episode feels like watching a real domestic violence situation unfold, which is what makes it so uncomfortable. Things get really bad when the family tries an intervention. Quagmire gets everyone together to tell Brenda she needs to leave Jeff. The intervention scene is heartbreaking because Quagmire basically begs his sister to come back to him. He says the sister he grew up with doesn't exist anymore and she's just become a punching bag. He reads this emotional letter about how much he loves her and wants her back. But instead of leaving Jeff, Brenda drops a bombshell. She's marrying him because she's pregnant. Now there's going to be a baby stuck in this nightmare too. The pregnancy announcement is where the episode gets even darker. Jeff makes it clear he doesn't want the baby and is only marrying Brenda because he knocked her up. He suggests naming the baby Slappy or Bruisey, which shows he's already planning to abuse the kid. This adds another layer of horror because now an innocent child is going to grow up in this violent household. That's when Quagmire, Peter, and Joe lose it. They're so sick of watching Brenda get beaten that they decide to murder Jeff. They trick him into going on a fake hunting trip planning to kill him in the woods, but Jeff figures out what's happening and flips the script on them. He takes Quagmire hostage and is about to shoot him. The whole murder plot shows how domestic violence affects everyone around the victim. These guys are normally law-abiding citizens, but they're driven to commit murder because they feel helpless watching someone they care about get destroyed. Joe's a cop and even he's willing to break the law because he knows the system won't protect Brenda. Here's where it gets crazy. Jeff's about to execute Quagmire when Quagmire dares him to put the gun down and fight like a man. Jeff thinks he can easily beat up skinny Quagmire, so he agrees. But here's the twisted part. Quagmire has been choking himself his whole life, so his neck is super strong. When Jeff tries to strangle him, it doesn't work. Quagmire breaks free and runs Jeff over with a truck, killing him. The fight scene is brutal and realistic. There's no cartoon violence here, it's just two men trying to kill each other. When Quagmire finally wins, there's no celebration or relief. It's just grim and necessary. The show doesn't glorify the violence at all. After Jeff's dead, they have to cover it up. They write a fake note saying Jeff left town, but even the note is threatening. It warns Brenda that if she tells anyone what really happened, Jeff will come back and murder her and calls her garbage. So, even dead, this guy is still terrorizing her. The fake note also includes weird random stuff like loving Grape Ape, which shows how the guys are struggling to make it sound authentic while dealing with having just committed murder. The ending is really messed up because Brenda doesn't feel free, she just feels lost. She's been abused for so long she doesn't know how to function without someone controlling her. The episode ends with her crying, not from relief but from confusion. That's the really dark part, the trauma stays with you. This episode was huge for Family Guy because it showed they could tackle serious stuff without making jokes about everything. It doesn't sugarcoat domestic violence at all. It shows how abusers destroy their victims mentally, how the system fails women in danger, and how sometimes good people do terrible things when they feel there's no other choice. The really uncomfortable part is that Joe straight up tells them the cops can't help until Jeff actually kills Brenda. This reflects the real problem with how domestic violence cases are handled. By the time the law gets involved, it's often too late. The episode criticizes a system that protects abusers more than victims. What makes Screams of Silence so dark is that it suggests sometimes violence is the only way to stop an abuser. Whether you think that's right or wrong, this episode shows the ugly reality of domestic violence and how it affects everyone around it. It's disturbing, controversial, and definitely one of the darkest things Family Guy ever put on TV. The fact that they had to kill someone to save Brenda says something really dark about how our society handles these situations. Family Guy went from exposing brutal abuse in Screams of Silence to suddenly killing off Brian in Life of Brian. Life of Brian. You know how some TV shows kill off characters and you kinda see it coming? Well, Life of Brian does the complete opposite. It sucker punches you when you least expect it. One minute Brian's playing street hockey with Stewie, and the next minute he's roadkill. The episode starts with typical Stewie and Brian time travel nonsense. They mess up history by giving guns to Native Americans in colonial times, which leads to Native Americans taking over America instead of white people. It's actually pretty funny seeing this alternate timeline where everything's reversed. Native Americans have casinos everywhere, and their music dominates the radio with this repetitive chanting song that's been #1 for 10,000 weeks straight. The whole alternate reality thing shows what would happen if colonization went the other way. You see, Native Americans running hospitals, having their own medical system, and basically being in charge of everything. Meanwhile, white people are the ones getting discriminated against and pushed around. It's dark social commentary wrapped up in their usual absurd humor. After they restore the timeline, Stewie makes this dramatic decision to destroy his time machine completely. He's sick of nearly dying every time they use it, so he takes a sledgehammer to the whole thing and dumps it at the junkyard. The time machine has been his greatest invention, but he's willing to give it up for safety. This decision seems smart at the time, but it becomes the worst mistake of his life. While they're at the junkyard, they spot this perfectly good street hockey net that someone tossed out. Brian gets excited about having a new hobby now that they're done with time travel. He's talking about getting fresh air and exercise instead of being cooped up inside working on inventions all day. The whole thing feels like a fresh start for both of them. They set up the net in their front yard and start playing. The game itself is pretty typical Brian and Stewie stuff. They're competitive but having fun, trash-talking each other in their usual way. Stewie makes jokes about only letting babies win, while Brian goes inside to get his knee pads. Everything feels normal and relaxed, just two friends enjoying themselves on a beautiful day. Then it happens. Brian goes inside to grab his knee pads, and as he's walking back out to continue playing, a car comes flying down their street way too fast. Stewie screams, "Brian, look out!" But there's no time to react. The car slams into Brian at full speed and keeps driving without even stopping. The driver doesn't even slow down, just hits a dog and speeds away like nothing happened. What makes this scene so disturbing is how real it feels. Brian doesn't bounce back up like in typical cartoon violence. He's seriously hurt, bleeding everywhere, and clearly dying. Stewie's screaming and trying to help while the family rushes outside. You can see the panic in everyone's eyes because they know this is bad. The family scrambles to get Brian help, loading him into a car and rushing him to the veterinarian as fast as possible. The whole scene feels desperate and chaotic, like a real emergency. At the vet's office, they're all sitting in that horrible waiting room where families get bad news. The veterinarian comes out looking grim, and you know what's coming before he even speaks. He delivers the devastating news that Brian's injuries are too severe to save him. His bones are crushed, his internal organs are damaged, and there's nothing modern veterinary medicine can do. He tells the family to say their goodbyes because Brian doesn't have long. This hits like a punch to the gut because you realize the show is actually going through with this. Brian's death scene is absolutely brutal and feels nothing like typical Family Guy. He's hooked up to machines in this sterile vet office, barely conscious but trying to communicate with his family one last time. He's struggling to speak, clearly in pain, but he manages to tell them they gave him a wonderful life and that he loves them all. His voice is weak, and you can tell every word is an effort. When the heart monitor flatlines, the silence is deafening. Peter completely breaks down, crying that Brian was his best friend and like a brother. Lois is sobbing, the kids are devastated, and the whole family is destroyed by this loss. Right after Brian dies, Stewie has this horrible realization that destroys him psychologically. He could have saved Brian if he still had the time machine. Just hours earlier, he destroyed the one thing that could have prevented this tragedy. The irony is crushing. Stewie destroyed the time machine to keep them safe, but that decision directly led to Brian's death. Stewie desperately tries to rebuild the machine, frantically searching for the parts he needs. But when he contacts his supplier Yusuf, he gets devastating news. The guy who made titanium capacitors drew a doodle of Muhammad while talking on the phone, not even on purpose, just absent-mindedly, and got murdered for it. Without those specific parts, it's impossible to build a functioning time machine. Brian is gone forever. The funeral scene shows the real impact of losing Brian on the entire community. Peter gives this heartbreaking speech about losing his best friend, talking about how Brian was like a brother to him and how he'll spend the rest of his life missing him. You see grown men crying, which almost never happens in Family Guy. There's this weird moment at the funeral where this random black woman keeps hitting Joe with her purse, thinking he's supposed to solve Brian's death like it's a murder case. She keeps yelling about bringing the killer to justice and making sure Brian didn't die for nothing. It's both absurd and heartbreaking because she clearly cares more about a dog she never met than some people care about actual humans. A whole month passes, and the family is still struggling with grief. Peter keeps almost serving Brian food out of habit. Chris keeps getting stuck in the doggy door because he's trying to fill the void Brian left. The house feels empty without Brian's intellectual conversations and his role as the family's moral compass. Lois finally suggests getting a new dog to help them heal, which brings them to the pet store. That's when they meet Vinny, a talking dog with a thick New Jersey accent and a completely different personality from Brian. Where Brian was intellectual and sophisticated, Vinny is street smart and crude. He talks about banging broads and makes Italian-American jokes. Peter immediately connects with him because Vinny's more like a regular guy than Brian ever was. Vinny quickly integrates into the family in ways that both help and hurt. He offers to cook dinner for Lois, which Brian never did. He becomes Peter's drinking buddy at the Drunken Clam, filling that social role Brian never really occupied. But his presence also highlights everything the family lost when Brian died. Stewie initially hates Vinny and sees him as a cheap replacement for Brian. He tries to kill Vinny by telling him tragic news about Italian Americans, hoping to give him a heart attack. Stewie feeds him stories about kids getting killed by falling pianos and other horrible fates befalling Italian families. But Chris ruins the plan by calling Stewie names, which actually makes Vinny happy instead of sad. The turning point comes when Vinny finds Stewie crying alone. Instead of ignoring it or making jokes, Vinny sits down and actually talks to the kid about grief and loss. He explains how his previous owner, Leo, died in this absurd yoga accident where his ball sack split in half during the first pose. It was such a weird death that it got covered on Dateline as a whole news story. Vinny's story about Leo helps Stewie understand that everyone deals with loss, and that finding new people to care about doesn't mean forgetting the ones you lost. Vinny explains that when he saw the Griffin family at the pet store, he recognized that they were going through the same feelings of loss that he experienced when Leo died. The episode ends with Vinny staying in Stewie's room for the night, showing that their bond is starting to develop. But it's not the same relationship Stewie had with Brian, it's something completely different. Vinny can't replace Brian's role as Stewie's intellectual equal and time travel partner. What made Life of Brian so dark was how it handled death realistically. Brian had been a core character since day one, representing the voice of reason in the Griffin household. Killing him off changed the entire show dynamic permanently and showed that nobody was safe from getting killed off. The episode proved that sometimes bad things happen for absolutely no good reason, and even beloved characters can die in the most mundane ways possible. After killing Brian in Life of Brian with real tragedy, Family Guy switched to Seahorse Seashell Party, where the shock came from Meg finally standing up to her family. Seahorse Seashell Party. Sometimes the worst Family Guy episodes are the ones that hit too close to home. Seahorse Seashell Party takes place during a hurricane when the Griffin family gets trapped inside together, and what starts as typical family boredom turns into Meg having a complete mental breakdown where she finally tells everyone exactly what kind of people they really are. The whole thing starts during Hurricane Flozell that forces the Griffin family to stay inside their house for 36 hours. They're stuck together with no TV, no internet, nothing to do but interact with each other. While this is happening, Brian decides to take magic mushrooms to pass the time, which sends him on this terrifying drug trip with hallucinations and nightmares throughout the episode. The family tries to entertain themselves with games like charades, but they're all getting on each other's nerves. Peter does his annoying dad noises routine, where he just makes gross sounds for several minutes. Then they play this finger gun game where they pretend to shoot each other, but when Meg tries to join in, Peter immediately shuts her down, saying nobody wants to get finger banged by her. That's when something snaps in Meg. She's had enough of being treated like garbage by her own family. Instead of just taking it like she usually does, Meg explodes and tells everyone exactly what she thinks of them, and she doesn't hold back at all. First, she goes after Chris for being a terrible brother. She tears into him about how he's supposed to be on her side, but instead he treats her like he hates her. Meg points out that Chris constantly says hurtful things to her and joins in on all the family bullying. She asks him how he'd feel if she started calling him a fat, zitty loser who has no friends and smells like an old woman who has birds for pets. Chris is completely shocked because nobody's ever called him out like this before. Then Meg turns her attention to Lois, and this is where things get really dark. She calls out Lois for being a hypocrite who acts like a moral authority while having this history of shoplifting, drug addiction, porn, and sleeping around with celebrities. But the worst part is when Meg gets into the psychological damage Lois has caused her. Meg tells Lois that from the moment she was born, she had to trust her mother completely. She needed Lois to protect her and guide her through life. Instead, Lois spent 17 years on a mission to destroy something that you killed a long time ago. Meg says that when she turns 18, she doesn't know if she ever wants to see Lois again. This breaks Lois completely. She starts crying and admits she's been a terrible mother. But Meg's not done. She goes after Peter next, and she absolutely destroys him. She calls him a fat, lazy, abusive, blue-collar Irish Catholic dad who drinks way too much and barely makes enough money to support his family. She tells him he's lived half his life with nothing to show for it except his kids, and even they turned out to be disasters. Meg points out that Peter is completely selfish and irresponsible. She brings up how he literally shoves her face in his butt and farts on her, saying if anyone from the outside world saw how he treats her, he'd be in jail. She calls him a total and complete embarrassment in every possible way, and a waste of a man. The family completely falls apart after Meg's breakdown. Everyone starts attacking each other instead of ganging up on Meg like they usually do. Peter and Lois get into this huge fight about everything from food to sex. Chris joins in, complaining about his mother's cooking and how Peter eats all the yogurt. The whole family structure collapses without Meg as their scapegoat. Peter gets so upset he runs away and hides in the closet with the shoes, crying that he doesn't deserve better. The family is in complete chaos, yelling at each other and falling apart. This is when Meg has this horrible realization about her role in the family. Brian finds Meg and tells her it was cool how she finally stood up for herself, but Meg realizes that the family literally cannot function without someone to abuse. She figures out that maybe her role is to be the lightning rod that absorbs all the family's dysfunction so they don't have to turn on each other. Meanwhile, throughout all this family drama, Brian is having the worst drug trip of his life. He's seeing terrifying hallucinations of his family members as monsters, devils singing nursery rhymes, and all kinds of nightmarish visions. Stewie has to babysit him through the whole experience, which adds this surreal layer to an already intense episode. So Meg does something that's either incredibly noble or incredibly depressing. She takes it all back. She goes to her family and apologizes for everything she said. She tells them they're all amazing and that she was wrong to blame them for her problems. She says it was all her fault and takes responsibility for the entire breakdown. The family immediately goes back to normal, with Peter feeling better about himself and everyone happy to have their punching bag back. Meg accepts being called a fucking bitch by her own father and agrees with him that yes, she is exactly that. The really disturbing part is that Meg makes this conscious choice to sacrifice her own mental health for the family's stability. She becomes a martyr who absorbs all their toxicity so they can function. Brian tells her she might be the strongest person in the house, but you have to wonder if she's actually the most damaged. This episode shows how abusive family dynamics really work. Meg serves a specific function as the scapegoat who allows everyone else to feel better about themselves. When she stops playing that role, the entire family system breaks down because they need someone to blame for all their problems. The episode ends with Stewie doing a parody of those very special episode PSAs about drug use, which is darkly funny considering the real issue was never Brian's mushroom trip but the family's psychological abuse of their own daughter. The long-term impact was huge because it showed that Family Guy understood exactly how toxic the Griffin family dynamic was. Meg was being psychologically destroyed, and they made it clear that this was intentional. The episode basically said that some families are so broken they need a victim to function, and that victim has to choose between their own sanity and keeping the family together. After showing how Meg is crushed into being her family's scapegoat in Seahorse Seashell Party, Family Guy pushed things even further in Partial Terms of Endearment by tackling abortion with no filter. Partial Terms of Endearment. Family Guy went completely nuclear with this episode and basically touched every single hot-button issue around abortion you can think of. Partial Terms of Endearment starts with what seems like Peter's dream scenario but turns into a nightmare debate about pregnancy, surrogacy, and ultimately abortion when everything goes horribly wrong. The whole mess begins at Lois's college reunion, where she runs into her old friend Naomi and her husband Dale. Peter immediately thinks this is going to be some kind of threesome situation because he finds out Lois experimented with Naomi back in college. He spends the entire dinner trying to set up porn scenarios, doing pizza delivery guy routines, and other ridiculous attempts to get an orgy started. But Naomi and Dale aren't there for Peter's fantasies. They have a much more serious request. They want Lois to be their surrogate mother. The couple has been trying to have kids for years, but Naomi's eggs won't attach properly, so they need someone else to carry their baby. They specifically chose Lois because they trust her and think she'd be a good surrogate. Lois is honored by the request, but knows it's a huge decision. Peter is completely against it from the start, not wanting to deal with 9 months of pregnancy just to hand the baby over to someone else. He makes crude jokes about Lois's body being like a red roof inn and tries everything he can to talk her out of it. Despite Peter's objections, Lois decides to go through with the surrogacy. She gets the fertility treatments and becomes pregnant with Naomi and Dale's baby. Peter is furious and starts doing increasingly dangerous things to try to cause a miscarriage. He hires break dancers to dance on her stomach, tries to get her to drink bleach, and does other insane stunts to end the pregnancy. Then, everything changes when tragedy strikes. Naomi and Dale are killed in a car accident, leaving Lois pregnant with a baby that no longer has parents. The couple had won the lottery on the same day they died, which makes the whole situation even more surreal and tragic. Now Lois is stuck carrying a baby for people who are dead, with no plan for what to do when it's born. The family discusses their options, and Brian suggests that abortion might be the most practical solution given the circumstances. Lois is torn because she's already several months along and has been thinking of this as Naomi and Dale's baby, not her own. Peter initially agrees that abortion makes sense, but everything changes when they go to the clinic. While Lois is inside talking to the doctor, Peter encounters pro-life protesters outside who show him an anti-abortion video. The video is completely over-the-top propaganda featuring Ziggy the zygote and claims that aborted fetuses could have been the person who killed Hitler or prevented 9/11. The video completely brainwashes Peter, and he storms into the clinic to save the baby. He becomes this militant pro-life activist overnight, spouting all the typical talking points about how abortion is murder and life begins at conception. Lois points out how hypocritical he is. He's suddenly pro-life, but wouldn't actually adopt an unwanted baby or take care of it after birth. This leads to a huge fight between Peter and Lois about abortion rights. Peter takes the extreme pro-life position, while Lois argues for her right to choose what happens to her body. Peter even threatens to bomb the clinic if Lois goes back for the abortion, which shows how radicalized he's become by one propaganda video. The argument gets intense when they discuss edge cases like rape and incest. Peter makes horrible jokes about both situations, showing he hasn't really thought through his position at all. When Lois asks what they'd do if the ultrasound showed the baby would be born without arms and legs, Peter just says, "You name it, Matt," completely missing the point about quality of life issues. Brian tries to be the voice of reason, explaining that the fetus isn't viable yet and doesn't have brain activity until around 27 weeks. But Peter has been completely taken in by the emotional manipulation of the anti-abortion propaganda and refuses to listen to science or logic. The episode ends with one of the darkest twists in Family Guy history. After all the fighting and moral debates, Lois and Peter go upstairs to have a long discussion about what to do. They come back down and Peter gives this speech about how hard it is to raise a baby, all the costs, sleepless nights, college tuition, and sacrifices. But then, he says it's worth it to have another little griffin to love. Then comes the punchline: we had the abortion. Despite everything Peter said about the sanctity of life and protecting the unborn, they went through with ending the pregnancy anyway. It's a brutal ending that shows how people's actual decisions often don't match their political rhetoric when they're facing real consequences. The episode was so controversial that many networks refused to air it. It tackles abortion, surrogacy, religious extremism, and political hypocrisy all in one episode. The show doesn't really take a clear side. It makes both pro-life and pro-choice positions look ridiculous in different ways. What makes this episode particularly dark is how it shows how easily people can be manipulated by propaganda and how quickly someone's moral positions can change based on circumstances. Peter goes from practical acceptance of abortion to militant pro-life activism and back to practical acceptance, all within one episode, showing how shallow political positions can be when they're not based on real conviction. The episode basically argues that the abortion debate is full of people who don't really understand the complexity of real situations and are more interested in ideological purity than helping actual families deal with impossible choices. After tackling abortion and hypocrisy in partial terms of endearment, Family Guy went full horror with And Then There Were Fewer, a murder mystery where big characters were killed off for good. If you're enjoying the video so far, consider subscribing to our channel. And Then There Were Fewer. Family Guy turned into a straight-up horror movie with this episode, and honestly, it's one of the most ambitious things they ever tried. And Then There Were Fewer is basically Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None, but with all your favorite Quahog characters getting picked off one by one in a creepy mansion. The whole thing starts when everyone in town gets mysterious invitations to a fancy dinner party at Rocky Point Manor. Peter thinks it's in his honor, but so does everyone else. Joe, Quagmire, Mayor West, Dr. Hartman, Tom Tucker, Diane Simmons, and basically the entire cast of side characters all show up thinking they're the guest of honor. Nobody knows who sent the invitations, which should have been the first red flag. When they arrive at this spooky mansion on an isolated island, they discover their host is James Woods with his new girlfriend Priscilla. Woods claims he's become a born-again Christian and wants to make amends with everyone he's wronged over the years. The guy has apparently screwed over literally everyone in town in different ways, so this dinner is supposed to be his big apology tour. But this is James Woods we're talking about, so nobody trusts him. The whole setup feels like a trap, and everyone's on edge, waiting for him to pull something. The mansion is isolated on an island, there's a storm brewing, and the whole atmosphere is classic horror movie stuff. You can feel something terrible is about to happen just from the creepy setting alone. Then everything goes to hell when Priscilla gets shot in the head while sitting in James Woods' chair. A hidden gun was set up to fire at that exact spot, but she was in the wrong place, at the wrong time. Blood goes everywhere, and everyone immediately assumes Woods set this up and is trying to kill them all. They panic and try to escape, but the storm has destroyed the bridge and flooded the roads, so they're trapped on the island with what they think is a murderer. When the power goes out, someone stabs James Woods to death with a dinner knife right in front of everyone. Now, everyone realizes Woods wasn't the killer since he's dead too. The real murderer is one of them, hiding among the group and picking people off. This is where the episode becomes a full murder mystery, with everyone suspecting each other and trying to figure out who the killer is before they become the next victim. The deaths keep piling up in increasingly brutal ways. Muriel Goldman gets stabbed with the same knife that killed Woods. Derek gets his skull crushed with a Golden Globe award and gets thrown off the roof. Each death is more shocking than the last because these are characters we've known for years, and the show actually treats their deaths seriously instead of making jokes about them. Tom Tucker becomes the main suspect when they find the murder weapon hidden in his room, along with Priscilla's body. All the evidence points to him, and everyone's ready to believe he's the killer. The episode does a great job making him look guilty while keeping you guessing about what's really happening. Everyone's paranoid and turning on each other in ways that feel genuinely scary. The episode does a great job of giving multiple characters motives for wanting James Woods dead. Tom Tucker lost his acting career because Woods gave him bad advice. Seamus got turned into a half-sea captain because Woods thought he was a steak while they were on acid and tried to eat him. Mayor West is mad about some Twitter handle thing. Dr. Hartman had his nephew get molested by Woods. Everyone has legitimate reasons to hate the guy and want him dead. The whole thing plays out like a classic whodunit, with characters getting picked off and everyone trying to solve the mystery before they're next. Peter takes over the investigation when Joe gets knocked out, which leads to some funny moments with him using a giant magnifying glass and acting like he knows what he's doing. But even the comedy feels darker than usual because people are actually dying. They eventually corner Tom Tucker and assume he's the killer because all the evidence points to him. The mob mentality kicks in and everyone's ready to turn him over to the police. You really believe Tom did it because the setup is so convincing and he seems to have the strongest motive for revenge. But right at the end, there's this huge twist that changes everything. Lois figures out the real killer is Diane Simmons, the news anchor who's been there the whole time, acting innocent and helping with the investigation. She seemed like the most trustworthy person there, which makes the reveal even more shocking. Diane's motive is absolutely brutal and shows how far someone will go for revenge. She was having a secret affair with James Woods, but when she turned 40, Both Woods and her news station dumped her for younger women. Her whole career and love life got destroyed at the same time, and she couldn't handle it. So she orchestrated this entire weekend as an elaborate revenge plot against both Woods and Tom Tucker. The planning that went into this is insane. Diane paid Priscilla to seduce Woods and convince him to become religious, so he'd want to make amends with everyone. The whole dinner party was Diane's setup to murder Woods and frame Tom Tucker for it. She wanted to destroy both men who ruined her life in one perfectly planned weekend. But everything went wrong from the start when Priscilla sat in the wrong chair and got shot instead of Woods. So Diane had to improvise and kill Woods with the knife during the blackout. Then she had to kill Priscilla because she might have figured out what was really going on. When Muriel caught Diane planting evidence in Tom's room, she had to die too. Derek got killed because he was about to call the police and ruin everything. Each murder was Diane covering up the last one, trying to keep her plan on track, while everything spiraled out of control. She played the helpful news anchor perfectly, even comforting other people and acting shocked at each death, while secretly being the one behind all of it. The reveal is genuinely chilling because Diane confesses everything to Lois in this cold, matter-of-fact way. She talks about killing all these people like she's reading the news, completely emotionless about the lives she's destroyed. Her confession shows how much rage and bitterness she was hiding behind her professional news anchor persona. What makes it even darker is that Diane's revenge was ultimately about ageism and sexism. She got pushed out of her job and her relationship just for turning 40, while men like Tom Tucker and James Woods got to keep their careers and date younger women. Her murderous rampage was basically her way of fighting back against a system that threw her away for getting older. The episode ends with Stewie shooting Diane before she can kill Lois. His reason is classic Stewie. If anybody's gonna take that bitch down, it's gonna be me. It's a darkly funny way to end what's basically been a straight horror movie for the past hour. What made this episode so dark was how it treated death seriously for once. These weren't cartoon deaths where characters bounce back next episode. People were genuinely murdered, and the episode dealt with the real horror and paranoia of being trapped with a killer. The atmosphere was genuinely creepy throughout, and the mystery was well constructed with real clues and red herrings that actually made sense. The episode also showed how easily people turn on each other when they're scared. Everyone was ready to believe anyone else was the killer based on the smallest amount of evidence. They almost lynched Tom Tucker based on circumstantial evidence and mob mentality. It was pretty dark commentary on how quickly civilized people can become animals when they're afraid for their lives. This was Family Guy doing something completely different and proving they could handle serious storytelling when they wanted to. It was a feature-length murder mystery that actually worked as both comedy and horror, showing the writers could craft a real plot with genuine suspense and shocking twists while still keeping the show's signature humor. After shocking fans with real murders and paranoia in And Then There Were Fewer, Family Guy got just as dark in The Thin White Line by dragging Brian into cocaine addiction and showing how fast it destroys everything. The Thin White Line. The Thin White Line shows Brian Griffin becoming a drug-sniffing police dog and getting addicted to cocaine while working undercover. This episode demonstrates how quickly someone can fall into addiction and how it destroys relationships with family and friends. Brian starts the episode feeling empty and bored with his life. He's stuck in a depressive rut, watching the same Behind the Music episode about Leif Garrett 18 times in a row. He can't even think of a reason to get out of bed in the morning. His life feels pathetic and meaningless. When he goes to his therapist, Bruce, he gets advice to stop being so inwardly focused and try thinking about others through volunteer work. The turning point comes during Mr. Weed's company picnic. Joe Swanson, the local police officer, notices Brian's incredible sense of smell when Brian correctly identifies that Joe's wife made chicken marsala 3 nights earlier just by smelling Joe from a distance. Joe realizes this amazing nose could make Brian a perfect drug-sniffing dog for the police force. Brian agrees to join the team, looking for something to give his life purpose and excitement. Brian's first day on the job is a massive success. He helps the police bust a major drug operation, finding kilos of pure Colombian cocaine worth over $1 million. The rush of the successful bust gives Brian the thrill he's been searching for. He becomes a local hero, with news coverage celebrating his crime-fighting abilities. His enhanced senses allow him to detect drugs everywhere, making him incredibly valuable to the police department. But this is where the thin white line takes a dark turn. Brian starts sampling the drugs during raids. At first, it seems harmless, just a little taste to make sure it's the real deal. The cocaine gives him the excitement and energy he's been missing in his life. He tells himself he's just doing his job properly, but really he's feeding a growing addiction. The drug makes him feel confident, alert, and alive in ways he hasn't experienced in years. Brian becomes obsessed with drug busts, and he wants more of it. His work performance initially improves because he's so motivated to find cocaine, but his reasons are completely selfish. He's using his position as a police dog to feed his own habit while pretending to serve justice. The cocaine addiction rapidly changes Brian's personality. He becomes paranoid, aggressive, and incredibly mean to his family. He brings home a sketchy drug-addicted girlfriend named Tina, who immediately starts insulting everyone in the Griffin house. She calls Lois a Stepford wife and refers to Chris and Meg as Quasimodo and Lumpy. Brian not only allows this abuse, but encourages it, completely abandoning his usual role as the family's voice of reason. Brian's paranoia reaches dangerous levels. He starts seeing drug dealers everywhere, even busting a Sunday school class because he thinks the children are actually drug-dealing midgets in disguise. His judgment is completely gone, and he's putting innocent people in danger because of his drug-fueled delusions. The police department starts questioning his methods as he becomes increasingly erratic and violent during arrests. The episode shows how addiction isolates people from those who care about them. Brian becomes cruel to his family members, insulting them and prioritizing his drug use over their relationships. When Peter tries to reconnect with him through their old friendship routines, Brian shows no interest. He's lost all empathy and connection to the people who love him most. The family eventually stages an intervention after watching Brian's behavior spiral completely out of control. Peter tells Brian he misses when they used to be best friends and sidekicks, back when they had fun together and supported each other. Lois explains how Brian has become a jerk since his addiction started, treating everyone around him with contempt and cruelty. Even the kids notice how different and mean he's become compared to the caring, intelligent dog they used to know. During the intervention, Brian finally breaks down and admits he needs help. The cocaine has completely taken over his life, and he can't stop using even though he knows it's destroying everything important to him. His admission is one of the most genuine emotional moments in early Family Guy, showing real vulnerability and desperation rather than the show's usual cynical humor. Brian checks into a fancy rehabilitation center that looks more like a luxury resort than a medical facility. The place has tennis courts, spas, and jacuzzis, making recovery seem almost glamorous. But this upscale setting becomes problematic when Peter shows up pretending to be an addict too, because he wants to vacation there. Peter doesn't understand the seriousness of addiction treatment and sees the whole thing as a fun getaway. Peter's presence at the rehab facility creates serious problems for Brian's recovery. Instead of focusing on his therapy sessions and getting clean, Brian gets tempted to skip treatment and goof around with Peter. They play pranks on pregnant teenagers and treat the whole experience like a vacation rather than life-saving medical treatment. This shows how enabling relationships can sabotage recovery even when they come from people who care about you. The episode gets really dark when it reveals how Brian's addiction affected his work as a police dog. He wasn't actually helping catch criminals, he was just feeding his own habit while wearing a badge. His drug use compromised investigations and put other officers at risk. When the police department realizes he's been using the evidence he was supposed to find, they fire him immediately. His career in law enforcement ends in complete disgrace. Brian's therapist at the rehab center identifies Peter as Brian's X factor, the negative influence that enables his destructive behavior. While Peter isn't directly responsible for Brian's addiction, their codependent friendship creates situations where Brian makes bad choices. The therapist suggests that Brian needs to distance himself from Peter to maintain his sobriety. This creates the episode's most painful conflict. Brian has to choose between his best friend and his recovery. Peter represents fun, adventure, and irresponsibility, all things that fed into Brian's addictive behavior. Even though Peter genuinely cares about Brian and took him in as family, their relationship has become toxic for Brian's mental health and sobriety. What makes The Thin White Line so brutal is how it shows addiction destroying someone who was supposed to be the smart, rational member of the family. Brian went from being the voice of reason to being completely out of control. His intelligence didn't protect him from addiction. If anything, it made him better at rationalizing his drug use and manipulating situations to get more cocaine. The episode doesn't make addiction look glamorous or funny. While there are comedic moments, the core story shows the real consequences of drug addiction: losing your job, hurting your family, becoming violent and paranoid, and losing control of your life completely. Brian's transformation from caring family member to cruel addict demonstrates how drugs can change someone's fundamental personality. The ending of The Thin White Line is bittersweet because Brian gets sober, but he also has to leave the Griffin family to stay that way. He realizes that his relationship with Peter, while loving, has been enabling his destructive behavior patterns. To maintain his sobriety, he needs to remove himself from familiar triggers and situations that might lead him back to drugs. Brian's departure represents one of the most mature decisions any Family Guy character has ever made. He's choosing long-term health over short-term comfort, even though it means leaving behind everything familiar. The episode ends with Brian getting in a taxi to start a new life somewhere else, away from the people and places associated with his addiction. The Thin White Line stands out as one of Family Guy's most serious episodes because it treats addiction as a real disease rather than a punchline. The message is clear: addiction can happen to anyone, even the smartest person in the room, and recovery requires making hard choices about the people and situations in your life. Sometimes getting better means leaving behind relationships that aren't healthy for you, even when those relationships involve people you love. Brian's drug addiction destroyed his family relationships, but his inappropriate kiss with teenage Meg crossed an even worse line. But before I tell you about that, subscribe to our channel, Barely Legal. Barely Legal puts Brian Griffin in a really messed up situation when he makes out with teenage Meg Griffin at a school dance and she becomes obsessed with him. This episode explores what happens when an adult gets involved with a minor and how quickly things can go completely wrong. The episode starts with Meg feeling desperate and suicidal about not having a date to her school dance. She threatens to kill herself if no one will go with her, which forces Brian into agreeing to take her. Brian sees this as just helping out a family member who's struggling with feeling bad about herself. He doesn't want anything romantic and just wants to stop Meg from hurting herself. At the school dance, Brian gets really drunk while watching Meg get bullied by popular students. When mean girl Connie tells Meg to leave because no dogs are allowed, Brian loses it and completely destroys Connie with insults. He calls her a whore who peaked early and will be washed up by age 19. Meg is amazed that someone finally stood up for her, which makes her see Brian as her hero and protector. The alcohol makes Brian's judgment terrible. When Meg thanks him for defending her, Brian kisses her. They make out at the school dance in front of other students. Brian is a grown adult kissing a 17-year-old girl who sees him like a father figure. The whole thing is completely screwed up, and Brian knows it's wrong even while it's happening. The next morning, Meg is totally obsessed with Brian and wants to be his girlfriend. She starts calling him cute names and asking him on dates. Brian realizes he's created a huge problem and tries to back away, but Meg won't listen. She's convinced they have a real relationship now and that Brian loves her back. Her obsession gets worse by the hour. Brian tries everything to avoid Meg. He tells her he might be gay, that he has plans with Chris, anything to get away from her. But Meg thinks everything is just Brian playing hard to get or being shy about their relationship. She tells her friends that Brian is her serious boyfriend and brags about dating an older man. The situation gets more twisted when Meg starts acting like a normal teenage girl with her first boyfriend, not understanding that what happened was completely wrong. Things get really dark when Meg starts baking pies with her hair inside them and making Brian eat them. She tells him, "Part of me is inside of you now," while he's eating her hair without knowing it. This shows how her obsession has turned into something truly disturbing and manipulative. She's trying to create a physical connection with Brian by literally making him eat parts of her body. Brian finally tries to set clear boundaries by having someone help him explain that they're not boyfriend and girlfriend and never will be. But Meg completely ignores this and responds by kidnapping Brian. She ties him up, throws him in the trunk of his car, and drives him to some remote place where she can have him all to herself. When the family finds them, Peter immediately thinks Brian is a predator who's been grooming Meg. He screams, "Brian, she's a teenager," like Brian is some kind of child molester. The episode treats this moment seriously, showing how society views adults who get involved with minors romantically. Even though Brian was drunk and made a terrible mistake, it looks like he's an adult who went after a child. The episode ends with Quagmire giving Meg advice about not growing up too fast and how she has plenty of time for relationships when she's older. This is weird coming from Quagmire, who's usually shown as a sexual predator himself, but it shows that even he knows what happened between Brian and Meg was wrong. What makes Barely Legal so disturbing is how it shows how easily a wrong relationship can develop between an adult and teenager. Brian never meant to hurt Meg, but his bad judgment while drinking created a situation where a vulnerable teenager became obsessed with him. The episode shows how teenagers can think adult kindness means romance, especially when they're desperate for attention and love. The power balance is completely messed up throughout the episode. Brian is basically Meg's uncle who lives in her house and has known her since she was a child. When he kisses her, he's breaking the trust that comes with being a family member and authority figure. Meg can't really agree to this relationship because she's a minor and Brian has power over her as an adult in her house. The episode also shows how these wrong relationships can be justified by both people involved. Brian tells himself he was just drunk and it didn't mean anything, while Meg convinces herself that Brian really loves her and they're meant to be together. Both of them avoid facing the reality that what happened was wrong and harmful. Barely Legal also demonstrates how teenage girls can become dangerously obsessed when they think they're in love. Meg goes from being grateful for Brian's kindness to completely losing her mind over him. She starts stalking him, putting her hair in his food, and eventually kidnapping him. This shows how quickly teenage emotions can escalate into dangerous behavior when mixed with inappropriate adult attention. The episode is particularly dark because it shows how one moment of poor judgment can destroy lives. Brian's decision to kiss Meg while drunk creates a situation that could have ruined both of them. If the relationship had continued, Brian could have faced criminal charges for getting involved with a minor, while Meg could have been emotionally damaged for years. What's most uncomfortable about Barely Legal is how realistic the setup feels. Many adults have been in situations where they're trying to help a struggling teenager, and the boundaries can become blurry. The episode shows how easy it is for things to go wrong when alcohol, emotional vulnerability, and poor judgment combine. The family's reaction when they discover what happened also feels realistic. Lois is furious with Brian and physically attacks him, while Peter immediately assumes the worst about Brian's intentions. This shows how society views adults who cross lines with minors, even when the circumstances are complicated. Barely Legal stands out as one of Family Guy's darkest episodes because it deals with adult-minor relationships without making it into a complete joke. While there are funny moments, the main situation is treated as genuinely problematic and uncomfortable. The episode shows how quickly things can get out of control when boundaries are crossed between adults and minors, and how difficult it can be to fix the damage once it's done. Brian's moment of bad judgment creates a situation that could have destroyed both their lives if it had continued, making it one of the most serious storylines the show ever tackled. After showing Brian cross a moral line with Meg in Barely Legal and turning a disturbing mistake into obsession, Family Guy doubled down on darkness in Baby Not On Board by abandoning Stewie and forcing a 1-year-old to survive completely alone. Baby Not On Board. Baby Not On Board shows the Griffin family accidentally leaving baby Stewie home alone when they go on vacation to the Grand Canyon. The episode deals with child abandonment and shows how a 1-year-old baby tries to survive completely by himself for several days. The episode starts with the family getting ready for a vacation trip. Peter gets a free gas card from a spa after threatening to sue them, so he decides to take the whole family to the Grand Canyon. Everyone packs up early in the morning at 6 a.m., but in all the rush and chaos of getting ready, nobody notices that Stewie isn't in the car when they drive away. The family drives for hours, talking and singing songs together before anyone realizes what happened. When they finally figure out that Stewie is missing, Peter actually thinks it's hilarious. He laughs about how Stewie is probably freaking out at home and says he would give anything to see his face. Lois is horrified and wants to turn around immediately, but Peter doesn't want to ruin the whole vacation. They try calling Cleveland and Quagmire to check on Stewie, but both guys get captured and tied up in the basement by Stewie, who thinks they're intruders. So now there's no adult supervision at all, and a baby is completely alone in a house for days without any help coming. Meanwhile, Stewie has to figure out how to survive on his own. He runs out of food, diapers, and everything else he needs to live. The episode shows him trying to change his own diaper, but not knowing how to do it properly. He gets so desperate for money that he gets a job at a fast food restaurant, but even that goes wrong when he gets fired for stealing food. The family's journey back home becomes a disaster. They get stuck in New York with no money after Peter wastes their cash on useless junk. They have to hitchhike in the back of a truck to get home. The whole time, Lois is going crazy with worry about leaving their baby alone, but Peter keeps making jokes about it and acting like it's no big deal. The episode shows how dangerous it is to leave a small child alone. Stewie could have gotten seriously hurt or died during those days by himself. He had no way to call for help, no food, no clean diapers, and nobody checking on him. Any number of accidents could have happened. He could have fallen downstairs, gotten into dangerous chemicals, started a fire, or hurt himself in countless ways. When the family finally gets home, Stewie runs to them crying, "Mommy, Daddy," because he's so relieved and scared. He tells them he thought he was going to die and that his life was much better when his family was around, even though he usually hates them. The experience traumatized him and made him realize how much he actually needs his parents to survive. What makes this episode really dark is how realistic the child abandonment scenario feels. Families do sometimes accidentally leave kids behind during hectic travel situations, and the consequences can be deadly. The episode shows how quickly a child can be forgotten in the chaos of daily life, and how parents can be so focused on their own problems that they ignore their children's basic needs. The episode also highlights how selfish and irresponsible Peter is as a father. Even after realizing they left Stewie alone, Peter's main concern is not missing his vacation. He treats the whole situation like a joke, instead of understanding that his baby could die without adult care. This shows a disturbing level of neglect and indifference toward his own child's safety. Lois tries to be the responsible parent, but she still goes along with Peter's decision to continue the vacation instead of immediately turning around. This shows how even well-meaning parents can make terrible decisions that put their children at risk when they're influenced by selfish partners. The episode demonstrates how children are completely dependent on adults for their survival. Stewie is smart for a baby, but he still can't properly take care of himself because he's physically too small and young. He needs constant supervision, regular feeding, diaper changes, and protection from dangers that adults take for granted. The working conditions Stewie faces as a baby trying to earn money are also disturbing. He gets exploited by his fast food employer who fires him for taking expired food that was about to be thrown away anyway. This shows how desperate his situation became and how adults in positions of power can take advantage of vulnerable children who have no other options. During his time alone, Stewie also runs out of clean clothes and ends up wearing Meg's hat, which shows how his basic hygiene and clothing needs weren't being met. He talks to his stuffed animal Rupert about how they're doomed and how he didn't realize how much better his life was with his family around until it was too late. This kind of existential fear and desperation is really heavy stuff for a baby character to experience. The episode shows the psychological impact of abandonment on children. Stewie goes through different emotional stages during his ordeal. First, he's confused and angry. Then he becomes resourceful and tries to solve his problems. Then he gets desperate and scared. And finally, he becomes deeply appreciative of his family when they return. This emotional journey reflects what real abandoned children go through when left to fend for themselves. The fact that Cleveland and Quagmire end up trapped in the basement also shows how Stewie's survival instincts kicked in, but in a dangerous way. He saw them as threats rather than help because he was in such a panicked state. This demonstrates how traumatic experiences can make children defensive and suspicious of adults who might actually be trying to help them. Peter's complete lack of parental instincts throughout the episode is really shocking. Most parents would immediately panic and turn around the moment they realized their baby was missing. Peter's reaction to laugh and want to continue the vacation shows a level of selfishness and neglect that borders on abuse. His priorities are completely backwards, caring more about his own fun than his child's safety. The episode also shows how financial stress can impact family decisions in dangerous ways. When Peter wastes their money on stupid purchases, it forces the family to take risky transportation options to get home. This delays their return even more and prolongs Stewie's dangerous situation. It shows how poor decision-making by parents can have cascading effects that put children at greater risk. Baby Not on Board is one of Family Guy's darkest episodes because it shows realistic child endangerment without making light of the serious consequences. While there are funny moments, the core situation is genuinely frightening and shows how quickly parental neglect can turn life-threatening. The episode serves as a reminder that children's safety should always come first, and that parents have a responsibility to protect their kids that goes beyond their own convenience or entertainment. The lasting impact on Stewie is clear. He becomes more clingy and appreciative of his family after nearly dying alone. The episode shows how abandonment and neglect can cause real psychological trauma in children, even very young ones who might not remember the details but still carry the emotional scars. The experience fundamentally changes how Stewie views his relationship with his family, making him realize that despite all their problems, he needs them to survive and be safe. After showing Peter neglect his kid in Baby Not on Board, Family Guy went even darker in Turban Cowboy, pulling him into terrorism and racial prejudice. Turban Cowboy shows Peter Griffin accidentally joining a terrorist cell after befriending a Muslim man named Mahmoud in the hospital. The episode deals with terrorism plots and racial prejudice against Muslims in post-9/11 America. The episode starts with Peter, Joe, and Quagmire feeling bored with their lives and deciding to try skydiving for excitement. During one of his jumps, Peter crashes and ends up in the hospital with injuries. While recovering, he meets Mahmoud, a Muslim patient wearing a traditional prayer cap called a taqiyya. Peter initially admits he's scared of Mahmoud's hat because he doesn't understand it, but they quickly become friends. Mahmoud introduces Peter to Muslim culture, taking him to Middle Eastern restaurants and teaching him about Islamic traditions. Peter becomes fascinated with what he sees as the benefits of Muslim life, especially how obedient Mahmoud's wife is compared to Lois. Peter decides to convert to Islam and starts dressing in traditional Muslim clothing and attending prayer meetings. His friends Brian, Joe, and Quagmire are uncomfortable with his new Muslim friend and make racist comments, but Peter defends Mahmoud and accuses them of post-9/11 prejudice. Peter becomes completely absorbed in his new religion and starts acting like a stereotypical Muslim convert. Mahmoud then invites Peter to a secret meeting with other Muslim men in a basement. Peter thinks he's just joining a normal religious gathering, but the men are actually planning a terrorist attack on the Quahog Bridge. They discuss loading a van with explosives and driving it to the bridge during rush hour to cause maximum casualties. The terrorists want Peter to drive the bomb-filled van because, as an American, he'll look less suspicious at police checkpoints. Peter doesn't understand what's really happening and agrees to help. When he tells his friends about the bridge plan, they realize he's accidentally joined a terrorist cell and convince him to wear a wire to gather evidence. During the next meeting, Peter tries to get more details about the bombing plot for the police, but the terrorists discover his wire and realize he's been spying on them. They force Peter at gunpoint to drive the explosive van toward the bridge immediately instead of waiting for rush hour. As Peter drives toward the target with Mahmoud holding a gun on him, he tries to talk his friend out of the attack. Peter gives a speech about what makes America great, mentioning everything from IHOP fights to Twitter spelling mistakes. He argues that America has problems but also represents freedom and opportunity that shouldn't be destroyed. Just before they reach the bridge, Joe and the police surround the van and arrest Mahmoud and the other terrorists. Peter is rescued unharmed, and Joe mentions that 30 terrorists were captured because of Peter's undercover work. The episode ends with the friends going for drinks to celebrate, though Joe makes a dark joke about how all the middle-class Arabs in town are now under suspicion. What makes this episode particularly controversial is how it handles serious topics like terrorism and Islamophobia. The show tries to criticize both extremist violence and anti-Muslim prejudice, but it does so through crude humor and stereotypes. Peter's friends make openly racist comments about Muslims, while the Muslim characters are portrayed as either terrorists or extremely submissive wives. The episode aired in 2013, more than a decade after 9/11, but it shows how fears about Islamic terrorism were still shaping American culture. The plot reflects real anxieties about sleeper cells and homegrown terrorists that were common in post-9/11 America. At the same time, it tries to distinguish between peaceful Muslims like Mahmoud initially appears to be and actual terrorists. The episode attempts to show how ordinary people can get caught up in extremist movements without fully understanding what they're joining. Peter's conversion to Islam starts innocently through friendship and cultural curiosity, but he ends up involved in a murder plot because he's naive and doesn't ask the right questions about his new friend's activities. The racial dynamics are particularly uncomfortable because the episode both mocks anti-Muslim prejudice and reinforces it. Brian criticizes his friends for their racism and points out that every ethnic group has extremists, but the Muslim characters are still mostly shown as either violent terrorists or oppressed women. The episode wants credit for being tolerant while still playing into harmful stereotypes. The terrorism plot itself is treated surprisingly seriously for Family Guy. While there are jokes throughout, the actual bomb threat and Peter's danger feel real and scary. The episode doesn't make light of the potential casualties or treat terrorism as purely comedic material. This creates a strange tone where serious subject matter gets mixed with the show's usual crude humor. Peter's speech defending America while being held at gunpoint shows the episode trying to be patriotic and critical at the same time. He lists both America's problems and its freedoms, suggesting that despite its flaws, the country doesn't deserve to be attacked by terrorists. This reflects the complex feelings many Americans had about their country during the War on Terror era. The ending, where Joe mentions that innocent Arabs are now under suspicion because of the arrests, shows how anti-terrorism efforts often hurt innocent people. This was a real issue during the post-9/11 period, when many Muslim Americans faced discrimination and surveillance because of their religion or ethnicity. Turban Cowboy represents Family Guy at its most ambitious and problematic. The episode tackles serious issues about terrorism, religious freedom, and racial prejudice, but it does so through humor that often reinforces the very stereotypes it claims to criticize. It wants to be both edgy and socially conscious, but the result is an episode that trivializes real issues while pretending to address them thoughtfully. After Turban Cowboy pushed limits with terrorism and racism, Da Boom went even darker, putting the Griffins in a nuclear apocalypse with radiation, cannibals, and society falling apart. Da Boom shows the Griffin family surviving a nuclear holocaust caused by Y2K computer failures and dealing with the deadly effects of radiation poisoning in a post-apocalyptic world. This episode explores how quickly civilization can collapse and how radiation turns people into horrible mutants. The episode takes place during the Y2K scare at the end of 1999. Everyone's freaking out that computer systems will crash when the year 2000 hits, causing planes to drop out of the sky and nuclear weapons to go off by themselves. Peter gets totally convinced the world's ending at midnight on New Year's Eve after some guy in a chicken suit tells him about it. Like, who takes advice from a chicken mascot? But that's Peter for you. While everyone else wants to party at Quagmire's place for New Year's, Peter drags his whole family into this basement shelter he built. He makes them all wear these ridiculous radiation suits and hoards a bunch of nasty, dehydrated food. Lois thinks he's lost his mind and keeps trying to get them to leave for the party, but Peter won't budge. He's convinced they'll all die if they step outside. So, the whole family gets stuck in this cramped basement, missing what should be the party of the millennium. Then, midnight hits and holy crap, Peter was actually right. Nuclear missiles start launching everywhere and massive explosions just wipe out everything. The family watches through this tiny window as their entire neighborhood gets turned into a burning wasteland. It's like watching the end of the world in real time. All those people at Quagmire's party? Dead. Everyone who thought Peter was crazy? Also dead. Turns out the paranoid fat guy was the only one who saw it coming. When they finally crawl out of their shelter, the world's completely screwed. Their house is gone, the neighborhood looks like hell, and there's radiation everywhere making everyone sick. This is where things get really messed up. Cleveland and Quagmire somehow got fused together into this weird two-headed monster sharing one body. They're still the same guys personality-wise, but now they're stuck together, forever arguing about everything. It's funny, but also really disturbing when you think about it. The radiation keeps getting worse and doing horrible things to people. Stewie turns into this gross octopus thing with tentacles instead of arms and legs. The kid's just a baby, and he doesn't understand why his body's falling apart. Lois tries to act like everything's normal, making him little outfits for his tentacles, but you can see she's terrified. Other survivors have gone completely nuts and started eating people. Like, they're literally cooking and eating other humans just to stay alive. The family becomes homeless and has to wander around looking for food and shelter. Most of the other survivors they meet have turned into violent cannibals or crazy mutants. They find this one peaceful farming community that seems nice at first, but then they have to deal with Randy Newman sitting there all day singing about every stupid thing he sees. It's like torture. The guy just won't shut up, describing every little detail in song form until everyone wants to scream. Peter decides to lead the family to this Twinkie factory in Natick because he heard somewhere that Twinkies can survive nuclear wars. They actually find the place still standing with tons of food inside, so they decide to build a new civilization there called New Quahog. But even in their new town, the radiation effects keep getting worse. People are still mutated freaks, and the psychological damage from surviving nuclear war makes everyone paranoid and crazy. This is where Peter really shows what a terrible leader he is. He becomes like a dictator in New Quahog, making incredibly stupid decisions that put everyone in danger. The worst part is when he destroys their entire water supply just so he can build guns. Like, they need water to live, but Peter's so obsessed with having weapons that he ruins their irrigation system. When people try to tell him he's being an idiot, he just ignores them and keeps making things worse. The other survivors eventually get so fed up with Peter's terrible leadership that they kick him and his whole family out of town. So now they're homeless again, wandering around a radioactive wasteland with nowhere to go. It's actually pretty sad because all Peter wanted was to protect his family, but his paranoia and stupidity ended up making their lives worse. The guy who saved them from the apocalypse also becomes the reason they can't find peace anywhere. What's really dark about this episode is how it shows radiation poisoning destroying both people's bodies and their minds. The mutations represent how the nuclear war stripped away everything human about these people. Cleveland and Quagmire are still friends, but being fused together drives them crazy. Stewie's still a baby, but his octopus body makes him feel like a monster. The radiation changes who you are as a person. The show treats all this horror as comedy, but there's real fear underneath the jokes. When Stewie looks at his tentacles and calls himself repugnant, it's funny because he's using big words, but it's also heartbreaking because he's just a kid who doesn't understand what happened to him. The episode manages to be hilarious and terrifying at the same time, which is pretty impressive for a cartoon. The cannibalism stuff is particularly nasty. Seeing news anchors casually eating Asian reporter Trisha Takanawa like she's barbecue shows how quickly civilized people can become animals when they're desperate. These were probably normal folks before the bombs dropped, but starvation and radiation turned them into monsters who see other humans as food. It's disturbing because it suggests that civilization is just a thin layer over our basic survival instincts. The ending where it turns out to be a dream from Dallas is kind of a cop-out, but by then you've already spent 20 minutes watching this family suffer through hell. Even if none of it really happened, the images of nuclear destruction and human mutation stick with you. The episode taps into real Cold War fears that were still pretty fresh in people's minds, even in 1999. Da Boom stands out because it shows the complete breakdown of everything the characters care about. Their home gets vaporized, their bodies get mutated, their community falls apart, and their humanity gets stripped away piece by piece. The radiation turns them into things that aren't really people anymore. It's one of the few Family Guy episodes that actually makes you think about serious stuff while you're laughing at the jokes. The episode asks what would really happen if the world ended, and the answer is pretty depressing. People wouldn't band together and rebuild civilization in some noble way. They'd become selfish, violent, and crazy. They'd eat each other, fight over scraps, and follow terrible leaders who make everything worse. The nuclear holocaust reveals that underneath our polite society, we're all just scared animals trying to survive, and that's a pretty dark message for a comedy show. After surviving the end of the world in Da Boom, Peter now faces death and the collapse of his own life in Death Lives. Death Lives shows Peter having a near-death experience where he meets death himself and learns that his wife Lois is going to divorce him in the future. The episode deals with existential horror through death as a real character who controls when people die and forces Peter to confront his own mortality and failed marriage. The episode starts with Peter ditching his wedding anniversary to play golf with his friends. He lies to Lois and sets up a fake scavenger hunt to keep her busy while he goes to an expensive country club. Peter's being a total selfish jerk, but he thinks he's being clever by fooling his wife. Meanwhile, Lois is actually enjoying the scavenger hunt because she thinks Peter put effort into planning something romantic for their anniversary. While playing golf in a thunderstorm, Peter gets struck by lightning and has a near-death experience. This is where the episode gets really dark and weird. Instead of just passing out or going to a hospital, Peter's soul gets pulled out of his body and he meets death face to face. But death isn't some scary skeleton with a hood. He's this regular-looking guy who's kind of pathetic and lives with his nagging mother. Death tells Peter that he's not actually dying, just having a near-death experience. Then he drops this bomb on Peter. Lois is going to divorce him, and he'll die 2 years after that happens. Peter freaks out because he can't believe Lois would ever leave him. Death decides to show Peter the past to prove his point, taking him back in time to see how their relationship really started. The flashback stuff is where the existential horror really kicks in. Death has the power to travel through time and show Peter moments from his life that he's forgotten or ignored. They watch Peter and Lois's first meeting, their early romance, and Peter meeting Lois's rich father. The creepy part is that death can just pull up any moment from Peter's life like he's watching a movie. It makes you realize that someone is always watching and recording everything you do. When they see Peter's past, it becomes clear how much he's changed. Young Peter was willing to turn down $1 million from Lois's father just to be with her. He was romantic, attentive, and actually cared about making Lois happy. Current Peter can't even be bothered to spend his anniversary with his wife. He's become this lazy, selfish guy who takes Lois for granted and lies to her constantly. Death keeps trying to get Peter to have a revelation that will save his marriage, but Peter's too stupid to figure it out. He keeps guessing wrong things like God loves a working man, while Death gets more and more frustrated. The whole time, Death is complaining about his own problems, especially his overbearing mother who treats him like a child, even though he's literally the force that ends all life. The mother stuff adds another layer of existential horror. Here's Death, the most powerful force in the universe, and he's still getting nagged by his mom about zipping up his fly and eating his vegetables. It suggests that even cosmic forces are trapped in these petty human relationships. Death can control who lives and dies, but he can't escape his mother's criticism. While Peter's having his spiritual crisis with Death, Lois discovers that he lied about the scavenger hunt and is actually playing golf. She's heartbroken and furious because she thought Peter had finally made an effort for their anniversary. The betrayal hits her hard because she realizes Peter will always choose his own fun over spending time with her. Death finally gets fed up with Peter's stupidity and threatens to leave him in limbo forever. But then Peter offers to help Death get a girlfriend, since Death is lonely and can't seem to meet women. This leads to this bizarre subplot, where Peter becomes Death's wingman, trying to help the Grim Reaper pick up chicks at the beach and coffee shops. The whole dating sequence is surreal and darkly funny. Death is terrible with women because he's awkward and still lives with his mom. He keeps striking out with girls who find him weird and creepy. Peter tries to give him advice, but it's hard to make Death seem appealing when he literally represents everyone's worst fear. Eventually, Death does meet a girl named Amy who works at a pet store. Peter encourages him to be honest and direct, and surprisingly, it works. Amy agrees to go on a date with Death, which makes him happy and grateful to Peter. This is when Peter finally has his revelation. He needs to pay more attention to his wife and stop taking her for granted. Death sends Peter back to his body just as Lois arrives at the golf course, angry about being lied to. But Peter surprises her by having arranged for Peter Frampton to play their wedding song as an anniversary gift. Lois is moved by the gesture and forgives Peter, suggesting that maybe their marriage can be saved after all. What makes this episode really dark is how it treats death and time as these casual, controllable things. Death can just yank Peter's soul out of his body whenever he wants and show him any moment from his past or future. There's no privacy, no escape from being judged and evaluated. The episode suggests that someone is always watching and keeping score of your life. The existential horror comes from realizing that your whole life is just entertainment for cosmic forces. Death treats Peter's marriage problems like a TV show he's watching, getting frustrated when Peter doesn't learn his lesson fast enough. It makes human relationships seem insignificant when they're being judged by immortal beings who have seen it all before. The episode also shows how people can become completely different from who they used to be without even realizing it. Peter genuinely doesn't understand how much he's changed since he first met Lois. He thinks he's still the same romantic guy who gave up $1 million for love, but really he's become this selfish jerk who can't even spend one day focusing on his wife. Death himself is a pretty depressing character. He's got all this cosmic power, but he's still lonely, awkward, and dominated by his mother. It suggests that even the most powerful forces in the universe are trapped by the same petty problems that plague regular people. Death might control life and death, but he can't control his own happiness or relationships. The ending where Peter saves his marriage feels kind of fake because we know he hasn't really learned anything permanent. Death already told him that Lois will eventually divorce him, so this anniversary gesture is just delaying the inevitable. The episode leaves you with this sense that some futures can't be changed, no matter how hard you try. Death Lives is dark because it treats mortality and cosmic judgment as real things that regular people have to deal with. Peter gets confronted with his own death timeline and has to face the fact that his marriage is doomed. Even when he seems to fix things, there's this underlying sense that fate has already been decided, and he's just going through the motions until everything falls apart. After almost dying and nearly losing his marriage in Death Lives, Peter dives into fame and trouble in Patriot Games, letting his ego cause chaos. Patriot Games. Patriot Games shows Peter Griffin joining the New England Patriots football team after impressing Tom Brady with his athletic ability, but the episode deals more with Peter's ego problems and gambling debts than extreme sports violence and brain damage. While there is football violence, it's not the main focus you described. The episode starts with Peter losing a $50 bet to Stewie on a celebrity boxing match between Carol Channing and Mike Tyson. This sets up a subplot where Stewie becomes a violent loan shark trying to collect the money from Peter. Meanwhile, Peter doesn't want to go to his high school reunion because he feels like a loser compared to his successful classmates. At the reunion, Peter lies and claims he's a secret agent astronaut millionaire to impress people. When his classmates discover he's lying, Peter gets drunk and ends up throwing up. But his vomiting display somehow impresses Tom Brady, who happens to be at the reunion, and Brady invites Peter to try out for the New England Patriots. Peter makes the team and becomes obsessed with being a celebrity athlete. He starts doing car dealership commercials, buying expensive stuff like a $30,000 wax sculpture, and acting like a big shot. The success completely goes to his head, and he becomes arrogant and showboaty during games. The football violence in the episode is pretty standard stuff. Peter gets tackled and hits other players, but there's no focus on brain damage or serious injuries from the sport. The show treats the football action as normal game violence rather than exploring the darker health consequences of playing professional football. Peter's attitude problems get worse as his fame grows. He starts showboating on the field, doing elaborate touchdown dances, and ignoring his coach's orders. During one game, he performs an entire musical number from The Music Man after scoring, complete with choreographed dancing. His teammates and coaches get fed up with his behavior. The Patriots eventually fire Peter for being too much of a prima donna. They trade him to the worst football team in Europe, the London Silly Nannies. Peter's family has to move to England, where they struggle to adjust to British culture and lifestyle. The London team is portrayed as completely pathetic. The players are wimpy British stereotypes who have tea parties instead of practicing hard. They're more interested in being polite and proper than playing aggressive football. Peter tries to toughen them up by giving them steroids and making them train harder. Peter challenges the New England Patriots to a grudge match to prove himself. The build-up to this game creates tension, but when the actual game happens, it's a complete massacre. The Patriots absolutely destroy the London team, crushing them with superior size, speed, and skill. The ending shows Peter getting completely demolished by the entire Patriots team. He gets tackled and beaten up pretty badly, but even then the show doesn't focus on brain damage or long-term health effects. Peter just gets roughed up and then gets respect from Tom Brady for having the courage to stand up to the whole team by himself. Meanwhile, the Stewie loan shark subplot gets increasingly violent throughout the episode. Stewie beats up Peter multiple times, shoots Brian in both knees, and sets him on fire when Brian can't pay his gambling debt. This violence is much more extreme and graphic than anything that happens during the football games. What makes the episode dark is how it shows Peter's character flaws destroying his opportunities. He had a chance to be a professional athlete, but his ego and need for attention ruined everything. Peter can't handle success without becoming an arrogant jerk who alienates everyone around him. The episode also shows how gambling can lead to serious problems. Peter's $50 bet seems harmless at first, but it spirals into Stewie becoming a violent criminal who tortures people for money. The contrast between Peter's football fame and his hidden gambling debts creates tension throughout the story. The football violence itself is played mostly for laughs, rather than serious commentary about sports injuries. When Peter gets crushed by the Patriots at the end, he bounces back pretty quickly without any lasting damage. The show treats football hits as cartoon violence rather than realistic depictions of what happens to players' brains and bodies. The episode ends with Peter earning Tom Brady's respect for his courage, suggesting that sometimes standing up for yourself matters more than winning. But there's no discussion of concussions, chronic traumatic encephalopathy, or other real health issues that affect football players. The cultural clash element becomes more prominent when the Griffin family moves to London. They struggle with British customs, food, and lifestyle differences. Lois tries to adapt by calling the toilet a loo and making jokes about British TV being boring. The kids have trouble adjusting to their new school and the different social expectations. The London silly nannies are portrayed as the complete opposite of tough American football players. They're effeminate, polite, and more interested in having pillow fights in pajamas than training hard for games. When Peter tries to make them more aggressive by giving them steroids, it doesn't work because their whole culture is based on being genteel and proper. Peter's desperation to prove himself leads him to make increasingly bad decisions. He challenges the Patriots to a game he knows his team can't win, just because his ego can't handle being seen as a failure. The whole situation becomes a metaphor for how pride can make people do stupid things that hurt themselves and others. The actual grudge match is brutal in its one-sidedness. The Patriots players are huge, fast, and experienced professionals, while the London team consists of small, weak players who don't really understand American football. It's less of a game and more like watching adults beat up children. When Peter stands alone against the entire Patriots team at the end, it's both heroic and pathetic. He's showing courage by not giving up, but he's also being incredibly stupid by taking on impossible odds. The scene works as both an inspiring moment and a commentary on how stubborn pride can lead to unnecessary suffering. The steroid subplot adds another dark element to the episode. Peter casually gives performance-enhancing drugs to amateur players who don't understand the health risks. This reflects real issues in sports, where pressure to win leads athletes to make dangerous choices about their bodies. The episode's treatment of celebrity culture is also pretty cynical. Peter's brief fame goes to his head instantly, and he becomes insufferable as soon as he gets attention. The commercial endorsements and expensive purchases show how quickly success can corrupt someone who wasn't prepared for it. Tom Brady's character serves as a contrast to Peter throughout the episode. Brady remains professional and focused on winning, while Peter becomes distracted by fame and personal glory. When Brady finally respects Peter at the end, it's not for his football skills, but for his willingness to take punishment without giving up. The violence in Patriot games is more about personal consequences than systematic sports injuries. Peter gets hurt because of his own bad choices. The episode uses violence as punishment for character flaws, rather than examining the real health costs of professional athletics. Patriot Games is more about Peter's personality problems and the consequences of his gambling than it is about extreme sports, violence, or brain damage. While there is football violence, the episode doesn't explore the serious health risks of playing professional football or focus on the long-term damage that repeated hits can cause to players' brains and bodies. The show treats sports violence as cartoon entertainment rather than addressing the real medical issues that affect athletes. After Peter ruins his football chances in Patriot Games, he ends up lost at sea in Perfect Castaway, and his family has to live without him. Perfect Castaway. Perfect Castaway shows Peter getting lost at sea and presumed dead, leading his wife Lois to remarry his best friend Brian the dog. When Peter returns, months later, he discovers his family has moved on without him, and he has to fight to win back his wife from his former pet. The episode starts with Peter struggling as a fisherman, unable to catch enough fish to feed his family. He's desperate and considers himself a failure as a provider. An old sea captain tells him about Pelican's Reef, a legendary fishing spot where there are supposedly more fish than anyone could imagine. The catch is that no sailor has ever returned from there alive. Peter decides to risk everything and takes Joe and Quagmire on a fishing trip to this dangerous location. They're motivated by the promise of huge catches that could solve all of Peter's money problems. The trip starts well when they reach Pelican's Reef and find it's actually full of fish, just like the story said. But then Hurricane RuPaul hits while they're out at sea. Their boat gets destroyed and they're shipwrecked on a deserted island for months. Back in Quahog, the family holds a funeral for Peter, Joe, and Quagmire, believing they're all dead. Death himself appears in the episode to confirm that their ship was swallowed whole by the treacherous, unforgiving sea. While the guys are stuck on the island, some really dark stuff happens. Peter actually starts eating Joe's legs while Joe is unconscious, which is completely messed up. When Joe wakes up and discovers what Peter's been doing, he's horrified and angry, but they're all so desperate they don't know what else to do. Back home, Lois is devastated by Peter's death, but has to keep the family together. Brian steps up and becomes the man of the house, even getting a job selling cars to support everyone financially. The kids start doing better in school, and their lives actually improve without Peter around. This creates a really uncomfortable situation where everyone realizes they might be better off without the family patriarch. After months of grieving, Lois and Brian end up getting married. This is super weird because Brian is the family dog, but the show treats it like a normal relationship. Brian has always had a crush on Lois, and now that Peter's gone, he finally gets his chance to be with her. The marriage seems to work well, with Brian being more responsible and caring than Peter ever was. Then Peter suddenly returns home alive, having been rescued from the island. He expects everything to go back to normal, but he's shocked to discover that Lois married Brian. The family is happy to see Peter alive, but they've also moved on and built new lives without him. Peter realizes he's no longer needed or wanted in his own house. This creates a really painful love triangle where Peter has to compete with Brian for his own wife. Peter tries everything to win Lois back, including walking around naked and making crude attempts at seduction. But Lois feels obligated to stay with Brian because he saved the family when Peter abandoned them. The situation gets worse when Peter and Lois start having an affair behind Brian's back. They can't resist each other despite Lois being married to Brian. This makes Peter feel guilty but also justified since he believes Lois is rightfully his wife. The affair shows how messy and painful it is when someone returns from the dead and disrupts the new life everyone built. Brian eventually discovers the affair when he finds Peter and Lois together. He's heartbroken because he genuinely loves Lois and thought they had a real marriage. But Brian realizes that Lois will always love Peter more, and their marriage was just a temporary solution to a crisis. In a moment of selfless love, Brian decides to divorce Lois so she can be with Peter again. He tells Lois that he doesn't think she's the right woman for him, even though it's obviously a lie to spare her feelings. Brian sacrifices his own happiness so that Peter and Lois can be together. The episode ends with everything going back to normal, but there's a sense that relationships have been permanently damaged. Brian is clearly depressed and lonely, having given up the love of his life. Peter got his family back, but he also knows they were doing fine without him, and maybe even better. What makes this episode particularly dark is how it deals with the idea that families can move on from losing someone. Peter's death actually improved everyone's lives in many ways. Brian was a better husband and father figure, the kids were more successful, and the family was more stable. When Peter returns, he disrupts this better life they built. The episode also explores the uncomfortable reality of how quickly people can replace someone they've lost. Lois genuinely grieved for Peter, but she also fell in love with Brian and built a new life. When Peter returns, she has to choose between the husband she thought was dead and the new husband who saved her family. The cannibalism subplot, with Peter eating Joe's legs, adds another layer of horror to the survival story. It shows how quickly civilized people can become monsters when they're desperate. Peter literally consumes his friend to stay alive, which creates lasting trauma for both of them. Brian's sacrifice at the end is both noble and tragic. He gives up his happiness so Peter and Lois can be together, but he's clearly devastated by the loss. The episode ends with Brian alone and depressed, having tasted love and then given it up. His final scene where he goes to the basement to masturbate is both funny and deeply sad. Perfect Castaway is dark because it shows how death and abandonment can actually improve people's lives in some ways. Peter's family was better without him, which raises questions about his value as a husband and father. When he returns, he has to face the reality that he might not be as important to his family as he thought he was. After Peter's disappearance in Perfect Castaway shows his family can do better without him, Death Has a Shadow shows how one stupid choice can ruin everything he has. Don't forget to subscribe to us. Death Has a Shadow. Death Has a Shadow shows Peter Griffin getting fired from his job after a drunken night leads to dangerous toys being shipped to children, then committing welfare fraud that nearly destroys his family and lands him in prison. This first episode of Family Guy deals with how one bad decision can spiral into financial ruin and threaten to tear apart everything you care about. The episode starts with Peter promising Lois he won't drink at a bachelor party, but of course he gets completely wasted with his buddies Cleveland and Quagmire. They're watching porn and getting drunk, which seems harmless enough until Peter has to go to work the next day with a massive hangover. Peter works at a toy factory where his job is to watch for dangerous products that could hurt kids. Because Peter's still drunk and falling asleep on the job, he completely fails to notice when deadly weapons start going down the conveyor belt instead of safe toys. Knives, gasoline tanks, and other lethal stuff gets packaged up and shipped out to children across the country. When kids start getting hurt by these toys, Peter gets fired immediately and his family faces financial disaster. This is where things get really dark because Peter makes the worst possible choice to fix his money problems. Instead of looking for another job or cutting expenses, he decides to commit welfare fraud. He applies for government assistance and somehow gets approved for way more money than he should, receiving thousands of dollars per week instead of a normal welfare amount. At first, the family thinks they've won the lottery. Peter starts buying crazy, expensive stuff like renting the statue of David and getting a blimp. The kids love having money for once, and even Lois enjoys not worrying about bills. But the whole foundation of their new wealth is built on lies and illegal activity, which creates this constant tension about when it's all going to collapse. The welfare fraud storyline gets more and more ridiculous as Peter spends government money on increasingly stupid purchases. He's living like a millionaire on taxpayer money, which makes him look like a complete scumbag. The episode shows how easy it is to get addicted to money you don't deserve, and how quickly you can lose your moral compass when you're desperate. Lois starts getting suspicious about where all this money is coming from, and when she finds out Peter's been lying and stealing from the government, she's absolutely furious. She tells Peter she doesn't even know who he is anymore, and that the man she married would never think he could solve problems just by throwing money at them. Their marriage nearly falls apart because Peter chose crime over honesty. The whole scam comes crashing down when Peter decides to take his family to the Super Bowl in a blimp he bought with stolen welfare money. Because Peter's an idiot who can barely drive a car, he crashes the blimp right into the stadium during the game. This creates a massive public spectacle that exposes his fraud to the entire country on live television. Peter gets arrested and has to face a federal judge who sentences him to 24 months in prison for welfare fraud. The family is devastated because they're about to lose their father and husband, and they're also broke again because all the money gets taken away. Stewie saves the day with his mind control device, but the damage to the family's trust and stability has already been done. What makes this episode particularly harsh is how it shows that Peter's problems all stem from one night of drinking. If he had just kept his promise to Lois and stayed sober, he wouldn't have been hungover at work, wouldn't have let dangerous toys through, wouldn't have gotten fired, and wouldn't have turned to crime. One bad decision creates a domino effect that nearly destroys everything. The episode also shows how financial desperation can make people do terrible things. Peter knows welfare fraud is wrong, but he's so scared of not being able to provide for his family that he convinces himself it's justified. The show doesn't make Peter look sympathetic though. He clearly enjoys spending money he didn't earn and acts like he deserves it. The welfare fraud plot hits different because it's a real crime that real people commit when they're desperate. Unlike most Family Guy episodes with crazy supernatural stuff, this one deals with a crime that actually ruins families and costs taxpayers money. Peter's literally stealing from other people. The relationship damage between Peter and Lois is the most serious part of the episode. Lois genuinely considers leaving Peter because she can't trust someone who would lie to her face and risk their family's future for easy money. When she says she doesn't know who Peter is anymore, it feels like a real marriage crisis. Even though Stewie fixes everything at the end with his mind control ray, the episode establishes that Peter is capable of making decisions that could destroy his family. He's someone who will choose his own immediate gratification over his family's long-term well-being. This sets up the pattern for the entire series, where Peter's selfishness constantly threatens his family. Death Has a Shadow is dark because it shows how quickly a normal middle-class family can fall into poverty and crime. Peter goes from being a regular working dad to being a federal criminal in just a few weeks. The episode demonstrates that financial stability is fragile and that one person's bad choices can drag down everyone who depends on them. The episode ends with Peter immediately starting to plan his next scam, showing that he didn't actually learn anything from almost going to prison. This suggests that the cycle of irresponsible behavior and family crisis is going to continue, which makes the whole situation feel hopeless rather than resolved. After Peter ruins his family with lies and theft, Herpe, the love sore, shows that even friends can betray you and leave lasting harm. Herpe, the love sore shows Brian knowingly giving Stewie herpes through a blood brother ritual, then dealing with the mess as the STD spreads and ruins relationships. This episode shows how sexually transmitted diseases can wreck trust between friends and turn people into social outcasts. The episode starts with Stewie wanting to become blood brothers with Brian after watching some old cowboy movie. Stewie thinks mixing blood is this cool bonding thing that will make their friendship even tighter. Brian doesn't really want to do it, but goes along with cutting their hands and mixing their blood together. The problem is, Brian knows he has herpes and doesn't tell Stewie about it. The next morning, Stewie wakes up with this nasty herpes sore on his lip. He's totally grossed out and immediately goes after Brian for giving him the disease. Brian tries to act like herpes is no big deal, even saying they should call it Boppo to make it sound less scary. But Stewie is pissed because Brian knew he was infected and passed it on without any warning. The herpes outbreak becomes a total nightmare for Stewie. He has to make these embarrassing phone calls to everyone he's hooked up with, including apparently some cartoon character from a kids' show. When he tries to help with wedding invitations, the other people are disgusted by how he looks and treat him like he's contagious with the plague. Brian's herpes is so gross that when Stewie looks at his mouth, he says Brian is more herpes than dog. Brian has clearly been living with this infection for ages and spreading it to other people through his hookups. The episode shows what a selfish jerk Brian is for not telling his partners about his STD. The disease starts messing up Brian's dating life right away. When he's on a date with some woman at a restaurant, Stewie and Chris show up and loudly announce that Brian has herpes. The woman gets disgusted and leaves, ruining Brian's chance with someone whose dad has money. This shows how herpes can kill romantic opportunities and make people avoid you like you're toxic. There's also this side story where Peter gets embarrassed at their regular bar booth by some tough guys, which makes everyone lose respect for him. His own family starts treating him like garbage because word spreads that he's a wimp. This other storyline shows how fast your social status can collapse when people see you as weak or pathetic. The herpes keeps spreading through the episode. Chris tells everyone that he also got herpes from Brian when they became blood brothers in some other incident. So Brian has now infected multiple family members with his STD and didn't warn any of them first. This makes Brian look like a total scumbag who puts the people closest to him in danger. Stewie and Chris team up to get back at Brian for infecting them. They hack his Facebook and embarrass him online, making sure everyone knows he has herpes. They also mess with his social life by following him around and telling strangers about his STD. This public shaming makes Brian's life hell. The episode shows how herpes affects people's feelings about themselves and their mental health. Stewie becomes lonely and depressed, even talking to his teddy bear about being infected. The physical stuff is gross and painful, but the social shame is what really destroys people's lives. Having herpes makes them feel dirty and like nobody wants them. Brian finally admits he was too embarrassed to tell people about his herpes. He says he was ashamed of having an STD and hoped he could hide it from friends and family. But lying about it made everything worse because now people can't trust him about anything important. The episode shows how STDs can wreck relationships even between best friends. Stewie says he realized for the first time that he couldn't trust his closest friend. When someone lies about their STD status, it breaks the basic trust that all relationships need. Even after Brian says sorry, their friendship is permanently messed up. The ending reveals that herpes flares up when people are stressed, meaning infected people will have visible symptoms during big life events like job interviews and weddings. This creates this cycle where the disease keeps interfering with important opportunities and milestones, making it impossible to escape what it does to your life. The episode also shows how the stigma around STDs can be just as bad as the actual disease. People treat Stewie like he's contaminated and dangerous just because he has a sore on his lip. The social rejection and isolation can be worse than the physical symptoms, especially for someone young like Stewie, who doesn't understand why everyone's avoiding him. Brian's behavior throughout the episode shows how some people deal with having STDs by being reckless and selfish. Instead of being responsible and telling partners about his condition, he spreads it around and acts like it's no big deal. This kind of attitude is what keeps STDs spreading and hurting innocent people who trusted the wrong person. The blood brother ritual itself becomes this twisted symbol of how diseases spread through intimate contact. What should have been a moment of friendship and bonding becomes the source of lifelong infection and broken trust. It shows how one moment of poor judgment can have consequences that last forever. The episode doesn't offer any real solution or hope for the characters who got infected. Unlike most Family Guy episodes where problems get fixed by the end, herpes is permanent and keeps affecting the characters forever. This makes the episode darker because there's no way to undo the damage that Brian caused. The parallel storyline with Peter getting humiliated at the bar shows how quickly someone can go from respected to outcast in their social group. Both Peter and the herpes victims learn that their social status was more fragile than they thought. Once people see you as weak, pathetic, or diseased, they treat you totally different. What makes this episode really dark is how it deals with the real consequences of STD transmission without sugarcoating anything. The herpes have to live with the physical symptoms, the social stigma, and the broken relationships for the rest of their lives. The episode also touches on how STDs disproportionately affect people's sex lives and romantic relationships. Brian's dating prospects get ruined because women don't want to risk getting infected. This creates this cycle where people with STDs become more isolated and desperate, sometimes leading them to make even worse choices about disclosure. Herpe, the love sore, stands out as one of Family Guy's darkest episodes because it shows how diseases can destroy trust, relationships, and social standing in ways that never fully heal. The episode treats herpes as what it really is, a lifelong condition that affects both physical health and social relationships, with no easy fixes or happy endings. After showing how Brian's selfish choices with herpes hurt everyone, Brian and Stewie goes darker, showing Brian's depression and how much he depends on Stewie to keep living. Brian, Stewie. You know how sometimes you get stuck in an elevator with someone and end up having the weirdest conversation of your life? Well, Brian and Stewie is basically that, except one person is suicidal and the other one makes him eat poop. This episode locks Brian and Stewie in a bank vault all weekend, and what happens is way more messed up than you'd expect from a cartoon. So, they go to the bank because Brian needs to check his safety deposit box and Stewie wants to return some ridiculously expensive sweater. They're arguing about money when the vault door closes and traps them inside until Monday. Seems like no big deal at first, just wait it out, right? Wrong. Stewie immediately craps his diaper and everything goes downhill from there. Here's where it gets gross. Stewie demands Brian change him, but there are no clean diapers. So Stewie comes up with this sick plan where Brian has to eat his poop, lick the diaper clean, and then lick his butt to get everything spotless. Brian is obviously disgusted, but Stewie keeps pushing and manipulating him until he actually does it. The whole poop eating scene is beyond disturbing. You don't see it happen directly, but you hear Brian gagging and throwing up. Then, because he's a dog, Brian ends up eating his own vomit too. It's absolutely revolting and shows how broken Brian really is. He literally ate baby poop because he couldn't handle being trapped with the smell. That's rock bottom right there. After this traumatic experience, they find a bottle of expensive scotch in Brian's box and start drinking. That's when the real bombshell drops. Stewie asks why Brian has a gun in his safety deposit box, and Brian tells him the truth. He keeps it there because he wants to kill himself. Brian isn't joking around or being dramatic. He's genuinely suicidal and has been planning his own death. The scotch they're drinking was supposed to be his last drink before he shot himself. He explains that just knowing he has a way out helps him get through each day, but sometimes everything feels like too much to handle. This is crazy because Brian is supposed to be the smart one on the show. He's the character who calls out everyone else's stupidity and acts all superior. But underneath all that, he's completely depressed and sees no point in living. He talks about how dogs should naturally live with purpose, but he wasn't born that way. He's tried to find meaning, but just can't. Stewie gets really upset hearing this. He tells Brian that he'd be lost without him, that Brian is his only real friend and the only person who makes life worth living. Stewie actually says he loves Brian, not in a weird way, but as the one person he truly cares about. This seems to help Brian realize that maybe having someone who needs him is enough reason to keep going. What makes this episode so dark is how real Brian's depression feels. There are no jokes about suicide or mental illness. His pain is genuine, and the show doesn't try to fix it with some easy solution. Having Stewie care about him helps, but it doesn't magically cure his depression. It just gives him one reason to postpone killing himself. The poop eating part is disturbing because it shows how desperate Brian is. He's already so beaten down by life that eating feces seems like just another thing he has to endure. Stewie manipulates him by threatening him and appealing to his desperation. The whole thing is degrading and pathetic, but the show presents it seriously rather than as a gross-out gag. This episode changed everything about how you see Brian. Every time he acts smart or gives advice in future episodes, you remember that he's secretly planning to kill himself. The knowledge that he keeps a gun specifically for suicide makes everything he does feel darker and more complicated. The conversation about living in the present is also pretty heavy. Brian admits he's never truly in the moment, always worried about the past or future. Stewie says the only time he feels present is watching kids' shows, which is both funny and sad because it shows how simple happiness can be if you let it. They end up reading together and falling asleep in the vault, which is actually touching after all the horrible stuff that happened. Brian reads from a first edition book while Stewie gets comfortable next to him. It shows these characters genuinely caring for each other in a way the show rarely allows. The episode proves that Family Guy can do serious drama when it wants to. By removing all the cutaway gags and random jokes, they created something that feels more like a play than a cartoon. It forces you to confront real issues like depression and psychological manipulation in a show you usually watch for laughs. What's really disturbing is the power dynamic between Brian and Stewie. Stewie gets Brian to do something absolutely degrading by using threats and manipulation. Brian goes along with it because he's already so broken that this seems normal. The fact that Stewie later admits he loves Brian makes the manipulation even more twisted. The episode raises uncomfortable questions about friendship and mental health. Is it healthy for Brian to depend on Stewie's need for him as his only reason to live? Is Stewie actually helping Brian, or just giving him something to focus on besides suicide? These are complex issues without easy answers. The long-term impact was huge because it showed that underneath all the comedy, these characters are actually pretty damaged. Brian is suicidal, Stewie is manipulative, and their friendship is built on mutual desperation. That's a lot darker than most people expected from a cartoon about a talking dog and baby. What makes Brian and Stewie so messed up is that it suggests some people are just fundamentally broken. Brian doesn't find new purpose or get cured of his depression. He just realizes that having one person who would be devastated by his death might be enough reason to postpone it. That's not exactly a happy ending, but it feels honest in a way most TV shows avoid. The episode basically says that sometimes the best you can hope for is finding someone who needs you enough to make life bearable. Brian's not going to get better, but maybe he won't kill himself as long as Stewie depends on him. It's a pretty grim view of friendship and mental health, but it's presented in a way that feels real and serious rather than exploitative. After showing how Brian and Stewie's messed up bond leads to terrible choices, Into Fat Air takes it further, making the Griffins eat a frozen teenager to survive. Into Fat Air. There's a certain kind of dark humor that comes from watching a cartoon family accidentally become cannibals, and Into Fat Air delivers exactly that. This episode takes the Griffins on a mountain climbing adventure that turns into a survival nightmare where they end up eating a dead teenager to avoid starving to death. The whole mess starts when Peter and Lois go to dinner at their old friends, the Fishmans' house. Ross Fishman is Lois's ex-boyfriend who's now super rich and successful, and he spends the entire dinner basically showing off and making the Griffins feel like losers. He talks about his fancy private school, his expensive vacations, and then drops the bomb that his family is planning to climb Mount Everest. Peter gets so jealous and embarrassed that he lies and says the Griffins are also climbing Everest. Ross clearly doesn't believe him and makes some comment about how the Griffin family doesn't look like they could handle such a challenge. This pisses off Lois so much that she decides they're actually going to do it, just to prove they're not second-class people. So, the Griffins pack up and head to Nepal to climb the world's most dangerous mountain, which is already a terrible idea. They have no experience, no proper training, and Peter brings completely useless supplies like a GPS that just keeps saying, "Go up." They're competing against the fishmen to see who can reach the summit first, which turns this into a deadly race. The climb starts going wrong immediately. Peter falls into a crevice full of dead bodies. They run out of food because Peter brought a music playlist instead of trail mix, and then a massive blizzard traps them on the mountain. They're freezing, starving, and completely lost in whiteout conditions with no way to get help. That's when they find Ben Fishman, Ross's teenage son, frozen to death in the snow. The family is horrified at first and wants to bury him properly, but Brian points out the horrible truth. If they don't eat something soon, they're all going to die from exhaustion and hypothermia, just like Ben did. They literally have no other choice if they want to survive. The cannibalism scene is handled in typical Family Guy fashion. They don't show the actual eating, but they make it clear that the entire family consumed human flesh to stay alive. Stewie even makes a comment about being oddly prepared for cannibalism, which is disturbing on multiple levels. The show treats it as both tragic and darkly comedic at the same time. After eating Ben, they continue down the mountain and run into Ross and Pam Fishman, who are heading back up to look for their missing son. The Griffins have to pretend they haven't seen Ben while knowing they literally just ate him. Peter makes uncomfortable jokes about Ben squeezing himself out of a crevice soon, referring to when his remains will be digested. But then, Lois has a moment of conscience. She realizes they can't let the Fishmans go back up the mountain to die looking for their son. Even though these people have been condescending to them all episode, Lois says they have to do the right thing and rescue them. She says this is how the Griffins win and avoid being second best, by doing what's morally right. So they turn around and climb back up into the deadly storm to save Ross and Pam, who have fallen into a crevice and are about to freeze to death. Peter risks his own life to pull them both out, even though he's carrying extra weight and almost doesn't make it. The Fishmans are grateful and finally show the Griffins some respect. The episode ends with this twisted moment where Ross is thanking Peter for being such a good man and saving their lives. Peter starts to feel guilty and blurts out, "We ate your son," right as the credits roll. It's this horrible punchline that completely undermines the moral redemption they just earned. What makes this episode so dark is how it shows ordinary people can be pushed to do unthinkable things when survival is on the line. The Griffins aren't monsters, but they still committed cannibalism because the alternative was death. The show doesn't judge them for it, which makes it even more disturbing. The cannibalism also works as this twisted metaphor for how far people will go to prove they're not failures. The Griffins literally consumed another family's child just to avoid admitting they were second best. Their pride and jealousy led them to a situation where they had to do something horrific to survive. The rescue at the end is supposed to redeem them morally, but it also makes their earlier actions more complicated. They saved the Fishmans' lives after eating their son. Are they heroes or monsters? The show doesn't give you an easy answer. This episode stands out because it takes a relatively normal family rivalry and pushes it to this extreme conclusion where people die and get eaten. Most sitcoms would never go there, but Family Guy uses the cannibalism to make a point about competitiveness, survival, and what people are really capable of when pushed to their limits. The fact that they specifically ate a teenager makes it worse because Ben was just an innocent kid caught up in his parents' adventure. His death wasn't even heroic or meaningful. He just froze to death and got eaten by strangers who were jealous of his family's success. Into Fat Air basically argues that civilization is just a thin layer over our animal instincts. When the Griffins get hungry enough and desperate enough, they'll eat human flesh without much hesitation. The episode suggests that anyone could become a cannibal under the right circumstances, which is a pretty dark view of human nature. After showing the Griffins eating a dead kid to survive, Petarded goes darker by having Peter use his disability to hurt and control everyone around him. Petarded shows what happens when someone gets diagnosed with a mental disability and then uses that diagnosis to screw everyone over. Peter Griffin gets tested and finds out he's mentally disabled, but instead of being a victim, he becomes this manipulative jerk who ruins everything. So, this whole mess starts when Peter wins a game of Trivial Pursuit at game night with his friends. He's acting like he's some kind of genius because he answered questions like, "What color is a fire truck?" Problem is, Lois secretly switched his questions to the preschool edition so he wouldn't feel bad about himself. Peter has no clue and gets super cocky about being so smart. Peter starts bragging that he's genius material and could qualify for a MacArthur Genius Grant that pays $500,000. Lois gets fed up with his arrogance and basically dares him to take the actual test if he's such a genius. Peter agrees, thinking this will prove how brilliant he is once and for all. When Peter goes to take the IQ test, he's completely confident. The test itself is pretty basic stuff, but Peter struggles with even simple questions. When the results come back, he discovers he's not a genius at all. In fact, the test shows he's mentally disabled with an IQ just below the normal range. The doctor has to break it to him gently that he's mentally retarded, which was the terminology they used back then. At first, Peter freaks out completely. He calls his old high school girlfriend to warn her she might want to get tested too, thinking mental disability is contagious like an STD. He's embarrassed and worried about how people will treat him differently. The city immediately installs a wheelchair ramp at his house and puts up warning signs, which humiliates him in front of his neighbors. He's convinced his whole life is ruined and everyone will look down on him. But then Peter has this horrible realization that changes everything. He figures out he can use his disability status to get away with literally anything. When he crashes his car into news anchor Tom Tucker and seriously injures him, Tucker just shrugs it off once he finds out Peter is the retarded fellow. People suddenly excuse all his bad behavior as long as he mentions being disabled. Peter starts exploiting this everywhere he goes, and it gets really dark really fast. He disrupts church services by shouting, "Bible fight," and throws hymnals at people. When they get angry, he just says, "Sorry, I'm retarded," and they immediately back off saying, "Bless your heart." He destroys property at McDonald's by climbing into the fryer area and stealing equipment. Every time someone complains, he claims he doesn't know any better because of his condition. The exploitation gets way worse. Peter announces over the McDonald's intercom that testicles, that is all. And when people get upset, he just points to his head and shrugs. He steals a whole fryer machine from the restaurant, and nobody stops him because they feel sorry for him. He's basically figured out that society has this weird guilt thing where they won't hold disabled people accountable for anything. Meanwhile, his family is falling apart because of his behavior. The worst part is when Lois ends up in the hospital with severe burns from one of Peter's stunts. He was messing around with hot oil and ended up seriously injuring his wife, but he still doesn't take responsibility. Even when she's lying in a hospital bed looking like she got deep fried, Peter's more concerned with his own problems. Child Services eventually shows up and takes away his kids because they decide he's mentally unfit to be a parent. This is where you realize how far Peter's manipulation has gone. He's lost his children because he couldn't stop using his diagnosis as an excuse for terrible behavior. But even then, Peter doesn't learn his lesson. He tries to frame Cleveland as a bad parent by bringing prostitutes to Cleveland's house while Cleveland is babysitting Peter's kids. The whole scheme with the prostitutes shows just how calculated Peter's become. He's actively plotting to hurt people who are trying to help him. Cleveland was doing him a favor by watching his kids, and Peter repays him by trying to get him in trouble with Child Services. The court scene is where everything comes to a head. Peter tries to get his kids back by arguing that being mentally disabled doesn't automatically make someone a bad parent. He makes this emotional speech about how there are plenty of bad parents out there who aren't disabled but still get to keep their kids. For a moment, it seems like he might actually have learned something about discrimination and unfairness. But the judge sees right through Peter's manipulation. He calls Peter a monster and refuses to give him custody of his children. The judge is so disgusted by Peter's behavior that he wishes he could lock him up somewhere with other dangerous people, but admits he can't think of such a place. When someone points out he's describing prison, the judge realizes his mistake, but it's too late, he already banged the gavel. What makes this episode really dark is how it shows someone taking a real issue like disability discrimination and turning it into a weapon. Peter faces some genuine prejudice at first, like the city treating him differently just because of his test results. But instead of fighting that discrimination or trying to educate people, he decides to exploit it for personal gain. The episode also shows how Peter's exploitation hurts everyone around him, especially his family. His wife ends up hospitalized, his kids get taken away, and his friends lose respect for him. But Peter doesn't seem to understand that his behavior is the problem. He thinks he's just being clever by using his diagnosis to avoid consequences. He's become this sociopath who uses disability as a shield. The really messed up part is that Peter's exploitation makes things worse for people who actually have disabilities. By using his diagnosis as an excuse for terrible behavior, he reinforces all the worst stereotypes about disabled people being dangerous, unpredictable, or unable to control themselves. He takes what should be a call for understanding and turns it into a reason for people to be suspicious and afraid. The episode also shows how society doesn't know how to handle disability properly. People either treat Peter like he's completely helpless, or they let him get away with anything because they feel guilty. There's no middle ground where they see him as a person who happens to have a disability. Everyone's either condescending or completely permissive, which creates this perfect environment for Peter to manipulate. The episode ends with Peter getting his family back, but only because Lois recovers from her injuries and vouches for him. He doesn't really learn from his mistakes or face any real consequences for manipulating people. The system basically fails everyone. It fails to protect Peter's family from his behavior, it fails to hold him accountable, and it fails to provide any actual support for his disability. This episode is controversial because it tackles the sensitive topic of mental disability through Peter's selfish lens. It shows how someone can take a legitimate social issue and completely twist it for personal benefit, ultimately making things harder for people who genuinely need support and understanding. Peter becomes this cautionary tale about how disability accommodations can be abused by people with bad intentions. After Peter uses his disability to get away with hurting people, Boys Do Cry shows the Griffins facing real danger from hate and religious extremism. Boys Do Cry. This episode tackles religious extremism and hate crimes in ways that are way darker than most Family Guy stuff. Boys Do Cry shows what happens when the Griffin family gets chased out of their hometown by religious fanatics and ends up facing even worse bigotry in Texas. The whole nightmare starts when Lois becomes the church organist and forces everyone to go to Sunday service. During communion, Stewie throws up the communion wafer because he's just a baby who got sick. But the congregation immediately loses their minds and decides this means Stewie is possessed by Satan. We're talking about grown adults looking at a 1-year-old who threw up and concluding he must be filled with demons. Church officials literally show up at the Griffin house with plans to perform an exorcism on Stewie. They're not asking permission, they're demanding to take custody of the baby so they can drive out the evil spirits. These people are so caught up in their religious hysteria that they want to traumatize a toddler over something completely normal, like getting sick. So, the family has to flee Rhode Island and go into hiding. They end up staying at Lois's sister Carol's place in Texas, thinking they'll find safety and tolerance there. Lois is convinced that Texas will be this wholesome place with good family values where they can start over. She couldn't be more wrong about what they're walking into. Right away, you can tell Texas is going to be a problem. Peter goes to buy alcohol and automatically gets a free gun because that's apparently state law. Their neighbors introduce themselves, and the husband casually mentions that he's a queer chaser and beater, like that's a normal job description. The local news is obsessed with conservative politics and treats gay people like they're dangerous criminals. The homophobia gets really ugly when Stewie enters a Little Miss Texas beauty pageant disguised as a girl named Stephanie Griffin. He's just having fun performing his comedy routine, and the audience loves him. He actually wins the whole contest because his jokes are genuinely funny and the crowd is eating it up. But then someone realizes that Stephanie is actually a boy in a dress, and everything changes instantly. The same people who were applauding him seconds earlier start screaming, "It's one of them queerosexuals." They form an angry mob and chase the family out of the building, clearly planning to hurt them. The hatred is so intense and immediate that it's genuinely scary. What makes this scene so disturbing is how quickly the crowd turns violent. These aren't hardened criminals or extremists, they're regular families at a beauty pageant. But the moment they think they've encountered something that challenges their ideas about gender, they're ready to commit violence. It shows how thin the line is between acceptance and hatred. The episode also shows other kinds of bigotry that are just as dangerous. Peter almost gets lynched by a group of cowboys just for mentioning that he's mentally disabled. They literally say, "In Texas, we execute the retarded and start preparing to hang him." He only gets saved because a talking horse shows up to rescue him, which is absurd but doesn't make the threat any less real. Chris and Meg get recruited into a local youth club that worships George W. Bush like he's some kind of god. The kids have to steal Bush's underwear as an initiation ritual so they can bask in its bushy goodness. It's this creepy cult-like behavior where political figures get treated like religious icons. Meanwhile, Stewie is being forced to compete in toddler beauty pageants, which is its own kind of messed up. You have adults sexualizing little kids and judging them based on appearance and performance. The whole pageant culture is presented as this toxic environment that damages children for the entertainment of adults. What's really dark about this episode is that it shows how extremism exists everywhere, just targeting different groups. In Rhode Island, religious fanatics wanted to exorcise a baby over something completely innocent. In Texas, people want to beat up anyone who doesn't conform to their strict ideas about gender, sexuality, or ability. There's no safe place because hatred and ignorance follow you wherever you go. The family thinks they're escaping persecution by leaving their hometown, but they just end up facing different kinds of persecution. It's like jumping from one form of hell into another. The people who wanted to harm Stewie for being possessed are just as dangerous as the people who want to harm him for wearing a dress. The episode also shows how these attitudes affect real families. The Griffins have to live in constant fear, always looking over their shoulders and ready to run at any moment. The kids can't make real friends because they're always hiding who they really are. The stress of living under threat tears at the family's relationships and makes everyone paranoid. When the family finally returns home, Lois gives this speech about how real values come from within, not from where you live or who your neighbors are. But the damage has already been done in terms of showing how ugly people can become when they think their beliefs justify hurting others. The religious extremism angle is particularly disturbing because it shows adults willing to traumatize children in the name of faith. These church officials genuinely believe they're doing the right thing by wanting to exorcise a baby, which makes them even more dangerous than people who know they're being cruel. The homophobic violence is presented as this ever-present threat that can explode without warning. Stewie goes from being celebrated to being hunted in the span of seconds, just because people discovered something about his identity that they don't like. It demonstrates how fragile safety really is for people who are different. This episode was controversial because it directly criticized both liberal and conservative extremism while dealing with sensitive topics like homophobia, religious persecution, and disability discrimination. It showed that hatred exists across the political spectrum, just targeting different groups depending on the local culture. The really messed up part is that all of this violence and hatred is directed at a family with small children. Stewie is literally a baby, but people still want to hurt him because of their prejudices. It shows how extremism damages innocent people, especially kids who have no control over the situations they're born into. Boys Do Cry basically argues that tolerance and acceptance are rare, fragile things that can disappear instantly when people's fears and prejudices get triggered. The episode suggests that most places have the potential for violence and hatred just under the surface, waiting for the right excuse to come out. After showing how fear and prejudice put the Griffins in danger, Fresh Air goes darker by showing how Peter exploits his own son for money. Fresh Air. So there's this Family Guy episode called Fresh Hair that's basically about a father trying to marry his own son for money, and honestly, it's one of the most disturbing things the show ever did. We're talking about child manipulation and grooming disguised as comedy. The whole mess starts when Chris goes to take care of his injured grandfather Carter while he recovers from a broken leg. Chris has been feeling totally ignored by Peter, who never wants to spend time with him and keeps making excuses to avoid father-son activities. Peter literally tells Chris he was lying about going fishing just to make him go away. Chris and Carter end up having this amazing time together. Carter teaches Chris about masturbation, they have fun tracking pizza deliveries online, and they even start a band. Carter is genuinely impressed by Chris's innocence and good nature. When Carter tries to pay Chris for helping out, Chris refuses the money and says he just enjoyed spending time with his grandpa. This really touches Carter. Carter gets so moved by Chris's pure motives that he decides to rewrite his will and leave his entire fortune to Chris instead of Lois. He makes this big announcement at dinner, saying Chris deserves the money precisely because he doesn't want it. Carter thinks this makes Chris more worthy than the greedy adults in the family. Peter completely loses his mind when he hears this news. He's been counting on eventually inheriting Carter's wealth through Lois, and now it's all going to his teenage son. So Peter immediately starts scheming about how to get access to that inheritance money. First, Peter tries basic manipulation. He suddenly becomes Chris's best friend, buying him expensive gifts and pretending to share his interests. Peter learns Chris's ridiculously complicated handshake and starts dressing like what he thinks cool people wear. He takes Chris to fancy restaurants and acts like they're buddies. It's classic love-bombing behavior designed to gain the kid's trust. But Peter realizes simple manipulation might not be enough to guarantee long-term access to the money. So he comes up with this absolutely insane plan. He's going to marry Chris. Peter figures that as Chris's legal spouse, he'll have full access to the inheritance. This is where things get really creepy. Peter starts courting Chris like he's trying to seduce him. He takes him on what are basically romantic dates, shares intimate personal stories, and starts talking about their future together as a married couple. Chris doesn't understand what's happening because he's just a desperate kid, finally getting attention from his dad. Peter literally gets down on one knee and proposes to Chris with an engagement ring. He tells Chris that men marrying men is totally normal now, and that marriage means they'll get to spend all their time together doing fun activities. Chris agrees to marry his father because he's so starved for parental love that he'll take any form of attention. The wedding planning scenes are absolutely disturbing. Peter takes Chris to pick out china patterns and plan their honeymoon. They go to wedding venues and talk to caterers. Peter is treating this like a real romantic relationship, complete with discussing their sexual history and planning their first dance as a married couple. The actual wedding ceremony is where the episode reaches peak darkness. Peter has organized a full wedding in Vermont with guests, flowers, and a minister. He's written romantic vows comparing their relationship to Robert Frost poetry. The whole thing is played completely straight, which makes it even more unsettling. When Lois finally shows up to stop this madness, the most heartbreaking revelation comes out. Chris admits he knew all along that Peter was only marrying him for the money. But Chris says he doesn't care because planning the wedding was the most time Peter had ever spent with him. He's willing to let his father exploit him financially if it means getting the love and attention he's always craved. This hits Peter like a ton of bricks. He realizes how badly he's neglected Chris and how desperate his son has become for any kind of parental affection. Chris is so starved for his father's love that he'll accept being manipulated and used just to spend time with him. What makes this episode so disturbing is how accurately it shows the psychology of child exploitation. Peter uses all the classic grooming tactics, isolating the victim, showering them with gifts and special attention, making them feel chosen and special, and gradually escalating inappropriate behavior. The only difference is Peter's motive is money instead of sexual abuse. The episode also shows how children can normalize abusive behavior when it comes from people they're supposed to trust. Chris accepts Peter's increasingly bizarre behavior because he's desperate for any kind of relationship with his father. He'd rather be exploited than ignored completely. Chris revealing that he knew about Peter's motives all along is particularly dark because it shows how children often understand more than adults think they do. Chris isn't naive, he sees exactly what Peter is doing, but he's still willing to go along with it because the alternative is going back to being neglected. The wedding scene is especially uncomfortable because it shows how far Peter is willing to go for money. He's literally prepared to marry his own child and doesn't see anything fundamentally wrong with it as long as he gets the inheritance. The fact that it's technically legal in Vermont somehow makes it worse. Peter's manipulation gets so intense that he starts treating Chris like an actual romantic partner. He's jealous of Chris's time, possessive of his attention, and planning their life together as spouses. The power dynamic is completely messed up because Peter is the adult and the parent, but he's exploiting his position to manipulate a child. The episode ends with Peter realizing his mistake and choosing to be a real father instead of a predatory spouse, but the psychological damage has already been revealed. We see how desperate Chris was for attention and how far Peter was willing to go to exploit that desperation. This episode was controversial because it essentially depicted child grooming in animated form. Even though it's presented as comedy, the underlying themes of manipulation, exploitation, and inappropriate adult behavior toward children are genuinely disturbing. The show basically took real-world tactics used by predators and applied them to a father-son relationship for laughs. The episode suggests that emotional neglect can make children vulnerable to all kinds of abuse. Chris's willingness to accept exploitation just to get attention from his father shows how parental neglect creates dangerous vulnerabilities that can be exploited by anyone, even family members. What's really messed up is that the episode presents Peter's behavior as bumbling and misguided rather than genuinely predatory. But if you look at his actions, objectively isolating a child, manipulating them with gifts and attention, gradually escalating inappropriate behavior, and ultimately trying to enter into a legal relationship that would give him control over the child's finances. It's textbook grooming behavior. The fact that Family Guy played this scenario for comedy while hitting all the beats of actual child exploitation makes it one of their darkest episodes ever. It shows how easily children can be manipulated by adults they trust, and how desperate kids will go along with almost anything if it means getting the love they need. After showing how Peter exploits his own son for love and money, Brian's a Bad Father takes it further by showing how a parent can abandon and manipulate a child purely for selfish gain. Brian's a Bad Father. Brian's a Bad Father shows what happens when a deadbeat dad tries to use his abandoned son for personal gain. The whole mess starts when Brian gets a call from his son Dylan, who he's basically abandoned for years. Brian literally admits he decided to step away from the whole situation because he thought Dylan was better off without a father who's sometimes there, sometimes not. The problem is that Brian was never actually there to begin with, so his reasoning doesn't make any sense. When Dylan calls to say he's coming to town and wants to meet up, Brian immediately starts making excuses to avoid seeing him. He's about to blow off his own son until Stewie forces him to take the meeting. This shows how deeply Brian has rejected being a father. He genuinely thinks avoiding his kid is somehow the right thing to do. Brian hasn't seen Dylan in years and has no interest in building a relationship. He treats his son like an inconvenience rather than a person who might want to know his father. The whole setup shows how some parents just check out completely and then convince themselves they're doing everyone a favor. The really twisted part comes when Brian finds out Dylan is starring in a Disney Channel show. Suddenly, Brian's interested in his son again, but only because he sees an opportunity to advance his own failing writing career. Brian doesn't want to reconnect with Dylan as a father, he wants to use him as a networking contact. This is where you see how manipulative Brian can be. He starts talking about how the universe might want them to work together, making it sound like fate when really he just wants a job. Brian's basically treating his abandoned son like a business opportunity. Brian manipulates Dylan into getting him a job as a writer on the show by playing up this whole "wouldn't it be great to work together and reconnect" angle. Dylan, who's desperate for any relationship with his absent father, falls for it completely. The kid is so starved for parental attention that he's willing to risk his professional reputation just to spend time with Brian. You can see how much Dylan wants his father's approval. The kid lights up at the idea of working together because he thinks this might finally be his chance to have a real relationship with Brian. Dylan doesn't realize he's being used because he's too focused on getting the love he's always missed. Once Brian gets the job, his true colors come out immediately. He starts acting like some Hollywood hotshot, talking down to the other writers and pushing inappropriate content for a kids' show. He suggests storylines about suicide and other dark themes for a program aimed at 9-year-olds. Brian's so desperate to seem important and edgy that he completely loses sight of what's appropriate. The other writers hate Brian from day one because he's pretentious and unprofessional. He comes in acting like he knows everything about television writing when he's never worked on a show before. Brian treats everyone else like amateurs while contributing nothing useful himself. But Dylan keeps defending him because he's still hoping his dad will actually be a dad. The kid is basically protecting Brian from the consequences of his own terrible behavior. Dylan makes excuses for his father's unprofessionalism because he needs to believe Brian is worth having a relationship with. Brian's behavior at work is embarrassing. He throws around made-up terms like stwistusion and acts like the other writers are idiots for not knowing his fake industry jargon. He's trying so hard to seem like an expert that he comes across as a complete fraud. The workplace scenes show how Brian's narcissism makes him impossible to work with. He thinks his minimal life experience makes him more qualified than professional writers who actually understand their audience. Brian's so convinced of his own genius that he can't see how inappropriate his suggestions are. Things fall apart when Brian gets fired for being completely inappropriate and unprofessional. Instead of taking responsibility, he immediately runs to Dylan, expecting his son to fix the situation. Brian wants Dylan to use his influence as the star to get his father's job back, putting the kid in an impossible position. This is when Dylan finally sees what's really happening. Brian isn't interested in being a father, he just wanted to use his son's success to jumpstart his own career. The kid realizes he's been manipulated and that his father doesn't actually care about building a real relationship. Dylan finally calls Brian out, telling him, "You're a terrible father, I never want to see you again." The kid has reached his breaking point after years of abandonment followed by this latest betrayal. Dylan cuts off contact completely, leaving Brian alone with the consequences of his selfishness. What makes this episode so dark is how accurately it shows the psychology of deadbeat parents. Brian convinces himself that abandoning Dylan was somehow noble or protective, when really it was just about avoiding responsibility. He only shows interest when there's something in it for him, and even then he can't stop being selfish long enough to actually connect with his kid. Brian's justifications for being an absent father are typical of parents who abandon their kids. He tells himself he's protecting Dylan by staying away, but really he's just avoiding the hard work of being a parent. When he does show up, it's only when there's a clear benefit for himself. The episode also shows how parental abandonment affects children. Dylan is so desperate for his father's love that he's willing to overlook red flags and enable Brian's bad behavior. The kid risks his own career and reputation just to have some kind of relationship with his dad, which is genuinely heartbreaking. Dylan's reaction to his father's attention is painful to watch. He's so grateful for any crumb of interest from Brian that he doesn't see how he's being used. The kid has been abandoned for so long that he'll accept any kind of relationship, even a fake one. Brian's manipulation of Dylan is particularly cruel because he uses the kid's emotional vulnerability against him. Dylan wants a father so badly that he'll believe Brian's lies about wanting to reconnect. Brian exploits this desperation to get what he wants, then acts surprised when Dylan feels used. The episode shows how absent parents often show up when it's convenient for them, not when their kids need them. Brian had years to build a relationship with Dylan, but only gets interested when Dylan becomes famous. This kind of fair-weather parenting is incredibly damaging to children. When Brian gets fired, his first instinct is to use his son to fix the problem instead of accepting responsibility. He puts Dylan in the position of having to choose between his career and his relationship with his father. That's not something any kid should have to deal with, especially from a parent who's already abandoned them once. The episode ends with Brian realizing he's been a terrible father, but only after Dylan cuts him off completely. Brian's self-awareness comes too late to save the relationship, and Dylan is left dealing with the trauma of being abandoned by his father twice. What's really messed up is that Brian had multiple chances to do the right thing throughout the episode. He could have been honest about wanting to reconnect without ulterior motives. He could have behaved professionally at work. He could have taken responsibility when he got fired. But at every turn, Brian chose selfishness over his relationship with his son. The episode suggests that some damage can't be undone. Even though Brian eventually apologizes, Dylan has been hurt too many times to trust him again. The relationship might be permanently broken because Brian waited too long to actually be a father and then made everything worse when he finally showed up. This episode is dark because it shows how selfish adults can destroy their children's lives through neglect and manipulation. Brian actively makes things worse when he does get involved. The episode demonstrates that some people are too self-centered to ever be good parents, and their kids pay the price for that selfishness. The story also highlights how children of absent parents often blame themselves and will go to extreme lengths to win their parents' affection. Dylan risks everything just to have some kind of relationship with Brian, which shows how deeply parental abandonment affects kids' self-worth and decision-making. Brian's character represents a specific type of deadbeat parent, the one who shows up occasionally to use their kids for personal gain. These parents are often worse than ones who stay away completely because they give false hope and then crush it repeatedly. Dylan would probably be better off if Brian just stayed gone permanently. And now we have 3 hours of Stewie's darkest moments. Let's get started with the time Stewie actually succeeded in killing his mother. The birthday setup that started everything. In the most shocking moment in Family Guy history, Stewie Griffin finally achieved what he had been plotting since the very first episode, the murder of his mother, Lois. This wasn't just another one of his failed schemes or cartoon violence that gets reversed by the next scene. In Stewie Kills Lois, the baby genius actually pulls the trigger and seemingly ends his mother's life in the most brutal way possible. The setup for this dark turn begins innocently enough. It's Lois's birthday, and the Griffin family is gathered around the dinner table for what should be a celebration. The family gives her their typical mediocre gifts, nothing particularly special or thoughtful. Then Brian, the family dog, steps forward with something different, a pair of cruise tickets. Lois immediately assumes these tickets are for her and Peter to enjoy a romantic getaway together, leaving the children at home. This assumption proves to be the catalyst for everything that follows. Stewie, who has always harbored intense feelings about being left out of family activities, becomes absolutely furious when he realizes that once again he's being excluded from something important. The cruise represents more than just a vacation to Stewie. It's another example of how his parents don't consider him worthy of inclusion in their adult world. Despite his superior intelligence and sophisticated understanding of complex matters, the psychology behind Stewie's rage. What makes this situation particularly dark is how it reveals the depth of Stewie's psychological wounds. Throughout the series, we've seen hints that his matricidal tendencies stem from feeling constantly thwarted and dismissed by Lois. She unknowingly interferes with his schemes not out of malice, but simply because she treats him like the baby he appears to be, rather than the genius he actually is. This cruise exclusion becomes the final straw in a lifetime of perceived slights and dismissals. Stewie's anger isn't just about missing a vacation, it's about the fundamental disconnect between how he sees himself and how his family treats him. He possesses the intellectual capacity of an adult, the technological skills of a mad scientist, and the strategic thinking of a military general. Yet his mother continues to treat him as nothing more than a helpless infant who needs diaper changes and baby food. This psychological dynamic has been building throughout the entire series. Every time Lois picks him up when he doesn't want to be held, every time she interferes with his plans without understanding their complexity, every time she dismisses his sophisticated vocabulary as baby babble, HLS, these moments have been accumulating in Stewie's mind like pressure in a volcano ready to explode. Brian's fatal miscalculation. Brian, who serves as something of a voice of reason in the Griffin household, initially dismisses Stewie's threats as more of the same empty bluster he's been spouting for years. Throughout the series, Stewie has made countless declarations about killing Lois, building elaborate weapons, and planning her demise. Every single time, these plans have either failed spectacularly or been abandoned when Stewie gets distracted by something else. Brian has witnessed this pattern so many times that he's become completely desensitized to Stewie's murderous rhetoric. This dismissive attitude from Brian proves to be a crucial mistake. When Stewie declares that this time will be different, that he will finally prove he has what it takes to commit matricide, Brian laughs it off as just another empty threat. He reminds Stewie of all the previous times he's made similar claims, pointing out that despite all his intelligence and technological capabilities, Stewie has never actually followed through on his ultimate goal. However, Brian's mockery only serves to fuel Stewie's determination. The baby genius becomes absolutely fixated on proving his friend wrong, on demonstrating that he truly is capable of the ultimate act of rebellion against parental authority. This psychological dynamic transforms what might have been another temporary tantrum into a genuine murder plot with real stakes and consequences. Trouble in Paradise, the cruise from hell. Meanwhile, Peter and Lois embark on their cruise, completely unaware of the danger that's approaching. The cruise ship setting initially provides typical Family Guy humor, with Peter embarrassing himself and Lois in various ways. He proves to be his usual obnoxious self, completely misunderstanding social situations and making crude comments that humiliate his wife in front of other passengers. Peter's behavior on the cruise reaches new levels of inappropriate conduct. According to the episode, he defecates on the poop deck, apparently thinking this is what the area is actually for. He makes incorrect movie references, insisting that Philip Seymour Hoffman was the lead actress in Titanic instead of Kate Winslet. Most damaging of all, he shares completely inappropriate stories about their family at the captain's dinner table, including details about how they almost aborted Meg. These embarrassing incidents create serious tension between Peter and Lois, leading to arguments and frustration that make their romantic getaway feel more like a nightmare. Lois finds herself increasingly isolated and upset, dealing not only with Peter's behavior but also with the social awkwardness of being associated with his antics. The other passengers begin to avoid them, and what should have been a relaxing vacation becomes a source of stress and humiliation. The mounting tension between Peter and Lois reaches a breaking point when she can no longer tolerate his behavior. She storms off to be alone, needing space to process her frustration and disappointment. This moment of vulnerability, when Lois is isolated and emotionally distraught, creates the perfect opportunity for what comes next. Stewie's arrival, the speedboat pursuit. What happens next demonstrates the true extent of Stewie's determination and resourcefulness. Rather than simply waiting at home and plotting his revenge for after his parents return, Stewie takes immediate action. Using his advanced technological capabilities, he somehow manages to acquire and operate a speedboat, tracking down the cruise ship in the middle of the ocean. This detail is crucial because it shows that Stewie's plan isn't impulsive or emotional, it's calculated and methodical. He didn't just grab a weapon in a moment of rage. Instead, he planned out how to locate a moving cruise ship, obtained the necessary transportation, navigated ocean waters, and approached his target with military precision. This level of premeditation makes what follows even more chilling. The image of a 1-year-old baby piloting a speedboat across the ocean to hunt down his mother is both absurd and terrifying. It perfectly captures the dark comedy that Family Guy is known for, while also highlighting just how dangerous Stewie can be when he puts his mind to something. His appearance on the ship represents the collision of his childish appearance with his adult-level capability for violence. The confrontation, face-to-face with death. When Stewie finally confronts Lois on the deck of the cruise ship, the scene takes on an almost surreal quality. Lois, who had gone outside to deal with her frustration over Peter's behavior, is completely shocked to see her baby on the ship. Her first reaction isn't fear or understanding of the danger, it's confusion about how he could have possibly gotten there. This moment perfectly encapsulates the fundamental disconnect that has driven Stewie to this point. Even when faced with clear evidence of her son's extraordinary capabilities, ever causes, the fact that he somehow traveled across the ocean to reach her, ever causes, Lois still can't fully grasp what she's dealing with. She's so accustomed to thinking of him as just a baby that she can't process the reality of the situation even when it's right in front of her. Stewie's demeanor during this confrontation is particularly chilling. He doesn't rant or rave or explain his motivations. He doesn't give a villain speech about his plans for world domination. Instead, he's calm, focused, and businesslike. This isn't a crime of passion. It's an execution carried out with cold precision. The Machine Gun Massacre. What happens next represents one of the darkest moments in Family Guy history. Stewie produces a machine gun and, after only a brief moment of tension, opens fire on his mother. The episode doesn't shy away from the brutality of this moment. Lois's chest is graphically riddled with bullets, showing the devastating impact of automatic weapons fire on a human body. The choice to use a machine gun rather than a single shot or some elaborate contraption is significant. It shows that Stewie isn't interested in a clean, quick death or some overly complicated scheme. He wants to ensure that there's no possibility of survival, no chance for last-minute rescue or medical intervention. The sustained automatic fire guarantees that his mother will die, and die horribly. The visual of Lois falling overboard after being shot multiple times is genuinely disturbing, even by Family Guy standards. Her body plunges into the ocean depths, leaving a cloud of blood in the water as she sinks. This imagery drives home the finality and brutality of what Stewie has accomplished. There's no cartoon physics here, no magical reversal. Channel just a mother's body disappearing into the dark ocean after being murdered by her own child. Stewie's reaction, pure satisfaction. Perhaps most disturbing of all is Stewie's reaction to successfully killing his mother. He doesn't show remorse, shock, or even surprise at what he's accomplished. Instead, he's absolutely ecstatic. This moment represents the culmination of everything he's been working toward since the series began, and his joy is genuine and complete. This reaction reveals the true depth of Stewie's psychological disturbance. A normal person, even one driven to violence by extreme circumstances, would likely feel some level of horror or regret after taking a life, especially that of a family member. But Stewie feels nothing but triumph. He has proven himself capable of the ultimate act of power over another person, and he revels in that accomplishment. The satisfaction Stewie displays also validates his long-held belief that he is superior to the adults around him. By successfully planning and executing his mother's murder, he has demonstrated that he possesses capabilities that surpass those of the people who have been treating him like a helpless infant. In his mind, this act proves once and for all that he deserves to be taken seriously. The cover-up, a perfect crime. After killing Lois, Stewie doesn't panic or flee the scene. Instead, he calmly returns home and begins living his life as if nothing has happened. When Lois is reported missing from the cruise ship, Stewie plays the role of the innocent baby perfectly. He shows no signs of guilt or unusual behavior that might arouse suspicion. This ability to compartmentalize and deceive demonstrates another layer of Stewie's psychological sophistication. Not only was he capable of planning and executing a murder, but he can also maintain an elaborate deception over an extended period. He understands how investigations work, how suspicion develops, and how to avoid drawing attention to himself. The fact that Stewie keeps souvenirs of his crime, USD, drawings depicting various ways of killing Lois and the gun he used, shows both his pride in the accomplishment and his confidence that he won't be caught. These mementos represent trophies of his greatest achievement, proof of his transformation from would-be world conqueror to actual killer. Life after murder, the new family dynamic. The episode reveals how the Griffin family adapts to life without Lois over the course of a year. Each family member processes the loss differently, creating a new dynamic that shows both the impact of her absence and the family's resilience. Peter begins dating other women, including a cancer patient, demonstrating his attempt to move on, while also highlighting his characteristic lack of sensitivity. Chris has been told that his mother is away at a health spa, protecting him from the truth of her death. This deception requires ongoing effort from the family and shows their desire to shield the children from trauma. However, it also creates a complex web of lies that becomes increasingly difficult to maintain. Most tellingly, Meg apparently begins to flourish after her mother's death. According to Stewie's observation, Meg has really begun to bloom in Lois's absence. This dark detail suggests that Lois's presence may have been somehow stifling or harmful to Meg's development, adding another layer of moral complexity to the situation. Brian's growing suspicion and horror. Brian's character serves as the audience's moral compass throughout this ordeal. Initially dismissive of Stewie's threats, he becomes increasingly disturbed as he begins to suspect the truth. When Stewie finally admits that Lois's death wasn't an accident, but a deliberate murder, Brian's horror is genuine and complete. This revelation forces Brian to confront the fact that he has been living with a murderer for an entire year. Someone he considered a friend, despite their differences, has committed the ultimate crime and been deceiving everyone around him. Brian's decision to pursue justice represents his attempt to restore moral order to a situation that has spiraled completely out of control. The dynamic between Brian and Stewie during this period is particularly complex. Brian knows that exposing Stewie means destroying the family and potentially putting himself in danger from someone who has already proven capable of murder. Yet his conscience won't allow him to remain silent about such a horrific crime. The investigation takes a dark turn. When Peter mentions that Lois's life insurance policy has paid out, it creates suspicion among his friends Joe, Quagmire, and Cleveland. The timing of the policy, taken out during the cruise right after Peter and Lois had a fight, makes Peter look like the prime suspect in his wife's murder. This development shows how easily circumstantial evidence can point investigators in the wrong direction. The discovery of Stewie's drawings and murder weapon in the family's garbage should have solved the case immediately. However, because the handwriting on the drawings resembles Peter's, and because no one can conceive of a baby being capable of such a crime, the evidence only serves to further incriminate Peter. This misinterpretation of evidence highlights how preconceptions about age and capability can blind people to the truth. Stewie's reaction to this development reveals his calculating nature. Rather than feeling guilty about his father being blamed for his crime, he's ecstatic that it appears he has pulled off the perfect murder. This response shows that Stewie's lack of empathy extends beyond his mother to include his entire family. He's willing to let his father go to prison for life rather than take responsibility for his own actions. Summary: the Stewie Kills Lois episode represents one of the darkest moments in Family Guy history, showing Stewie's transformation from a would-be villain to an actual murderer. Beginning with his exclusion from a family cruise, Stewie's rage builds to the point where he tracks down the ship and shoots his mother with a machine gun, watching her body sink into the ocean. His complete satisfaction with the murder, combined with his ability to deceive everyone for a year while his father faces wrongful prosecution, demonstrates the true depth of his psychological disturbance. The episode explores themes of family dysfunction, the consequences of dismissing someone's capabilities, and the horror of living with a killer who appears innocent on the surface. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Chick Cancer. Chick Cancer, setting Olivia and Victor On Fire in the Playhouse, The Return of Olivia Fuller. One of Stewie Griffin's most disturbing acts of violence occurs in the episode Chick Cancer, where his capacity for jealousy and revenge reaches truly horrifying levels. This incident represents a turning point in how viewers understand Stewie's psychological makeup, showing that his violent tendencies aren't limited to family members or random strangers, they extend to people he claims to love. The episode begins with Stewie learning that his old friend Olivia Fuller, a child actress, is making what appears to be her final public appearance. Olivia's Hollywood career is crumbling because her Tasty Juice advertisement campaign has been dropped, marking the end of her time in the spotlight. She's making one last appearance at the Quagmire to open a new store, and Stewie initially decides to attend this event for the worst possible reasons. Stewie's first instinct isn't to support his old friend during what must be a difficult time in her young life. Instead, he wants to go to the mall specifically to gloat over her misfortune. This reveals the cruel streak that runs through Stewie's personality. He takes pleasure in seeing others fail, even people he once considered friends. The fact that he would want to mock a child whose career is ending shows just how lacking he is in basic empathy and compassion. Love at first sight, again. However, Stewie's plans for mockery completely change when he actually sees Olivia again. Rather than feeling superior or satisfied by her reduced circumstances, he finds himself falling in love with her all over again. This sudden shift from cruelty to infatuation demonstrates how quickly Stewie's emotions can change and how intense his feelings become once they take hold. The reunion between Stewie and Olivia initially seems sweet and innocent. Two young children reconnecting after time apart, finding comfort in each other's company during what should be a simple friendship. But from the very beginning, there are signs that Stewie's feelings are more intense and possessive than what would be considered normal or healthy, even for adult relationships. Olivia, for her part, doesn't immediately return Stewie's romantic feelings. She seems to view their reconnection more as a renewal of friendship than the beginning of a serious relationship. This mismatch in expectations and emotional investment sets the stage for everything that follows, creating a dynamic where Stewie becomes increasingly desperate to win her affections. Learning the wrong lessons about love, confused about how to make Olivia like him romantically, Stewie turns to Brian for advice about relationships. This consultation leads to one of the episode's most disturbing elements: Stewie's observation of how their neighbor, Glenn Quagmire, interacts with women. When Stewie and Brian witness Quagmire being mean to a woman and seemingly getting positive results, Stewie draws a completely wrong conclusion about how relationships should work. This moment is particularly dark because it shows how Stewie's lack of real-world experience makes him vulnerable to learning toxic relationship patterns. He sees Quagmire's manipulative behavior and decides that being cruel and controlling is the key to romantic success. This misunderstanding of human relationships becomes the foundation for how Stewie approaches his relationship with Olivia. The fact that Stewie bases his relationship strategy on Quagmire's behavior is especially troubling given what viewers know about Quagmire's character. Using someone with such problematic attitudes toward women as a role model practically guarantees that Stewie will develop unhealthy relationship patterns. But Stewie lacks the emotional maturity and life experience to recognize that what he's witnessing isn't actually successful relationship behavior. The honeymoon phase. Following this misguided advice, Stewie begins pursuing Olivia more aggressively, and they do start spending time together as a couple. The transcript shows them enjoying moments together in the park, making fun of various people they observe. These scenes initially seem charming, two children bonding over shared observations and humor, laughing together at the quirks of the adults around them. During these park scenes, Stewie and Olivia mock a man who keeps smelling his hand, a Jewish cowboy, someone who cuts his own hair, and an uptight Asian man. While their commentary is mean-spirited, it appears to bring them closer together. Olivia even tells Stewie that she's glad she gave him another chance and calls him a really special guy. For a moment, it seems like their relationship might actually work. These happy moments make what happens later even more disturbing. Stewie experiences genuine joy and connection with Olivia during this period. He tells her he can't think of anywhere he'd rather be than with her in that moment. This suggests that Stewie is capable of real affection and happiness in relationships, which makes his eventual violent reaction all the more shocking and tragic. Cracks in the foundation. However, the relationship quickly begins to deteriorate as the reality of their different personalities and expectations becomes apparent. The transcript reveals that they start arguing constantly, turning what should be fun activities into sources of conflict and tension. Their communication breaks down as both children struggle with emotions and relationship dynamics they're too young to fully understand. One particularly telling scene occurs during a dinner date in their playhouse. When Olivia serves Play-Doh spaghetti for dinner, Stewie makes a sarcastic comment about having had the same thing the night before. This leads to an argument where Stewie accuses them of being in a sexless marriage, despite admitting that he thinks sex is a kind of cake. This exchange shows how Stewie is trying to apply adult relationship concepts to a situation he doesn't fully comprehend. The argument escalates when Olivia questions whether Stewie even knows what sex is, which clearly embarrasses and angers him. Rather than admitting his ignorance, Stewie becomes defensive and tries to redirect the conversation. This pattern, Stewie, feeling insecure about his knowledge or experience, and responding with anger, becomes a recurring theme in their relationship. The breaking point. The relationship reaches its lowest point during a double date with Brian and his girlfriend Jillian. What should be a fun social activity becomes a disaster, as Stewie and Olivia continue their pattern of constant bickering in front of their friends. The transcript shows Stewie creating a scene in the restaurant, getting into a confrontation with another patron who asks him to keep quiet. During this restaurant incident, Stewie's behavior becomes increasingly erratic and aggressive. When a man politely asks him to quiet down, Stewie responds with hostility and attempts to start a fight. This scene demonstrates how Stewie's frustration with his relationship is spilling over into other areas of his life, making him more volatile and unpredictable in all his interactions. The double date scene is particularly cringeworthy because it shows how Stewie and Olivia's dysfunction affects everyone around them. Brian and Jillian are clearly uncomfortable with the constant arguing and tension. The restaurant patron just wants to enjoy his meal in peace. But Stewie and Olivia are so caught up in their own drama that they can't see how their behavior is impacting others. A marriage doomed to fail. In a moment of apparent desperation to save their relationship, Stewie and Olivia decide to get married. The transcript mentions that Rupert, Stewie's teddy bear, officiates the ceremony, which adds a surreal and childish element to what they're trying to treat as a serious adult commitment. This marriage represents both children's attempt to solve their relationship problems through a formal commitment rather than addressing their underlying incompatibilities. Unfortunately, marriage doesn't solve any of their problems. Instead, it seems to make everything worse. The transcript specifically notes that their relationship does not get any better after the wedding. If anything, the pressure and expectations of marriage appear to intensify their existing conflicts and create new sources of stress. The failure of their marriage is particularly significant because it represents Stewie's first real experience with romantic disappointment. Up until this point, most of his failed schemes involved external obstacles or other people interfering with his plans. But his relationship with Olivia fails despite both of them wanting it to work, forcing Stewie to confront the possibility that some problems can't be solved through intelligence, planning, or determination. Brian's attempt at counseling. Recognizing that Stewie is struggling with the relationship's problems, Brian tries to provide emotional support and guidance. The transcript includes a scene clearly inspired by Good Will Hunting, where Brian repeatedly tells Stewie, "It's not your fault," in an attempt to help him process his feelings about the relationship's failure. This counseling session reveals a more vulnerable side of Stewie that viewers rarely see. When Brian persists with his therapeutic approach, Stewie eventually breaks down and cries, admitting, "Why is it so hard? I didn't know it was going to be so hard." This moment of genuine emotion shows that underneath all his bravado and intelligence, Stewie is still just a child, trying to navigate feelings and experiences that are beyond his emotional maturity. Brian's attempt to help Stewie process his emotions is actually quite touching, showing the depth of their friendship and Brian's genuine care for Stewie's well-being. However, this emotional support comes too late to prevent what happens next, and may actually contribute to Stewie's sense that he needs to take dramatic action to resolve his situation. The discovery of betrayal. After receiving Brian's encouragement to give the relationship another chance, Stewie returns to their playhouse to apologize to Olivia and try to work things out. He's prepared to take responsibility for his part in their problems and make a genuine effort to save their marriage. This shows real emotional growth for Stewie, demonstrating that he's capable of self-reflection and the desire to make amends. However, when Stewie arrives at the playhouse, he discovers what he perceives as the ultimate betrayal. Olivia is playing with silly putty with her friend Victor, and Stewie immediately interprets this innocent activity as cheating. This misunderstanding reveals how Stewie's possessiveness and jealousy have completely distorted his perception of normal social interactions. The fact that Olivia is simply playing with a friend, engaging in the kind of innocent childhood activity that should be completely normal and acceptable, shows how unreasonable Stewie's expectations have become. His reaction demonstrates that he views Olivia as his exclusive property rather than as an individual person with the right to have other friendships and interests. The point of no return. Upon discovering Olivia playing with Victor, Stewie doesn't confront them, demand an explanation, or even try to understand what's actually happening. Instead, he immediately decides that the relationship is over and that drastic action is required. This snap decision reveals how Stewie's mind works when he feels betrayed. He moves directly from hurt feelings to thoughts of revenge without considering any middle ground. The transcript shows Stewie leaving the playhouse with a seemingly calm demeanor, but his next actions reveal the violent thoughts churning beneath the surface. Rather than simply walking away from the relationship or trying to work through his feelings, Stewie makes a conscious decision to commit an act of horrific violence. What makes this moment particularly disturbing is how calculated Stewie's response is. He doesn't act in a moment of blind rage or temporary insanity. Instead, he takes the time to leave the playhouse, obtain the materials needed to start a fire, and then return to carry out his plan. This premeditation shows that Stewie's violent action isn't an emotional outburst but a deliberate choice. The arson attack. Stewie's method of revenge is as shocking as it is methodical. He sets fire to the cardboard playhouse while Olivia and Victor are still inside, effectively attempting to murder both children. The transcript captures his satisfaction with this act, as he declares it an idea for a farce, cheating wife and pompous ass burned alive, while laughing maniacally. The choice to use fire as his weapon is particularly disturbing because of how painful and terrifying it would be for his victims. Unlike some of Stewie's other violent acts that might be quick or clean, burning someone alive represents prolonged suffering and agony. The fact that Stewie not only chooses this method but seems to take pleasure in imagining his victim's pain reveals the truly sadistic nature of his personality. The arson also represents a complete destruction of everything Stewie and Olivia had built together. The playhouse wasn't just where he discovered her betrayal. It was also the site of their marriage ceremony, their shared meals, and many of their happy moments together. By burning it down with them inside, Stewie is symbolically destroying all the good memories, along with the people who created them. The aftermath and lack of remorse. After committing what amounts to attempted double murder, Stewie shows no signs of guilt, regret, or even concern about whether his victims survived. Instead, he uses the experience as a learning opportunity, telling Brian that he's discovered that being a grown-up sucks, and that women are a royal pain in the ass. This reaction is perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the entire incident. Rather than recognizing that he nearly killed 2 people in a fit of jealous rage, Stewie treats the whole experience as just another failed experiment in adult relationships. He shows no empathy for his victims, no understanding of the severity of his actions, and no indication that he would behave differently in similar circumstances. The conversation with Brian that follows the arson attack reveals how completely Stewie has rationalized his violent behavior. He doesn't see himself as someone who just committed a horrific crime, but rather as someone who learned an important lesson about the challenges of romantic relationships. This ability to reframe his most violent impulses as educational experiences shows the sophisticated psychological defense mechanisms that allow Stewie to maintain his self-image despite his actions. The casual introduction to homosexuality. The episode ends with Stewie asking Brian why men don't just live together and do what you would do with women, but with your buddy. When Brian explains that this is called being gay, Stewie responds with interest, saying, "I could totally get into that," While this might seem like a lighter moment after the violence, it actually reinforces how casually Stewie processes even major life revelations. This conversation is significant because it shows how Stewie's violent experience with heterosexual relationships doesn't lead him to examine his capacity for violence or possessiveness. Instead, he simply considers switching to a different type of relationship, as if changing the gender of his partner would solve the underlying psychological issues that led to his violent behavior. The casualness with which Stewie considers this major aspect of identity also demonstrates his tendency to treat complex human experiences as intellectual exercises rather than emotional realities. He approaches the possibility of being gay the same way he might approach a new scientific experiment case with curiosity, but without full understanding of the implications. The broader implications. The chick cancer episode represents one of the clearest examples of how dangerous Stewie can be when his emotions are involved. Unlike his schemes for world domination or his plots against Lois, which are often portrayed as somewhat cartoonish or theoretical, his violence against Olivia and Victor feels immediate and personal. The fact that he's willing to murder children, peers, who should be his natural allies and companions, shows that no one is safe from his wrath when he feels wronged. This incident also highlights how Stewie's intelligence and technological capabilities make him far more dangerous than a typical jealous partner. Most children who feel betrayed in relationships might cry, throw tantrums, or break toys, but Stewie has the knowledge and resources to commit acts of violence that could actually kill people. His advanced cognitive abilities, combined with his emotional immaturity, create a uniquely dangerous combination. The episode serves as a dark commentary on how toxic relationship patterns can develop and escalate. Stewie's progression from love to possessiveness to violence follows a pattern that mirrors real-world domestic abuse scenarios, but compressed into the timeline of a children's relationship. This compression makes the violence more shocking, while also highlighting how quickly healthy relationships can become dangerous when one partner becomes controlling and possessive. Summary: in Chick Cancer, Stewie's reunion with child actress Olivia Fuller leads to a toxic relationship marked by constant fighting and possessiveness. After learning misguided relationship advice from observing Quagmire, Stewie becomes increasingly controlling and jealous. When he discovers Olivia innocently playing with her friend Victor, Stewie interprets this as cheating and responds by setting their playhouse on fire with both children inside. His complete lack of remorse afterward, treating the attempted double murder as simply a learning experience about relationships, demonstrates the truly sociopathic nature of his personality. The episode shows how Stewie's intelligence and resources make his emotional immaturity far more dangerous than typical childhood jealousy. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Send in Stewie, Please. Send in Stewie, Please. Letting Dr. Pritchfield die from a heart attack. The setup, a mandatory therapy session. Send in Stewie, Please stands as one of Family Guy's darkest episodes, not because of explosive violence or elaborate schemes, but because of a quiet, calculated act of evil that reveals the true depths of Stewie's psychological disturbance. The episode begins with what seems like a routine disciplinary matter, MI. Stewie has pushed a classmate named Tyler down the stairs at school, prompting the administration to require a session with a child psychologist. This incident with Tyler isn't presented as particularly serious or unusual by Family Guy standards. School conflicts between children happen regularly, and pushing someone downstairs, while certainly wrong, might normally be handled with detention or a parent conference. However, the school's decision to mandate psychological evaluation suggests that there may be concerning patterns in Stewie's behavior that extend beyond this single incident. The choice of Dr. Cecil Pritchfield as Stewie's therapist proves to be crucial to everything that follows. Dr. Pritchfield isn't just any child psychologist, he's portrayed as an exceptionally skilled and perceptive professional, voiced by the distinguished actor Ian McKellen. This casting choice immediately signals that the episode will be treating the therapy session with unusual seriousness and depth. An unprecedented episode format. What makes Send in Stewie, Please unique in Family Guy's catalog is its complete departure from the show's typical structure. This episode contains no cutaway gags, no appearances by Peter Griffin, and no random musical numbers or pop culture parodies. Instead, it focuses entirely on the conversation between Stewie and Dr. Pritchfield, creating an intimate character study that feels more like a serious drama than the usual Family Guy comedy. This format choice was bold and risky for a show known for its rapid-fire jokes and chaotic storytelling. By stripping away all the usual distractions and focusing solely on dialogue between two characters, the episode forces viewers to confront Stewie's psychology in a way that's rarely possible in the show's normal format. There's nowhere to hide from the uncomfortable truths that emerge during their conversation. The decision to make this a bottle episode, essentially taking place in a single location with minimal characters, also creates a sense of claustrophobia and intensity. Both Stewie and the audience are trapped in this therapy session, unable to escape to lighter moments or comedic relief. This creates the perfect conditions for the psychological manipulation and eventual tragedy that unfold. Dr. Pritchfield's exceptional insight. From their first moments together, Dr. Pritchfield demonstrates an unusual ability to see through Stewie's carefully constructed defenses. While most adults in Family Guy either can't understand Stewie's speech or dismiss him as just a baby, Dr. Pritchfield immediately recognizes that he's dealing with an exceptionally intelligent and complex individual. This recognition both thrills and terrifies Stewie, who has never encountered an adult who truly sees him for who he is. The transcript shows Dr. Pritchfield making astute observations about Stewie's character, most notably when he identifies Stewie as a very lonely little boy. This simple statement cuts through all of Stewie's intellectual pretensions and sophisticated vocabulary to reach the emotional truth at his core. Despite his advanced intelligence and elaborate schemes, Stewie is fundamentally an isolated child, desperately seeking connection and understanding. Dr. Pritchfield's ability to see Stewie's loneliness is particularly significant because it represents exactly what Stewie has been seeking throughout the entire series. Behind all his plots for world domination and his sophisticated conversations with Brian, Stewie has always been searching for someone who would recognize his intelligence while also understanding his emotional needs. Dr. Pritchfield becomes the first adult to offer this combination of intellectual respect and emotional insight. The breakdown of Stewie's defenses. When Dr. Pritchfield identifies his loneliness, Stewie's reaction is immediate and overwhelming. The transcript shows him breaking down in tears, crying, "Oh my God, I'm so lonely. You can see inside my soul." This moment represents the first time in the series that Stewie allows himself to be completely vulnerable with another person, dropping all pretense and acknowledging his deepest emotional pain. This breakdown is remarkable because it shows that underneath all his violence and scheming, Stewie is capable of genuine self-awareness and emotional honesty. He recognizes the truth in Dr. Pritchfield's observation and doesn't try to deflect or deny it. Instead, he embraces this moment of connection, even though it means admitting to feelings that contradict his carefully maintained image as a superior and self-sufficient individual. The tears that Stewie sheds during this moment aren't the frustrated tears of a thwarted villain or the angry tears of someone whose plans have been disrupted. These are tears of relief and recognition. The tears of someone who has finally been seen and understood by another person. This makes what happens later in the episode even more tragic and disturbing. The revelation of Stewie's true voice. Perhaps the most shocking revelation of the therapy session comes when Stewie admits that his sophisticated British accent is completely fake. According to the transcript, he tells Dr. Pritchfield that everything about me is this carefully constructed persona designed to keep people at arm's length. This isn't even how I really talk. This is how I talk. He then speaks in what he claims is his natural American accent. This revelation recontextualizes everything viewers thought they knew about Stewie's character. His distinctive voice, which has been one of his most recognizable features since the series began, turns out to be nothing more than an elaborate defense mechanism. The accent serves as a coat of armor to get me through the day, just an image I cultivated so I can feel special. However, the transcript also shows that when Dr. Pritchfield says he doesn't hear a difference between Stewie's accents, Stewie demonstrates several other voices, Peter's, Quagmire's, and others. Dr. Pritchfield's response that they all sounds like the same person suggests that the accent revelation might be part of Stewie's psychological defenses rather than literal truth. This ambiguity adds another layer to Stewie's complex relationship with identity and authenticity. The discussion of sexuality and identity. During their session, Stewie also addresses questions about his sexuality, specifically in relation to his reason for pushing Tyler down the stairs. The transcript shows him explaining that, "I only pushed Tyler down the stairs because I like him, and I'm afraid he won't like me back." He then quickly clarifies that he doesn't mean like him, and insists he's not gay. This conversation reveals the confusion and anxiety that Stewie feels about his own identity and attractions. His defensive insistence that he's less gay than I used to be and confident in my heterosexuality suggests that these are questions he's been grappling with internally. The fact that he brings up sexuality without being directly asked about it indicates that it's a source of significant concern for him. Stewie's handling of these identity questions shows both his intellectual sophistication and his emotional immaturity. He can engage with complex concepts about sexuality and identity, but he approaches them with the anxiety and confusion typical of someone much younger than his apparent intellectual age. This disconnect between his cognitive abilities and emotional development becomes a recurring theme throughout the session. Dr. Pritchfield's breakthrough moment. As the session progresses, Dr. Pritchfield successfully breaks through more of Stewie's psychological barriers, encouraging him to consider healthier ways of relating to others. The transcript shows Stewie becoming excited about the possibility of making genuine connections, declaring, "I'm going to talk to Tyler. I'm going to make friends. I'm going to be a normal boy." This moment represents a potential turning point for Stewie's character. For the first time, he's genuinely considering abandoning his pose of superiority and isolation in favor of authentic relationships with his peers. Dr. Pritchfield's therapeutic intervention appears to be working, offering hope that Stewie might be able to develop healthier social and emotional patterns. However, Dr. Pritchfield makes a crucial error when he responds to Stewie's enthusiasm by saying, "You're finally going to be just like everybody else." While this comment is meant to be encouraging, it triggers an immediate negative reaction from Stewie, who asks him to repeat the phrase with growing alarm. The fatal mistake. When Dr. Pritchfield repeats, "You're finally going to be just like everybody else," Stewie's entire demeanor changes. The transcript shows him reverting to his British accent as he protests, "But I don't want to be like everybody else." This reaction reveals that, despite his loneliness and desire for connection, Stewie's sense of superiority is too deeply ingrained to abandon completely. This moment highlights the fundamental tension at the core of Stewie's psychology. He desperately wants to be understood and accepted, but he also needs to feel special and superior to others. Dr. Pritchfield's suggestion that therapy success means becoming like everybody else directly threatens Stewie's core identity as an exceptional individual who stands above the common masses. The therapeutic breakthrough that seemed so promising just moments before collapses entirely as Stewie realizes that true emotional health might require giving up the very thing that makes him feel valuable, his sense of being different and superior. This internal conflict between his need for connection and his need for specialness ultimately proves impossible for him to resolve in a healthy way. The heart attack and Stewie's choice. At this crucial moment in their session, Dr. Pritchfield suffers a heart attack. The timing of this medical emergency is particularly tragic because it occurs just as Stewie is grappling with the most important psychological insights of his life. Rather than random chance, the heart attack feels like a cruel interruption of what could have been genuine healing and growth. The transcript doesn't provide details about the heart attack itself, but the episode makes it clear that Dr. Pritchfield's life is in immediate danger, and that Stewie has the opportunity to call for help or provide assistance. This becomes a moment of moral choice for Stewie. He can act to save the life of someone who has just offered him profound understanding and therapeutic breakthrough, or he can choose to let Dr. Pritchfield die. What makes this choice particularly significant is that it occurs in the immediate aftermath of their therapeutic breakthrough. Dr. Pritchfield has just demonstrated exactly the kind of understanding and insight that Stewie has been seeking his entire life. A person motivated by gratitude, affection, or basic human decency would naturally want to save someone who had just provided such valuable help. The calculated decision to let him die. Stewie's decision to let Dr. Pritchfield die isn't made in a moment of panic or confusion. According to the episode's narrative, Stewie makes a conscious choice not to help, and his reasoning is chillingly practical. Dr. Pritchfield knows too much about him. The therapist has seen through all of Stewie's defenses and psychological armor, leaving him feeling exposed and vulnerable. This decision reveals the true depth of Stewie's psychological disturbance. Rather than treasuring the connection he's found with someone who truly understands him, he views that understanding as a threat that must be eliminated. His need for control and secrecy outweighs any gratitude he might feel toward someone who has just provided him with invaluable emotional insight. The choice to let Dr. Pritchfield die also demonstrates how Stewie's intelligence can be directed toward evil purposes. He's smart enough to recognize that Dr. Pritchfield's death will eliminate the threat of exposure, while also ending the uncomfortable psychological pressure to change and grow. In Stewie's calculation, murder becomes the most efficient solution to his emotional discomfort, the aftermath and lack of remorse. After Dr. Pritchfield dies, Stewie shows no signs of guilt, grief, or regret about his decision. The transcript shows that even Dr. Pritchfield's personal life was falling apart at the time of his death, 24. His partner Michael calls to ask for a divorce just after he dies. Stewie's only response to this additional tragedy is the callous observation, "This is not your day." This casual dismissal of both Dr. Pritchfield's death and the dissolution of his relationship reveals how completely Stewie compartmentalizes his emotions. He doesn't see Dr. Pritchfield as a real person who had hopes, fears, relationships, and a full life that has now been cut short. Instead, he views him merely as a problem that has been solved through elimination. Stewie's lack of emotional response to the death also suggests that his breakthrough during therapy may have been less genuine than it initially appeared. If he were truly capable of the empathy and emotional growth that Dr. Pritchfield was encouraging, he would feel some level of remorse about letting his therapist die. His complete absence of guilt indicates that his capacity for emotional connection may be more limited than even Dr. Pritchfield realized. The return to Brian and normal life. Following Dr. Pritchfield's death, Stewie returns home and continues his normal life as if nothing significant has happened. He doesn't tell Brian or anyone else about what occurred during the therapy session or about his role in Dr. Pritchfield's death. This ability to compartmentalize and maintain normalcy after committing what amounts to murder demonstrates the sophisticated psychological defenses that allow Stewie to function despite his violent actions. The transcript shows that Stewie does eventually confide in Brian that he did something bad during the therapy session, but he refuses to provide details about what happened. This partial confession suggests that some part of Stewie recognizes the moral weight of his actions, even if he doesn't feel genuine remorse. However, his unwillingness to fully confess indicates that he's not prepared to face the consequences of his choice. Brian's response to Stewie's distress in A&E, sleeping beside him for comfort, shows the genuine affection and care that exists in their relationship. Brian recognizes that Stewie is troubled and offers emotional support without demanding explanations or judging him for his secretiveness. This compassionate response highlights the contrast between Brian's capacity for unconditional love and Stewie's calculating approach to relationships. The broader implications for Stewie's character. The events of Send and Stewie Please represent a fundamental revelation about Stewie's psychological makeup. Previous episodes had shown him capable of violence and manipulation, but this episode demonstrates that his capacity for evil extends even to people who genuinely care about him and offer him exactly what he claims to want: understanding, acceptance, and emotional connection. Dr. Pritchfield's death also eliminates Stewie's best chance for genuine psychological growth and healing. The therapist had successfully identified the core issues underlying Stewie's antisocial behavior and was beginning to help him develop healthier coping mechanisms. By choosing to eliminate this source of help, Stewie essentially chooses to remain trapped in his current psychological patterns, rather than risking the vulnerability that comes with genuine change. The episode also reveals the limits of therapy and professional intervention when dealing with someone who fundamentally lacks empathy and moral reasoning. Dr. Pritchfield's skills and insights were exceptional, but they couldn't overcome Stewie's basic unwillingness to value other people's lives and well-being. This suggests that Stewie's psychological problems may be too deeply rooted to be addressed through conventional therapeutic approaches. The episode's unique place in Family Guy history. Send in Stewie Please stands apart from other Family Guy episodes, not just because of its serious tone and psychological depth, but because it forces viewers to confront the reality of what Stewie actually is: not a lovable villain or harmless schemer, but a genuine sociopath capable of calculated murder. The episode strips away the comedy and cartoon violence that usually surrounds Stewie's actions to show the true horror of his psychological makeup. The episode's impact is heightened by Ian McKellen's exceptional performance as Dr. Pritchfield, which brings real gravitas and emotional weight to the therapeutic scenes. His portrayal of a skilled, compassionate professional trying to help a deeply troubled child makes Stewie's ultimate betrayal even more shocking and tragic. The decision to end the episode with Dr. Pritchfield's death also represents a rare instance of permanent consequences in Family Guy's universe. Unlike most of the show's violence and chaos, which gets reset by the next episode, Dr. Pritchfield's death has lasting impact and meaning. This permanence forces viewers to grapple with the reality of Stewie's actions rather than dismissing them as cartoon comedy. Summary: in Send in Stewie, Please, Stewie undergoes a mandatory therapy session with Dr. Cecil Pritchfield after pushing a classmate down the stairs. Dr. Pritchfield proves exceptionally skilled at seeing through Stewie's psychological defenses, identifying his deep loneliness and encouraging genuine emotional growth. During their breakthrough session, Stewie reveals that his British accent is fake and admits his desperate need for connection. However, when Dr. Pritchfield suggests that healing means becoming like everybody else, Stewie rejects this path. When the therapist suffers a heart attack during their session, Stewie deliberately chooses not to help, allowing Dr. Pritchfield to die because he knows too much about Stewie's true nature. This calculated murder of someone who genuinely cared about him represents one of Stewie's darkest acts, showing his complete inability to value human life even when it belongs to someone trying to help him. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have The Hand That Rocks the Wheelchair. The Hand That Rocks the Wheelchair, creating evil Stewie clone. The beach incident that started everything. The Hand That Rocks the Wheelchair represents one of Stewie Griffin's most disturbing episodes, not because of what he intentionally sets out to do, but because of what he accidentally creates in his attempt to reclaim his evil nature. The episode begins with what appears to be a simple day at the beach, where Stewie has constructed an elaborate sand replica of the Raytheon executive headquarters in El Segundo, California. This impressive feat of engineering demonstrates Stewie's continued intellectual capabilities and attention to detail. However, this moment of pride quickly turns to humiliation when a local boy kicks down Stewie's sand creation and mocks him for his efforts. The boy's casual destruction of hours of work, combined with his dismissive attitude toward Stewie, represents exactly the kind of disrespect that would have once triggered an immediate and violent response from the baby genius. In earlier seasons, such an insult would have resulted in elaborate revenge schemes, or at least threatening behavior. Instead of responding with his typical fury and threats of violence, Stewie attempts to handle the situation through conventional means. He politely approaches the boy, tries to make conversation, and begins assembling what appears to be a rifle to deal with the threat. However, his weapon falls apart before he can use it, and the boy simply walks away, laughing at Stewie's failure. This moment of mechanical incompetence, combined with his inability to inspire fear, leaves Stewie feeling confused and diminished. Brian's uncomfortable observation. The failure with the rifle prompts Brian to make an observation that cuts to the heart of Stewie's current psychological state. According to the transcript, Brian tells Stewie that he thinks he's going soft, and points out that it's been a long time since Stewie has tried to blow something up, or take over the world, or even used the phrase, "damn you." This assessment forces Stewie to confront the possibility that he's losing the very qualities that have defined his identity since the series began. Brian's observation is particularly significant because it comes from someone who knows Stewie better than almost anyone else. As his closest friend and frequent companion on adventures, Brian has witnessed Stewie's evolution from a purely evil character focused on matricide and world domination to someone more concerned with typical childhood activities. While this character development might be seen as positive growth in most contexts, for Stewie, it represents a fundamental threat to his sense of self. The timing of Brian's criticism is also important because it comes at a moment when Stewie is already feeling vulnerable due to his public humiliation. Rather than offering comfort or support, Brian essentially confirms Stewie's worst fears about himself, that he's becoming ordinary, weak, and unremarkable. This psychological pressure creates the perfect conditions for Stewie to take drastic action to prove that his evil nature remains intact. Stewie's defensive response. When confronted with Brian's assessment, Stewie initially tries to defend his recent behavior by explaining that he has legitimate reasons for being distracted. According to the transcript, he tells Brian, "I got a lot on my plate, man. I'm learning to use the toilet. I'm learning what shapes are. I spent half an hour laughing at my own feet yesterday." This response reveals the fundamental tension between Stewie's advanced intellectual capabilities and his physical reality as a one-year-old child. Stewie's explanation highlights how his daily life involves mastering basic childhood milestones that most people take for granted. Learning to use the toilet, understanding geometric shapes, and being fascinated by his own body parts are all normal developmental activities for someone his apparent age. However, for someone with Stewie's sophisticated vocabulary and complex schemes, these mundane activities feel beneath his intellectual level and inconsistent with his self-image as a superior being. The fact that Stewie feels compelled to justify his recent behavior shows how deeply Brian's criticism has affected him. Rather than dismissing Brian's concerns or confidently asserting his continued evil nature, Stewie seems genuinely worried that he might be losing the qualities that make him special and feared. This vulnerability and self-doubt create the psychological pressure that drives him toward increasingly desperate measures. The decision to enhance his evil nature. Unable to accept the possibility that he's becoming soft or ordinary, Stewie decides to take active measures to enhance his evil nature and prove that he remains a formidable force. This decision represents a fascinating example of how self-consciousness about one's identity can lead to overcompensation and dangerous behavior. Rather than accepting that personal growth and change might be natural and positive, Stewie views any movement away from pure evil as a weakness that must be corrected. The concept of artificially enhancing one's personality traits through scientific means is classic Stewie behavior, combining his advanced technological capabilities with his psychological insecurities. Rather than working through his feelings about his changing nature or accepting that evolution might be healthy, he approaches the problem like a technical challenge that can be solved through proper application of science and engineering. This technological approach to psychological problems also reflects Stewie's tendency to treat complex human experiences as intellectual puzzles rather than emotional realities. He doesn't consider therapy, self-reflection, or conversations with friends as potential solutions to his identity crisis. Instead, he immediately turns to invention and experimentation, treating his personality as something that can be adjusted and optimized like a machine. The accidental creation of evil Stewie. Stewie's attempt to scientifically enhance his evil nature goes catastrophically wrong when he accidentally creates a perfect clone of himself, but one that embodies all of his darkest impulses without any of the restraining influences that have developed over the years. Evil Stewie represents everything that original Stewie used to be, amplified and freed from any moral considerations or emotional attachments that might limit his destructive potential. The creation of evil Stewie serves as a dark mirror that shows original Stewie exactly what he used to be like, and by extension, what he's afraid of losing. Evil Stewie possesses all of original Stewie's intelligence and technological capabilities, but none of his growth, friendship with Brian, or developing capacity for genuine emotion. This clone represents pure malevolence, untempered by any humanizing influences. The existence of evil Stewie also forces original Stewie to confront the reality of what his evil nature actually meant in practical terms. When separated from his personality and embodied in a separate individual, Stewie's evil traits become genuinely terrifying rather than darkly amusing. This external perspective allows both Stewie and the audience to see the true horror of unrestrained malevolence. Evil Stewie's rampage through Quahog. Once unleashed, evil Stewie immediately begins a campaign of violence and destruction throughout Quahog that far exceeds anything original Stewie has ever attempted. The episode depicts evil Stewie engaging in brutal murders of innocent citizens, demonstrating a complete lack of empathy or moral restraint. Unlike original Stewie's schemes, which often had specific targets or goals, evil Stewie's violence appears random and motivated purely by sadistic pleasure. One of the most disturbing aspects of evil Stewie's rampage is his encounter with the Kool-Aid Man. According to the episode's events, evil Stewie actually drinks the Kool-Aid Man's contents, effectively murdering this beloved advertising character in a grotesque and cannibalistic manner. This act demonstrates not only evil Stewie's capacity for violence, but also his complete disregard for any boundaries or taboos that might limit normal behavior. The random nature of evil Stewie's violence makes it particularly frightening because it shows what unchecked evil actually looks like when freed from any rational limitations. Original Stewie's plots, while often violent, typically had logical motivations and specific objectives. Evil Stewie kills simply because he can, without needing justification or purpose beyond his own satisfaction. The torture of Brian. Perhaps the most personal and cruel aspect of evil Stewie's rampage is his treatment of Brian, who becomes a specific target for prolonged torture and humiliation. The transcript shows Brian tied to a flagpole, waiting helplessly for evil Stewie to appear and end his suffering. This situation is particularly tragic because Brian is the one who initially criticized original Stewie for going soft, inadvertently triggering the chain of events that led to evil Stewie's creation. Brian's position as a victim of evil Stewie's cruelty serves multiple narrative purposes. It demonstrates the personal cost of original Stewie's psychological insecurities, showing how his attempt to prove his evil nature has endangered his closest friend. It also highlights the difference between original Stewie's relationship with Brian, which, despite its conflicts, is based on genuine affection, and evil Stewie's purely sadistic approach to interpersonal relationships. The fact that Brian eventually asks evil Stewie to kill him rather than continue the torture shows just how brutal and prolonged his suffering has been. For someone to prefer death over continued existence under evil Stewie's control indicates that the clone's capacity for cruelty far exceeds anything that original Stewie has ever inflicted, even during their worst conflicts. Original Stewie's growing horror. As evil Stewie's rampage continues, original Stewie begins to realize the magnitude of what he has unleashed upon Quahog and the people he cares about. The clone's actions force him to confront the reality that his former evil nature, when taken to its logical extreme, results in senseless violence and cruelty that serves no constructive purpose. This realization represents a crucial moment of self-awareness for original Stewie. The horror that original Stewie feels watching his evil clone's actions suggests that his character development over the years has been more genuine and significant than he initially realized. His emotional response to evil Stewie's violence indicates that he has indeed developed empathy, moral reasoning, and genuine care for others, qualities that he was afraid of losing but that actually represent positive growth rather than weakness. Original Stewie's decision to intervene and stop evil Stewie demonstrates that his capacity for good has become stronger than his attachment to his evil identity. Rather than celebrating the clone's success in proving that evil Stewie still exists within him, he recognizes that such unrestrained malevolence is destructive and wrong. This moral clarity represents significant character development. The confrontation and identity crisis. The final confrontation between original Stewie and evil Stewie becomes a battle for the soul of Stewie's identity. Both versions represent different aspects of his personality, one showing who he used to be and still fears losing, the other showing who he has become and might continue to grow into. The physical fight between them symbolizes the internal struggle that has been driving Stewie's psychological crisis throughout the episode. The fact that the two Stewies are physically identical creates a practical problem for Brian, who must determine which one to save and which one to eliminate. This scenario forces all three characters to confront what truly defines identity. Is it physical appearance, shared memories, or fundamental moral character? The transcript shows Brian resolving this dilemma through a test that reveals the essential difference between the two Stewies. When Brian asks both Stewies to look at their feet, original Stewie responds normally, while evil Stewie giggles and asks, "What are they doing down there? They're like leg hands." This response reveals that evil Stewie has retained the childlike wonder and innocence that Stewie was afraid of losing, but in a twisted form that coexists with pure malevolence. Original Stewie's normal response shows that he has integrated his development into a more balanced personality. Brian's decisive action. Brian's decision to shoot evil Stewie represents more than just eliminating a threat. It's a clear statement about which version of Stewie he prefers and wants to preserve. By choosing to save original Stewie, Brian affirms that the character development and emotional growth that Stewie has undergone are valuable and worth protecting, even if they come at the cost of his supposedly defining evil nature. The method Brian uses to distinguish between the two Stewies is particularly significant because it's based on their capacity for innocent wonder rather than their intellectual capabilities or evil potential. Evil Stewie's childlike response to seeing his feet reveals that pure evil and pure innocence can coexist in disturbing ways, while original Stewie's balanced response shows healthy integration of different aspects of personality. Brian's relief after eliminating evil Stewie, combined with his gratitude that he didn't kill the wrong Stewie, confirms that he values original Stewie's current personality over his former, purely evil nature. This validation from his closest friend helps original Stewie understand that his character development represents growth rather than loss, and that maintaining some evil traits isn't worth the cost of becoming genuinely monstrous. The ambiguous ending. The episode ends with an ambiguous moment that calls into question whether Brian actually saved the right Stewie. After the confrontation, the surviving Stewie displays behavior that could be interpreted as either original Stewie's normal personality or evil Stewie's manipulation. This uncertainty creates lasting doubt about which version of Stewie actually survived and whether the threat has truly been eliminated. The ambiguous ending serves multiple purposes in the episode's narrative structure. It maintains tension and uncertainty about Stewie's true nature, suggesting that the capacity for evil remains present even in his more developed personality. It also reflects the reality that personal growth and character development are ongoing processes rather than permanent achievements, and that the potential for regression always exists. This uncertainty also mirrors real-world psychology, where the line between healthy personal development and concerning personality changes isn't always clear. The episode suggests that the integration of different aspects of personality, including potentially dark impulses, is more complex than simply choosing between good and evil versions of oneself. The broader implications for character development. The hand that rocks the wheelchair serves as a meta-commentary on Stewie's character development throughout the Family Guy series. The episode acknowledges that Stewie has indeed changed from his early appearances, becoming less focused on matricide and world domination and more involved in typical childhood activities and genuine relationships. However, it questions whether this change represents growth or loss of identity. The episode suggests that character development in long-running series creates genuine challenges for both creators and audiences. Characters who change too much risk losing what made them distinctive and beloved, while characters who remain static risk becoming stale and irrelevant. Stewie's identity crisis reflects the broader challenge of maintaining character consistency while allowing for growth and evolution. The creation and destruction of evil Stewie can be read as the show's way of having its cake and eating it too, demonstrating that pure evil Stewie still exists as a possibility while affirming that his current, more complex personality is preferable and worth preserving. This allows the character to maintain his edge while acknowledging his emotional development. Summary. In The Hand That Rocks the Wheelchair, Stewie's insecurity about losing his evil edge leads him to accidentally create an evil clone of himself during a failed attempt at self-enhancement. Evil Stewie embodies all of original Stewie's worst traits, without any restraining influences, going on a murderous rampage through Quahog that includes drinking the Kool-Aid Man's contents and torturing Brian. When original Stewie realizes the horror he has unleashed, he teams up with Brian to stop his evil clone. The episode ends ambiguously, with uncertainty about which Stewie actually survived, reflecting the ongoing tension between character development and maintaining core identity traits. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Road to the North Pole. Road to the North Pole, CS. Christmas Home Invasion Violence. The Mall Santa encounter that started everything. Road to the North Pole begins as what should be a typical Christmas episode but quickly transforms into one of Family Guy's darkest adventures. The episode starts with Stewie and Brian waiting in line to see the Mall Santa, a normal holiday activity that countless families participate in every year. However, this innocent beginning sets the stage for a series of increasingly disturbing events that reveal the true horror lurking beneath Christmas traditions. The first sign that something is wrong comes when Stewie becomes impatient with the long line and notices that there are black teenagers working at what's supposed to be the North Pole. When Brian awkwardly suggests they might be from Katrina, it becomes clear that the mall's Christmas setup is far from the magical wonderland it's supposed to represent. This initial disconnect between Christmas fantasy and reality foreshadows the much darker truths that Stewie and Brian will discover later. Stewie's interaction with the mall Santa proves to be the catalyst for everything that follows. Rather than the jolly, magical figure that children expect to meet, the mall Santa turns out to be rude and dismissive towards Stewie. This negative encounter shatters Stewie's expectations about Christmas and Santa Claus, leading him to make a decision that will have catastrophic consequences for everyone involved. The decision to kill Santa Claus. Following his disappointing experience with the mall Santa, Stewie makes what might be his most ambitious and disturbing plan yet. He decides to travel to the actual North Pole and murder the real Santa Claus. This decision represents a fundamental escalation in Stewie's violent tendencies, moving from personal grievances against family members to attacking a beloved figure who brings joy to children around the world. The transcript shows Stewie declaring his intention to Brian with characteristic determination. "You do what you want, Brian, but I'm going to the North Pole and gonna kill that bastard." This statement reveals how completely Stewie's disappointment has transformed into murderous rage. Rather than simply accepting that his mall experience was less than ideal, he immediately jumps to the most extreme possible response. Stewie's plan to kill Santa Claus also demonstrates his complete inability to understand proportional responses to disappointment. Most children who have negative experiences with mall Santas might be upset or cry, but they don't typically plan elaborate murder schemes. Stewie's reaction shows how his advanced intelligence, when combined with his emotional immaturity, leads to solutions that are both sophisticated and completely inappropriate. Brian's failed attempt at reason. When Brian realizes the seriousness of Stewie's intentions, he attempts to talk him out of the plan by revealing that Santa Claus doesn't actually exist. This seems like a reasonable approach. If Santa isn't real, then Stewie can't kill him, and the whole scheme becomes impossible. However, Brian's logical intervention completely backfires due to Stewie's unique worldview and understanding of reality. The transcript shows Stewie's response to Brian's revelation. Rhea, really? Brian? He doesn't exist? Oh, interesting theory, Brian. Who else isn't real? Why? You gonna tell me Elmo isn't real? Huh? SpongeBob? This response reveals that Stewie operates with a completely different understanding of what constitutes real versus fictional characters. Stewie's logic, while flawed by adult standards, makes perfect sense from his perspective. He lives in a world where cartoon physics apply, where he can build time machines and weapons far beyond current technology, and where he regularly has conversations with his family dog. In this context, the distinction between real and fictional characters becomes meaningless. If SpongeBob and Elmo can exist in his world, then so can Santa Claus. The journey, north, and cultural misunderstandings. Despite Brian's attempts to dissuade him, Stewie remains committed to his plan, and the two begin their journey toward the North Pole. Their travel experiences provide dark comedy while also highlighting the cultural ignorance and privilege that both characters display. The encounter with the helpful Canadian stranger becomes a series of misunderstandings that reveal both Stewie's limited worldview and the show's willingness to mine humor from miscommunication. The transcript shows an extended conversation where Stewie confuses AAA, the automobile service, with AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, leading to a frustrating exchange that highlights how different backgrounds and experiences can create communication barriers. While this scene provides comic relief, it also shows how Stewie's privileged upbringing has left him unprepared for real-world interactions with people from different backgrounds. The Canadian's extraordinary generosity, offering his snowmobile, money, and even his leg to help strangers, provides a stark contrast to Stewie's murderous intentions. This juxtaposition highlights the fundamental difference between someone motivated by kindness and community spirit versus someone driven by selfish rage and violent impulses. The horrifying truth about Christmas. When Stewie and Brian finally reach what they believe to be the North Pole, they discover a truth far more disturbing than either of them expected. Rather than finding a non-existent Santa or even a pleasant Christmas village, they encounter a nightmare version of the North Pole that operates more like a hellish sweatshop than a magical workshop. The real Santa Claus turns out to be a broken, exhausted man on the verge of death from overwork and stress. According to the episode's depiction, Santa explains the impossible demands placed on him by modern consumer culture. The transcript shows him lamenting, "We used to make wooden choo-choos and rag dolls. You ever try to make an iPod? I've got orders for millions of them." This revelation transforms Santa from a magical figure into a victim of capitalism and consumer excess, forced to meet impossible production demands with inadequate resources. The working conditions at the North Pole are revealed to be absolutely horrific. The elves have been forced to inbreed to supply more workers, resulting in horrible mutations that make them barely recognizable as the cheerful helpers of Christmas legend. The reindeer have become feral, carnivorous monsters rather than the gentle, flying animals that children imagine. This dystopian version of Christmas represents everything wrong with how modern society has commercialized and corrupted what should be a season of joy and giving. Taking Santa's place, a catastrophic decision. Faced with Santa's desperate condition and the revelation that Christmas is essentially a failed system, Stewie and Brian make the well-intentioned but ultimately disastrous decision to take over Santa's duties themselves. This choice represents a rare moment where Stewie attempts to do something genuinely helpful rather than pursuing his own selfish interests. However, their complete lack of understanding about how Christmas actually works leads to consequences far worse than anything they intended. Their attempt to deliver presents begins badly and quickly spirals into complete disaster. Without proper preparation, understanding of the logistics involved, or any real comprehension of what Christmas means to families around the world, Stewie and Brian find themselves completely overwhelmed by the task they've undertaken. Their failure isn't just inconvenient, it actively damages the Christmas experience for countless families. The decision to play Santa also reveals the fundamental arrogance that drives both characters. Despite having no experience with Christmas deliveries, no knowledge of children's wishes, and no understanding of family dynamics, they assume they can simply step in and perform a job that has supposedly been refined over centuries. This overconfidence sets the stage for the violence that follows. The home invasion horror. The darkest moment of the episode occurs when Stewie and Brian attempt to deliver presents to a family's home, and everything goes catastrophically wrong. According to the transcript, they enter through a window and are discovered by the homeowner, Dan, who naturally assumes they are burglars and threatens to call the police. This confrontation escalates quickly when Brian attempts to explain their presence with an obviously false story about being Santa Claus. When Dan doesn't believe their explanation and continues to threaten calling the authorities, Stewie responds with immediate and brutal violence. The transcript shows that Stewie beats Dan with a baseball bat, knocking him unconscious. This assault represents a shocking escalation from their Christmas mission to actual home invasion and assault with a deadly weapon. What makes this violence particularly disturbing is how casually Stewie commits it and how he justifies it afterward. When Brian expresses horror at what Stewie has done, Stewie simply explains, "He was gonna call the cops, man. You can't call the cops on Santa." This response shows that Stewie has completely lost touch with reality, believing that their fake Santa personas somehow justify violent assault against innocent people. The discovery of their mistake. The situation becomes even more horrific when Stewie and Brian realize they have invaded the wrong house entirely. The transcript reveals their growing confusion as they try to understand why the house doesn't match their expectations, leading to the devastating realization, "Oh my God, we're in the wrong house." This discovery means that they have brutally assaulted an innocent man and traumatized his child for absolutely no reason. The fact that they attacked the wrong family makes their crime exponentially worse, because it demonstrates the complete randomness and senselessness of their violence. Dan and his daughter weren't even supposed to be their targets. They were simply innocent victims who happened to be in a house that Stewie and Brian mistakenly entered. This random victimization makes their assault feel more like a home invasion committed by dangerous criminals than a misguided Christmas mission. The presence of a child witness to this violence adds another layer of trauma and horror to the situation. Not only has this little girl watched her father being beaten unconscious by strangers, but she's also been forced to participate in Stewie and Brian's delusional fantasy about being Santa Claus. The psychological damage from witnessing such violence during what should be a magical time of year could affect her relationship with Christmas for the rest of her life. The aftermath and cover-up. Following their assault on Dan, Stewie and Brian engage in behavior that transforms them from misguided do-gooders into genuine criminals. The transcript shows Stewie telling Brian, "That's the last of the blood, go check on the other kid," indicating that they have spent time cleaning up evidence of their violent crime rather than seeking medical help for their victim or turning themselves in to authorities. This cover-up behavior reveals that both characters understand the serious nature of what they've done, but rather than taking responsibility for their actions, they choose to hide the evidence and continue with their mission. This decision shows a complete lack of moral reasoning and empathy for their victims. They treat Dan's assault as merely an inconvenience to be cleaned up rather than a serious crime with real consequences for real people. The casual way that Stewie discusses the last of the blood also suggests that Dan's injuries were severe enough to cause significant bleeding. This detail makes their assault potentially life-threatening rather than just a simple battery. The fact that they leave the scene without ensuring Dan receives medical attention shows a callous disregard for human life that goes beyond their typical cartoon violence. The encounter with Quagmire's niece. Later in the episode, Stewie and Brian encounter Quagmire and his young niece Abby while waiting to see another mall Santa. This interaction provides a stark contrast to their earlier violence, while also highlighting their complete inability to understand appropriate social behavior. When Brian mistakes Abby for a boy and makes assumptions about her appearance, the situation quickly becomes deeply uncomfortable for everyone involved. The transcript reveals that Abby is actually a young cancer patient whose hair loss is due to chemotherapy treatments, not a fashion choice or natural appearance. Brian's innocent mistake of calling her a little guy and asking if she's been a good boy inadvertently highlights her medical condition and gender in a way that clearly causes her emotional distress. Quagmire's angry response to Brian's mistake, "Right Nain, that little guy is my niece Abby, you douche." Her hair's short because of the chemotherapy reveals the additional layer of tragedy in this situation. Abby is not just dealing with a serious medical condition, but also struggling with the social and emotional challenges that come with visible signs of illness during childhood. Brian's catastrophic social blunder. The situation with Abby becomes even worse when Brian attempts to apologize, but inadvertently makes things much more traumatic for the child. When he says, "I didn't know she was dying," he introduces the concept of death into a conversation with a young cancer patient who may not have fully understood the potential severity of her condition. This thoughtless comment transforms an awkward social situation into a genuine psychological trauma. The transcript shows Abby's immediate response, "Uncle Glenn, am I dying?" This innocent question reveals that Brian's careless words have forced a young child to confront her own mortality in a way that her family had been trying to avoid. The fact that she turns to her uncle for reassurance shows her trust in the adults around her to protect her from frightening realities. Quagmire's response to this situation demonstrates both his love for his niece and his fury at Brian's insensitivity. He reassures Abby that she's not dying and promises that Santa will help her, while simultaneously ordering Brian to leave. This moment shows how Brian's social ignorance and inability to think before speaking can cause real harm to vulnerable people. The broader pattern of harm. The episode reveals a disturbing pattern in how Stewie and Brian's Christmas mission consistently results in harm to innocent people, particularly children. From their assault on Dan in front of his daughter to their traumatizing of Abby with careless comments about death, their attempts to participate in Christmas traditions leave a trail of psychological and physical damage. This pattern suggests that both characters are fundamentally unsuited for the roles they've tried to assume. Their combination of good intentions and poor judgment, violent tendencies and social ignorance creates a toxic mix that makes them dangerous to be around, especially for vulnerable populations like children and families. The episode also highlights how privilege and self-centeredness can blind people to the real impact of their actions on others. Both Stewie and Brian approach Christmas from their own perspectives and needs without considering how their behavior affects the people around them. This narcissistic worldview allows them to justify increasingly harmful behavior as long as it serves their own goals. Summary. In Road to the North Pole, Stewie's negative experience with a mall Santa leads him to plan the murder of the real Santa Claus, dragging Brian along on a journey to the North Pole. When they discover that Santa is actually a broken, dying man, overwhelmed by impossible consumer demands, they decide to take over his Christmas duties. Their incompetent attempt at delivering presents results in them breaking into the wrong house and brutally beating an innocent father with a baseball bat while his daughter watches, then covering up their crime. The episode shows how their good intentions, combined with violence, ignorance, and narcissism, create a trail of trauma for innocent victims, particularly children, transforming Christmas from a season of joy into a nightmare of violence and psychological damage. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Brian Griffin's House of Pain. Brian Griffin's House of Pain, AGA, severe head trauma and family neglect, the accident that started everything. Brian Griffin's House of Pain represents one of the most disturbing episodes in Family Guy history, not because of intentional violence or elaborate schemes, but because of how a simple accident spirals into horrific neglect and cover-up attempts by the entire Griffin family. The episode begins with what should be typical sibling behavior: Chris sneaking into Meg's bedroom to read her diary, looking for embarrassing secrets to mock his sister about. The transcript shows Chris reading aloud from Meg's diary. "Dear diary, still no sign of that tampon from last week, but the headaches are getting worse. This invasion of privacy represents normal, if inappropriate, sibling behavior that happens in many households." When Meg discovers Chris with her diary, she naturally tries to get it back, leading to a chase scene that seems harmless enough at first. However, this innocent sibling conflict becomes the catalyst for everything that follows. As Chris runs from Meg while keeping her diary away from her, he accidentally knocks Stewie down the stairs. This moment transforms what should be a minor family dispute into a serious medical emergency that will test every family member's moral character and reveal how spectacularly they all fail that test. The initial cover-up decision. When Chris and Meg realize that Stewie has been seriously injured in the fall, their first instinct isn't to get help or tell their parents about the accident. Instead, they immediately begin discussing how to avoid getting in trouble for what happened. The transcript shows their conversation, "Do you think he's okay?" followed by arguments about whose fault the accident was, rather than focusing on getting Stewie medical attention. This decision to prioritize avoiding blame over getting help for an injured baby reveals a fundamental dysfunction in how the Griffin children approach problems. Rather than understanding that accidents happen and that the important thing is making sure Stewie gets proper care, they immediately shift into self-preservation mode. This reaction suggests that they expect to be punished severely for any involvement in Stewie's injury, regardless of whether it was intentional. The fact that both children seem to automatically assume they need to hide what happened indicates that this isn't the first time they've encountered situations where covering up problems seemed safer than being honest. This pattern of behavior suggests ongoing family dynamics, where taking responsibility for accidents or mistakes isn't handled in a healthy, supportive way. The deteriorating medical situation. As the episode progresses, it becomes clear that Stewie's injuries are far more serious than a simple bump or bruise. The transcript reveals that he remains unconscious for an extended period, developing an increasingly severe head wound that attracts flies and eventually maggots. The description of his condition becomes progressively more disturbing as the family continues to avoid seeking proper medical care. According to the episode's events, Stewie's head injury develops into a massive gash that exposes his brain and produces a smell that Peter describes as brain smell. The presence of flies and maggots in the wound indicates that the injury has become seriously infected and potentially life-threatening. Yet, despite these obvious signs of medical emergency, the family continues their elaborate cover-up efforts. The graphic nature of Stewie's deteriorating condition serves to highlight just how irresponsible and dangerous the family's behavior has become. What started as an attempt to avoid getting in trouble for an accident has evolved into medical neglect that could easily result in permanent brain damage or death. The visual imagery of maggots and exposed brain tissue makes it impossible for viewers to dismiss the seriousness of the situation. Peter's disturbing parenting philosophy. When Peter eventually discovers what has happened to Stewie, his reaction reveals a deeply troubling approach to parenting and family safety. Rather than being horrified by his son's condition or rushing to get medical help, Peter actually praises Chris and Meg for their cover-up efforts. The transcript shows him saying, "Good, Chris. I've taught you well. You've got the right instincts." Peter goes on to explain his philosophy about handling situations where children are injured. "When you were babies, I used to knock you kids out every month or so, sometimes by accident, sometimes when the Patriots lost. You just gotta cover it up, and eventually it all works out." This casual admission reveals that Peter has a long history of injuring his children and teaching them to hide evidence of abuse, rather than seeking appropriate help. This revelation transforms the episode from a story about children making bad decisions into a narrative about systematic family dysfunction and possible child abuse. Peter's matter-of-fact discussion of regularly knocking his children unconscious suggests that violence and cover-ups are normal parts of the Griffin household dynamic. His pride in his children's cover-up abilities indicates that he values deception and self-preservation over honesty and child safety. The escalating cover-up attempts. Instead of taking Stewie to a hospital, the family embarks on increasingly elaborate and disturbing attempts to hide his condition from Lois and the outside world. The transcript shows them dressing Stewie in various hats to cover his head wound and using makeup to paint fake eyeballs on his closed eyelids to make him appear awake and alert during family meals. These deception attempts become more sophisticated and grotesque as Stewie's condition worsens. Peter creates a crude puppet system using coat hangers to make Stewie's arms move, while Chris provides voice acting to make it seem like Stewie is speaking normally. The transcript shows Chris voicing Stewie with phrases like, "Oi, blimey, it's right delicious, I do declare, wacka wacka," in an attempt to maintain the illusion that everything is normal. The fact that these elaborate deceptions are necessary demonstrates just how serious Stewie's condition has become. A conscious, healthy baby wouldn't need to be propped up, have fake eyes painted on, or require someone else to speak for them. Yet the family continues these efforts rather than admitting what has happened and seeking appropriate medical care. The raccoon incident. The episode reaches new levels of disturbing imagery when the family's attempts to hide Stewie's condition using hats backfire spectacularly. According to the transcript, when they place a coonskin cap on Stewie's head to cover his wound, it turns out to be a live raccoon that begins biting and pulling Stewie's head flesh. This incident adds additional trauma and injury to an already serious medical situation. Rather than treating this as the final straw that demands immediate medical intervention, Chris's reaction is to laugh and comment, "They look like little robbers." This casual response to watching a wild animal attack his injured baby brother demonstrates how completely desensitized the family has become to Stewie's suffering and the severity of his condition. The raccoon attack also serves as a metaphor for how the family's cover-up efforts are actually making Stewie's situation worse rather than better. Every attempt to hide his injuries results in additional harm, yet they continue to prioritize deception over getting him proper care. This pattern shows how cover-ups often spiral out of control and create more problems than they solve. Lois's final deception. The episode's climax occurs when Peter realizes that their cover-up efforts are no longer sustainable and decides to create a new explanation for Stewie's injuries. In a moment of calculated cruelty, Peter throws the unconscious Stewie under Lois's car as she's backing out of the driveway, creating the appearance that she has accidentally run over her own baby. The transcript shows Lois's immediate reaction of horror and guilt. "Oh my God, Stewie. Oh God, what have I done?" This response demonstrates that Lois, unlike the rest of her family, has a normal emotional reaction to seeing a child injured. Her immediate distress and self-blame show that she still maintains basic human empathy and parental instincts. However, what happens next reveals how the Griffin family's dysfunction can corrupt even well-intentioned family members. Rather than maintaining her initial honest response, Lois quickly shifts into the same cover-up mentality that has dominated the rest of the episode. She suggests putting a hat on Stewie to cover the wound, using makeup to hide his injuries, and finding ways to blame someone else for what happened. The corruption of maternal instincts. Lois's transformation from horrified mother to willing accomplice in the cover-up represents one of the episode's most disturbing elements. Her initial reaction shows that she has normal protective instincts toward her children and appropriate emotional responses to seeing them harmed. However, the family's culture of deception and blame avoidance quickly overwhelms these healthy instincts. The speed with which Lois abandons her concern for Stewie's well-being in favor of protecting herself from consequences reveals how toxic family dynamics can spread from person to person. Even someone who initially responds appropriately to a child's injuries can be drawn into harmful patterns when surrounded by family members who prioritize self-preservation over child safety. This corruption of maternal instincts also highlights how abuse and neglect can become normalized within family systems. Lois's willingness to participate in covering up Stewie's injuries rather than ensuring he gets proper medical care shows how quickly people can abandon their moral principles when faced with social pressure and fear of consequences. The medical neglect continues. Throughout all of these events, the most disturbing element remains the family's continued refusal to seek appropriate medical care for Stewie's obviously serious injuries. The transcript makes it clear that his condition continues to deteriorate, with his wound growing larger and becoming increasingly infected. Yet despite obvious signs that he needs immediate hospital treatment, the family continues to prioritize their cover-up efforts over his health and safety. This medical neglect represents a form of child abuse that could easily result in permanent disability or death. Head injuries in infants are particularly dangerous because their skulls are still developing and their brains are more vulnerable to trauma. The infection and deterioration shown in the episode would likely cause severe brain damage if left untreated in real life. The family's willingness to risk Stewie's life rather than face consequences for their actions reveals a complete breakdown of normal family protective instincts. Parents are supposed to prioritize their children's safety above all other considerations, but the Griffins consistently choose their own comfort and convenience over Stewie's well-being. The hospital resolution. The episode finally ends with the family taking Stewie to the hospital, but only after Peter's scheme to make it look like Lois ran him over. Even this resolution comes not from genuine concern for Stewie's health, but from Peter's recognition that their cover-up attempts are no longer working. They seek medical care only when they've exhausted all other options for hiding what happened. The transcript shows that Stewie eventually recovers from his injuries, appearing at the end of the episode with his head bandaged but apparently conscious and alert. However, his comment, "Hey, I just found out it's November, what the fuck happened?" suggests that he has lost significant time and memory due to his injuries, indicating that there may be lasting neurological effects from his trauma and the family's neglect. The fact that Stewie has no memory of what happened to him also means that he can't hold his family accountable for their treatment of him during his injury. This amnesia conveniently protects the family from consequences while leaving Stewie vulnerable to similar neglect in the future if he's injured again. The broader pattern of family dysfunction. Brian Griffin's House of Pain serves as a disturbing illustration of how family dysfunction can escalate from minor conflicts to serious abuse and neglect. What begins as normal sibling rivalry quickly transforms into a medical emergency, then evolves into systematic cover-up efforts that prioritize the family's reputation over a child's safety and well-being. The episode reveals that this pattern of behavior isn't new for the Griffin family. Peter's casual admission that he's been knocking his children unconscious for years suggests that violence and cover-ups are normal parts of their household dynamic. This history helps explain why Chris and Meg immediately assumed they needed to hide Stewie's injury rather than seeking help. The episode also demonstrates how toxic family dynamics can spread and corrupt even family members who initially respond appropriately to crisis situations. Lois's transformation from concerned mother to willing accomplice shows how quickly people can abandon their moral principles when surrounded by family members who prioritize self-preservation over doing the right thing. Summary. In Brian Griffin's House of Pain, a simple sibling chase between Chris and Meg results in Stewie being knocked down the stairs and suffering a severe head injury that leaves him unconscious. Rather than seeking medical help, the children attempt to cover up the accident to avoid getting in trouble. When Peter discovers what happened, he praises their cover-up efforts and reveals a history of regularly injuring his children and teaching them to hide evidence. The family spends the episode using increasingly elaborate deceptions to hide Stewie's deteriorating condition, including dressing him in hats, painting fake eyes on his eyelids and using coat hangers to puppet his movements. When their cover-up attempts fail, Peter throws the unconscious Stewie under Lois's car to create a new explanation for his injuries, successfully corrupting even Lois into participating in the deception rather than prioritizing Stewie's medical needs. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Hannah Banana. Hannah Banana, emsading Brian's siblings with explosive collars. Stewie's Hannah Montana obsession. Hannah Banana reveals one of Stewie's most disturbing acts of coercion and violence, showing how his obsession with pop culture can lead to deadly threats against innocent victims. The episode begins with Stewie discovering that Hannah Montana is coming to perform at the Quahog Civic Center, triggering an immediate and intense desire to attend the concert. However, when Stewie tries to get tickets, he discovers that the show has already sold out, leaving him without any legitimate way to see his idol perform. This disappointment sets the stage for everything that follows, as Stewie's inability to accept that he can't have what he wants immediately drives him toward increasingly desperate and violent measures. Rather than accepting that some things aren't available or finding alternative ways to enjoy Hannah Montana's music, Stewie becomes fixated on attending this specific concert regardless of the cost to others. The intensity of Stewie's reaction to being denied tickets reveals his fundamental inability to handle disappointment or accept limitations. Most children, while certainly upset about missing a favorite performer, would eventually move on or find other ways to cope with their disappointment. But Stewie's advanced intelligence, combined with his emotional immaturity, creates a dangerous combination where his sophisticated planning abilities serve his childish inability to accept no for an answer. Brian's initial mockery and reluctant support. When Stewie first reveals his obsession with Hannah Montana to Brian, the family dog's initial reaction is to tease and mock him for his interest in what Brian considers childish entertainment. This mockery represents Brian's typical intellectual snobbery, where he looks down on popular culture and assumes that his own sophisticated tastes make him superior to those who enjoy mainstream entertainment. However, when Stewie finally opens up about the genuine depth of his feelings for Hannah Montana, Brian begins to understand that this isn't just a passing fancy or casual interest. Stewie's willingness to be vulnerable about his emotions touches something in Brian, leading him to reluctantly agree to help with getting concert access. This moment shows Brian's capacity for empathy when he recognizes genuine emotional need, even if he doesn't share or understand the specific interest. Brian's decision to help Stewie also demonstrates how their friendship operates. Despite frequent conflicts and philosophical differences, they ultimately support each other when it really matters. However, this support comes with the understanding that Brian is doing Stewie a favor, creating a dynamic where Stewie feels obligated to Brian's assistance rather than entitled to it. The escalation to violent threats. When Brian's initial attempts to help Stewie gain access to the Hannah Montana concert prove insufficient or too slow for Stewie's liking, the situation escalates dramatically. Rather than accepting Brian's limitations or waiting for alternative solutions, Stewie decides to use violent coercion to ensure Brian's complete cooperation. This decision reveals how quickly Stewie abandons gratitude and friendship when his desires aren't immediately fulfilled. According to the episode's events, Stewie tracks down all 8 of Brian's siblings, demonstrating the extensive research and planning that goes into his scheme. This isn't an impulsive threat made in a moment of anger. It's a calculated campaign of intimidation that requires significant time, effort, and resources to execute. The fact that Stewie puts this much work into threatening innocent animals shows the depth of his determination and the absence of moral restraints. The choice to target Brian's family members rather than Brian himself reveals Stewie's sophisticated understanding of psychological pressure. He recognizes that threatening people Brian cares about will be more effective than threatening Brian directly, since Brian might be willing to resist pressure on his own behalf, but wouldn't want to see his siblings harmed because of his decisions. The explosive collar demonstration. The most horrifying aspect of Stewie's coercion campaign is his use of explosive collars attached to Brian's siblings, with the clear threat that these devices will detonate if Brian doesn't comply with his demands. This represents an escalation from psychological intimidation to actual weapons of mass destruction, showing how far Stewie is willing to go to get what he wants. According to the episode, Stewie actually detonates one of these explosive collars, killing one of Brian's siblings as a demonstration of his seriousness. This murder serves no purpose other than to prove that Stewie's threats are real and that he's genuinely willing to kill innocent animals to achieve his goals. The casual nature of this execution reveals the complete absence of empathy or moral reasoning in Stewie's approach to problem solving. The fact that Stewie is willing to commit murder over concert tickets demonstrates how completely disconnected his actions are from any reasonable assessment of proportional response. Most people would consider missing a concert to be a minor disappointment, but Stewie treats it as a crisis worthy of deadly violence. This disconnect shows how his inability to regulate his emotions leads to catastrophically inappropriate responses to ordinary problems. Brian's impossible position. Brian finds himself in an absolutely impossible situation where any choice he makes will result in harm to someone he cares about. If he refuses to help Stewie get into the Hannah Montana concert, more of his siblings will die. But if he complies with Stewie's demands, he becomes an accomplice to terrorism and validates Stewie's belief that violence is an acceptable way to solve problems. This moral trap reveals how hostage situations create psychological trauma for victims even when they survive physically unharmed. Brian must live with the knowledge that his decisions directly determine whether innocent animals live or die, creating an enormous burden of responsibility for outcomes that should never have been his to control. This psychological pressure can cause lasting damage even after the immediate threat is resolved. The situation also demonstrates how terrorist tactics work by making compliance seem like the only rational choice, even when that compliance enables and encourages future violence. Brian's decision to cooperate with Stewie's demands may save his remaining siblings in the short term, but it also teaches Stewie that threatening innocent lives is an effective way to get what he wants. The concert infiltration. With Brian's coerced cooperation, Stewie and Brian manage to sneak into the Hannah Montana concert, where Brian helps facilitate Stewie's meeting with the performer herself. According to the episode, Brian tells Miley Cyrus that Stewie is her biggest fan and fabricates a story about Stewie having a brain tumor to generate sympathy and special access. This deception adds another layer of moral complexity to their scheme, as they're now manipulating a performer's kindness and concern for sick children to achieve their goals. The lie about Stewie having a life-threatening illness exploits Miley's natural desire to provide comfort to suffering fans, turning her compassion into a tool for Stewie's manipulation. The success of this deception also reinforces Stewie's belief that lying and manipulation are effective problem-solving strategies. Rather than learning that honest communication and patience might have achieved the same results, Stewie sees his violent coercion campaign as successful because it ultimately got him what he wanted. The aftermath and lack of consequences. Perhaps most disturbing of all is how the episode handles the aftermath of Stewie's terrorist campaign against Brian's family. There's no indication that Stewie faces any consequences for murdering an innocent animal or threatening to kill others. The explosive callers simply disappear from the narrative once Stewie has achieved his goal, with no discussion of removing them or ensuring the safety of Brian's remaining siblings. This lack of consequences reinforces the pattern seen throughout many Family Guy episodes, where Stewie's most violent and antisocial behaviors are treated as temporary inconveniences rather than serious crimes with lasting impact. The absence of any accountability measures suggests that Stewie doesn't learn anything meaningful from this experience about the inappropriateness of his methods. The episode's resolution also fails to address the trauma that Brian and his siblings have experienced as a result of Stewie's actions. Being threatened with death, watching a family member die, and living under the constant fear of explosive devices would cause severe psychological damage in real life, but these effects are simply ignored in favor of moving on to other plot elements. The pattern of escalating violence. Hannah Banana represents part of a broader pattern in Stewie's character, where his violent solutions to problems become increasingly sophisticated and deadly over time. Early in the series, his schemes were often cartoonish and unsuccessful, but episodes like this show him developing genuine terrorist capabilities that pose real threats to innocent lives. This escalation is particularly concerning because it shows Stewie learning from his experiences and becoming more effective at violence, rather than developing better emotional regulation or problem-solving skills. Each successful use of intimidation and force teaches him that these methods work, encouraging him to rely on them more heavily in future situations. The specific choice to use family members as leverage also represents a particularly sophisticated form of psychological manipulation that goes beyond simple physical threats. Stewie demonstrates an understanding of human emotional bonds and how to exploit them for maximum psychological impact, showing a level of strategic thinking about violence that makes him genuinely dangerous. The broader implications for child development. The episode raises disturbing questions about what happens when exceptional intelligence develops without corresponding emotional maturity or moral reasoning. Stewie's ability to plan and execute complex terrorist operations while remaining emotionally fixated on children's entertainment represents a dangerous combination that real-world child development experts would find deeply concerning. In normal child development, intellectual growth typically occurs alongside emotional and moral development, with children gradually learning to regulate their emotions and consider the impact of their actions on others. Stewie's character represents a complete breakdown of this normal developmental process, where cognitive abilities far outpace emotional and moral growth. The episode also illustrates how untreated behavioral problems in gifted children can escalate into genuinely dangerous situations if not addressed appropriately. Stewie's pattern of using violence to solve problems suggests underlying issues that would require intensive therapeutic intervention in real life, but the show's format prevents any meaningful exploration of these solutions. Summary. In Hannah Banana, Stewie's obsession with attending a sold-out Hannah Montana concert leads him to threaten Brian's 8 siblings with explosive collars when Brian's initial attempts to help prove insufficient. Stewie actually detonates one collar, killing one of Brian's siblings as a demonstration that his threats are real and serious. This act of terrorism forces Brian to cooperate fully with Stewie's demands, helping him infiltrate the concert through deception and manipulation. The episode shows how Stewie's inability to handle disappointment, combined with his advanced planning abilities, creates a deadly combination where innocent lives become expendable in pursuit of his desires. The lack of consequences for his terrorist actions reinforces Stewie's belief that violence is an effective problem-solving tool, setting the stage for future escalations. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Patriot Games. Patriot Games, FSD, brutal loan shark violence against Brian. The setup, a simple gambling debt. Patriot Games showcases one of Stewie's most sustained and brutal campaigns of violence, demonstrating how his capacity for cruelty can escalate from casual threats to systematic torture over what begins as a relatively minor financial disagreement. The episode establishes that Stewie has become a bookie, taking bets on a celebrity boxing match between Mike Tyson and Carol Channing, treating this illegal gambling operation as just another business venture. When Brian places a $50 bet on Mike Tyson to win the fight, it seems like a safe wager given Tyson's reputation as a formidable boxer. However, in a shocking upset, Carol Channing defeats Tyson, leaving Brian owing money to Stewie's gambling operation. This unexpected outcome transforms what should have been a friendly wager between household members into a debt collection scenario that reveals the true depths of Stewie's violent nature. The fact that this conflict arises over such a relatively small amount of money makes Stewie's subsequent actions even more disturbing. $50 represents a minor financial obligation that most people would either forgive among friends or resolve through simple payment plans. However, for Stewie, this debt becomes an opportunity to exercise power and control through increasingly extreme methods of intimidation and violence. The initial collection attempt. Stewie's first approach to collecting the debt appears relatively civilized, with him politely asking Brian for payment and suggesting that having the money by tomorrow would prevent any problems. The transcript shows this initial conversation as almost casual, with Stewie maintaining a friendly tone while delivering what amounts to a veiled threat about consequences for non-payment. However, even this seemingly polite interaction contains ominous undertones that reveal Stewie's mindset. When Brian asks what happens if he doesn't pay within 24 hours, Stewie responds with calculated ambiguity. "I dunno. I'm not psychic, man. I'm just saying it would probably be better for everybody if you had the money tomorrow." This response shows Stewie deliberately creating psychological pressure through uncertainty and implied threats. The casual nature of this conversation also demonstrates how Stewie views violence and intimidation as normal business practices, rather than extreme measures to be avoided. He doesn't seem to consider that threatening a friend over money might damage their relationship, or that there might be alternative ways to resolve financial disagreements. Instead, he immediately establishes a framework where payment is mandatory and consequences for non-compliance are inevitable. The escalation to physical violence. When Brian fails to pay within the designated time frame and asks for an extension until the following Friday, Stewie's response is immediate and brutal. Rather than engaging in further negotiation or considering Brian's request, Stewie escalates directly to physical assault, smashing a glass of orange juice over Brian's head while he's vulnerable and just emerging from the shower. The transcript captures the shocking nature of this attack. "Oh, well, all right then. Drinks orange juice. That's good, OJ." Smashes glass on Brian's head. The casual way Stewie drinks the juice before using the glass as a weapon shows his calculated approach to violence, demonstrating that this assault isn't an emotional outburst but a deliberate tactical decision to establish dominance through pain and fear. What makes this attack particularly disturbing is how Stewie savors Brian's pain, repeatedly asking, "That hurt?" while continuing to assault him. This behavior reveals that Stewie derives genuine pleasure from inflicting suffering, transforming debt collection from a business transaction into an opportunity for sadistic entertainment. The fact that he seems to enjoy Brian's agony suggests psychological problems that go far beyond simple greed or business ruthlessness. The systematic torture campaign. Following the initial glass attack, Stewie embarks on a prolonged campaign of torture that includes multiple forms of physical assault designed to maximize Brian's suffering while maintaining pressure for payment. The transcript shows Stewie punching Brian repeatedly, hitting him with a towel rack, and forcing his head underwater in the toilet, all while demanding payment and taunting his victim. This systematic approach to torture reveals Stewie's sophisticated understanding of how to use pain as a tool for psychological manipulation. Rather than simply beating Brian unconscious, Stewie carefully calibrates his violence to maintain Brian's awareness and ability to respond to demands while ensuring maximum physical and psychological trauma. This calculated cruelty suggests experience with torture techniques that goes beyond normal childhood aggression. The toilet dunking incident is particularly degrading because it combines physical danger with psychological humiliation, forcing Brian to experience both the terror of potential drowning and the shame of having his head forced into a toilet. This combination of physical and psychological abuse shows how Stewie understands that effective intimidation requires attacking both the body and the mind simultaneously. The hunting and stalking phase. When Brian attempts to avoid further confrontation by disguising himself with a fake mustache and hat, Stewie's response demonstrates his commitment to pursuing the debt, regardless of Brian's attempts to escape. The transcript shows Stewie immediately recognizing Brian despite the disguise and responding with even more severe violence, pushing him downstairs and hitting him with a golf club. This hunting behavior reveals how Stewie views the debt collection as a personal challenge to his authority, rather than simply a business transaction. Brian's attempt to avoid him transforms what could have been a straightforward financial matter into a power struggle where Stewie feels compelled to demonstrate his dominance through increasingly extreme measures. The fact that Stewie tracks Brian down and attacks him in public spaces also shows his complete disregard for social norms and legal consequences. Most people would be deterred by the possibility of witnesses or police intervention, but Stewie's focus on asserting control over Brian overrides any consideration of external consequences or social appropriateness. The use of weapons and escalating brutality. As Brian continues to resist payment and plead for more time, Stewie escalates to using firearms, shooting Brian in both knees while he's already injured and vulnerable. The transcript shows this happening in response to Brian's admission that his fake mustache cost $2.99, with Stewie treating this minor expense as evidence that Brian has money available for payment. The knee shootings represent a qualitative escalation in violence because they move from causing temporary pain to inflicting potentially permanent disability. Gunshot wounds to the knees can cause lasting damage to joints, muscles, and nerves, potentially leaving victims unable to walk normally for the rest of their lives. Stewie's willingness to permanently disable his friend over $50 shows complete absence of proportional thinking. The transcript also reveals that Stewie follows the gunshot wounds with a flamethrower attack, actually setting Brian on fire while he's already wounded and helpless. This represents perhaps the most extreme form of torture shown in the episode, as being burned alive is widely considered one of the most painful and terrifying ways to suffer. The fact that Stewie has access to military-grade weapons and is willing to use them against a friend demonstrates the full extent of his dangerous capabilities. The psychological warfare elements. Throughout this campaign of violence, Stewie employs sophisticated psychological warfare techniques designed to break down Brian's resistance and force compliance through fear and despair. His repeated demands of, "Where's my money?" combined with taunting questions like, "You like that? That feel good?" show how he uses verbal abuse alongside physical torture to maximize psychological impact. The timing and pacing of Stewie's attacks also demonstrate psychological sophistication, as he alternates between periods of violence and brief respites that give Brian hope for mercy before delivering additional punishment. This pattern of intermittent reinforcement is known to be particularly effective at breaking down psychological resistance because it prevents victims from adapting to a consistent level of threat. Stewie's casual demeanor during the most brutal attacks also serves as psychological warfare, as his calm discussion of mundane topics, while inflicting severe pain, creates cognitive dissonance that adds to Brian's trauma. The contrast between Stewie's friendly tone and his violent actions forces Brian to question his own understanding of reality and relationships. The breakdown of friendship and trust. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this episode is how it completely destroys the friendship and trust that has existed between Stewie and Brian throughout the series. Their relationship has always been complex, involving conflicts and disagreements, but it has also been characterized by genuine affection and mutual support during difficult times. Stewie's willingness to torture Brian over money reveals that he doesn't actually value their friendship or Brian's well-being when these come into conflict with his desire for control and dominance. This realization forces Brian to confront the possibility that someone he considered a close friend is actually capable of treating him as nothing more than a victim to be exploited and abused. The episode also shows how quickly relationships can deteriorate when one person is willing to use violence to resolve conflicts. What begins as a simple financial disagreement rapidly escalates into a torture scenario that leaves permanent psychological and potentially physical damage. This pattern demonstrates how abusive individuals can exploit trust and emotional bonds to gain access to victims. The banking resolution and lack of consequences. The episode concludes with Brian finally agreeing to go to the bank and pay his debt, but only after being shot twice and set on fire. This resolution comes not from any recognition on Stewie's part that his methods were inappropriate, but simply because the torture has finally achieved its intended goal of forcing compliance through overwhelming pain and fear. The fact that Brian pays the debt under these circumstances doesn't represent genuine resolution of their conflict, but rather capitulation to terrorism. Brian's compliance is motivated entirely by fear of additional torture rather than any acknowledgement that he legitimately owed the money or that Stewie's collection methods were justified. Perhaps most disturbing is the apparent lack of consequences for Stewie's actions. There's no indication that he faces any legal prosecution for assault, attempted murder, or illegal weapons possession. Brian doesn't seek medical attention for his gunshot wounds or burn injuries, and there's no discussion of how this experience might affect their future relationship or Stewie's treatment of other people who cross him. The broader pattern of escalating violence. Patriot Games represents a significant escalation in Stewie's capacity for sustained, systematic violence against people he claims to care about. While previous episodes have shown him capable of occasional violent outbursts, this episode demonstrates his ability to plan and execute extended torture campaigns with military-grade weapons and sophisticated psychological techniques. This escalation is particularly concerning because it shows Stewie developing genuine expertise in torture and intimidation methods that could easily be applied to other victims in future situations. His systematic approach to breaking down Brian's resistance suggests study and practice with torture techniques that go far beyond normal childhood aggression or cartoon violence. The episode also reveals how Stewie's business ventures serve as cover for his violent impulses, allowing him to justify extreme behavior as necessary for legitimate financial purposes. This rationalization demonstrates his ability to create elaborate justifications for his most antisocial impulses while maintaining his self-image as a sophisticated businessman rather than a violent criminal. Summary. In Patriot Games, Stewie's role as a bookie leads to Brian owing him $50 when Carol Channing unexpectedly defeats Mike Tyson in a celebrity boxing match. When Brian asks for more time to pay, Stewie responds with escalating violence that includes smashing a glass over Brian's head, beating him with various objects, forcing his head underwater in a toilet, and hunting him down when he tries to hide. The violence culminates with Stewie shooting Brian in both knees and setting him on fire with a flamethrower, finally forcing Brian to go to the bank and pay the debt. This sustained torture campaign over a minor financial obligation reveals Stewie's complete lack of proportional response and his willingness to permanently disable even his closest friends to assert dominance and control. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the story on page 1. The story on page 1, Mind Control, Matricide, Attempt. The creation of the mind control device. The story on page 1 showcases one of Stewie's most technologically sophisticated attempts at matricide, demonstrating how his advanced engineering capabilities can be directed toward eliminating family members who interfere with his plans. The episode reveals that Stewie has constructed a mind control device, representing a significant advancement in his technological arsenal beyond the simple weapons and gadgets he's used in previous schemes. This mind control technology represents a qualitative leap in Stewie's approach to problem solving because it allows him to manipulate others into carrying out his violent intentions rather than directly committing acts of violence himself. By controlling another person's actions, Stewie can achieve his goals while maintaining plausible deniability and avoiding direct physical confrontation with his intended victims. The sophistication required to build functional mind control technology far exceeds anything that current real-world science has achieved, highlighting Stewie's extraordinary intellectual capabilities. The fact that he can conceive, design, and construct such advanced technology as a 1-year-old demonstrates the dangerous combination of genius-level intelligence and complete absence of moral restraints that defines his character. The selection of Chris as a weapon. Rather than using his mind control device on Lois directly, Stewie makes the calculated decision to control Chris and use his older brother as an unwitting weapon in his matricidal scheme. This choice reveals Stewie's strategic thinking about how to maximize his chances of success while minimizing his own risk of detection or retaliation. Chris represents an ideal target for mind control manipulation because of his physical size and strength compared to Stewie, his general gullibility and lack of critical thinking skills, and his trusted position within the family that would allow him close access to Lois without arousing suspicion. By controlling Chris, Stewie gains access to capabilities he doesn't possess naturally while maintaining distance from the actual crime. The decision to use a family member as an unwitting accomplice also demonstrates Stewie's complete lack of concern for how his actions might affect Chris psychologically. If the scheme succeeded, Chris would be forced to live with the knowledge that he had killed his own mother, even though he had no conscious control over his actions. This disregard for Chris's mental health shows how Stewie views other people purely as tools to be used, rather than individuals with their own feelings and well-being. The Tool Shop Reconnaissance Mission. The transcript reveals that Stewie's first step in implementing his plan involves using Chris to gather materials necessary for the murder, specifically targeting a tool shop to acquire a hand-operated buzzsaw capable of cutting through a human sternum. This specific request reveals that Stewie has planned out the murder in gruesome detail, considering exactly what tools would be needed to dismember or mutilate his victim. The choice of a buzzsaw as the primary weapon indicates that Stewie isn't planning a quick or merciful death for Lois, but rather a prolonged and brutal dismemberment that would cause maximum pain and suffering. The specification that the saw must be capable of cutting through human bone shows his understanding of human anatomy and his determination to ensure the weapon will be effective for his intended purpose. Stewie's remote control of Chris during this reconnaissance mission demonstrates the sophisticated nature of his mind control technology. He's able to monitor Chris's interactions, provide real-time instructions, and even engage in conversation through Chris's voice. This level of control suggests that the device doesn't simply influence behavior, but actually overrides the victim's consciousness entirely. The cover story and deception attempts. When the shopkeeper questions Chris about why he needs such a dangerous tool, Stewie attempts to provide a cover story claiming it's for a school project and that Chris is some sort of student sent here from, oh blast, what the devil do they study? Latin class. This improvised explanation reveals both Stewie's quick thinking under pressure and his limited understanding of how normal educational institutions operate. The fact that Stewie struggles to come up with a believable academic subject that might require dangerous tools shows how his extraordinary intelligence exists alongside significant gaps in practical knowledge about everyday life. His reference to Latin class as a subject that might involve power tools demonstrates his disconnect from normal educational curricula and his inability to understand how regular students and teachers actually behave. The shopkeeper's refusal to sell power tools to minors represents the first obstacle that Stewie's scheme encounters, forcing him to confront the reality that even his sophisticated planning can be thwarted by basic safety regulations and legal restrictions. This setback reveals how Stewie's focus on technological solutions sometimes causes him to overlook simpler practical barriers to his plans. The breakdown of control and public outburst. When the shopkeeper refuses the sale, Stewie's control over Chris begins to break down, leading to an increasingly erratic and revealing public outburst. The transcript shows Chris, still under Stewie's influence, calling the shopkeeper a gourd-bellied codpiece and threatening to transform your blue collar into a red one, language that clearly comes from Stewie's sophisticated vocabulary rather than Chris's normal speech patterns. This verbal assault escalates when Stewie apparently notices someone else in the shop and begins addressing them through Chris, saying, "Who the deuce are you? No, I don't have any spare change. Where the hell would I keep it? In my diaper." This outburst reveals that Stewie is still thinking from his own perspective as a baby while controlling Chris's adult-sized body, creating a disturbing disconnect between his mental state and physical appearance. The breakdown of Stewie's control system creates a public scene that draws unwanted attention to the mind control operation and potentially compromises the entire scheme. The fact that Chris begins speaking in Stewie's distinctive vocabulary and mannerisms while in an adult body would likely raise questions about his mental state or possible drug use, creating complications that Stewie hadn't anticipated. The technological limitations revealed. The malfunction of Stewie's mind control device during the tool shop incident reveals important limitations in his technology that suggest the system isn't as reliable or sophisticated as it initially appeared. The fact that the device can lose signal or experience interference indicates that it operates through some form of wireless communication that can be disrupted by environmental factors or distance. Stewie's apparent surprise at the system malfunction, evidenced by his question, "Oh, bloody hell, is this thing still on?" suggests that he hasn't fully tested the technology under real-world conditions. This oversight represents a significant flaw in his planning process and indicates that his confidence in his technological solutions may exceed their actual reliability. The public nature of this malfunction also creates potential evidence of Stewie's mind control activities, as anyone who witnessed Chris's strange behavior and unusual vocabulary might be able to connect it to external manipulation. This kind of exposure could lead to investigation and discovery of Stewie's broader criminal activities if the authorities became involved. The implications for free will and moral responsibility. Stewie's use of mind control technology raises profound questions about moral responsibility and free will that the episode doesn't fully explore. If Chris were to successfully murder Lois while under Stewie's control, who would bear legal and moral responsibility for the crime? The person who performed the physical actions, or the one who controlled them through technological manipulation? In real-world legal systems, cases involving mind control or coercion typically focus on the degree of free will that the perpetrator possessed when committing crimes. However, the complete control that Stewie's device appears to exercise over Chris would likely be unprecedented in legal history, creating complex questions about how to assign blame and determine appropriate punishment. The episode also raises disturbing questions about consent and bodily autonomy, as Stewie is essentially using Chris's body without his knowledge or permission to commit crimes that Chris would never choose to commit on his own. This violation of bodily autonomy represents a form of assault in addition to the intended murder, showing how Stewie's crimes often involve multiple layers of violation against different victims. The pattern of indirect violence. The mind control scheme represents part of a broader pattern in Stewie's approach to violence, where he increasingly seeks ways to achieve his goals without directly exposing himself to risk or consequences. Rather than confronting Lois directly, he manipulates Chris into becoming his weapon, creating distance between himself and the actual crime. This indirect approach to violence also serves Stewie's psychological needs by allowing him to maintain his self-image as a sophisticated mastermind rather than a common criminal. By using advanced technology and complex schemes, he can view his crimes as intellectual achievements rather than simple acts of brutality, feeding his narcissistic need to feel superior to others. The use of family members as unwitting accomplices also demonstrates Stewie's complete lack of empathy for the people closest to him. He's willing to destroy Chris's life and mental health in service of his own goals, showing that his capacity for manipulation and exploitation extends even to people who trust and care about him. The broader implications for family safety. The existence of Stewie's mind control technology creates ongoing dangers for every member of the Griffin family, as any of them could potentially be turned into unwitting weapons against the others. This technology represents perhaps the most dangerous tool in Stewie's arsenal because it eliminates the possibility of resistance or self-defense by his intended victims. The fact that Stewie has successfully developed and tested this technology also suggests that he may create improved versions in the future, potentially expanding his ability to control multiple people simultaneously or exercise control over longer distances. This technological advancement represents an escalating threat that could eventually extend beyond the Griffin family to affect the broader community. The episode's failure to address the ultimate fate of the mind control device leaves open the possibility that Stewie retains this capability for future use. Without proper containment or destruction of the technology, every interaction between family members becomes potentially suspect, as any unusual behavior could indicate mind control manipulation. Summary. In The Story on page 1, Stewie constructs a sophisticated mind control device and uses it to manipulate Chris into serving as an unwitting weapon in a matricidal scheme against Lois. The plan involves controlling Chris to acquire dangerous tools, specifically a buzzsaw capable of cutting through human bone, for use in a brutal murder. When Chris visits a tool shop under Stewie's control and requests the weapon for a supposed school project, the shopkeeper's refusal to sell power tools to minors creates the first obstacle. The mind control system then malfunctions during the interaction, causing Chris to speak in Stewie's distinctive vocabulary and make threatening statements that draw unwanted attention. This technological failure reveals limitations in Stewie's device and compromises the entire operation, while raising disturbing questions about free will, moral responsibility, and the ongoing danger that such technology poses to family members who could be turned into unwitting accomplices in future crimes. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have The Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang Theory, time travel assassination spree. The insult that started everything. The Big Bang Theory episode begins with what appears to be a simple verbal disagreement between Stewie and Brian, but quickly escalates into one of the most cosmically destructive conflicts in Family Guy history. The episode starts when Stewie mentions wanting to order something from a magazine, prompting Brian to make a mocking comment about Stewie ordering the guy on the cover of the magazine, essentially questioning Stewie's sexuality in a derogatory way. When Stewie attempts to respond with his own insult, he delivers what the episode describes as a terrible return insult that fails completely to achieve its intended effect. Instead of hurting Brian's feelings or establishing Stewie's verbal superiority, this failed comeback only provides ammunition for both Brian and Chris to mock Stewie even further, compounding his initial humiliation with additional ridicule from multiple family members. Rather than accepting this social defeat or learning from his mistake, Stewie immediately begins planning an elaborate revenge scheme that involves traveling through time to retroactively improve his comeback. This response reveals Stewie's complete inability to handle even minor social embarrassment, showing how his advanced intelligence serves his emotional immaturity rather than helping him develop better coping strategies. The first time travel intervention. Stewie's initial solution to his humiliation involves using his time machine to go back and deliver a better insult to Brian, essentially cheating at social interaction by giving himself advanced knowledge of what Brian will say. According to the episode, this first intervention succeeds in allowing Stewie to top his insult, presumably delivering a devastating comeback that leaves Brian speechless and establishes Stewie's verbal dominance. However, rather than being satisfied with this victory, Stewie immediately begins planning additional time travel interventions to further humiliate Brian. This escalation reveals that Stewie's motivation isn't simply to win the original argument, but to systematically destroy Brian's confidence and social standing through repeated temporal manipulation. The success of his first time travel intervention also demonstrates to Stewie that he can use his advanced technology to retroactively win any conflict or correct any mistake, creating a dangerous precedent where he no longer needs to accept consequences for his actions or learn from his failures. The sabotage of Brian's performance. For his second temporal intervention, Stewie travels back to an earlier episode titled The Courtship of Stewie's Father, specifically targeting a moment when Brian was supposed to perform peanut butter jelly time for Peter while wearing a banana costume. By stealing Brian's banana suit and performing the song himself, Stewie not only prevents Brian from having this positive moment with Peter, but also takes credit for Brian's planned gesture. This sabotage represents a particularly cruel form of revenge because it doesn't just prevent Brian from succeeding, it allows Stewie to steal Brian's success and claim it as his own. The fact that Stewie's performance cheers up Peter means that Brian loses both the opportunity to make Peter happy and the recognition for having that positive impact on the family. The choice to target this specific moment also reveals Stewie's sophisticated understanding of what matters to Brian emotionally. Rather than simply causing physical harm or public embarrassment, Stewie attacks Brian's relationships and his ability to contribute positively to family dynamics, showing a calculated cruelty that goes beyond simple revenge. The escalation to romantic sabotage. Emboldened by his previous successes, Stewie plans an even more devastating intervention by targeting Brian's romantic life, specifically his former date with a Victoria's Secret model. This escalation shows how Stewie's revenge campaign is growing more personal and destructive, moving from verbal comebacks to professional humiliation to romantic sabotage. When Brian discovers Stewie's plan to interfere with his romantic relationships, he recognizes that the situation has moved beyond acceptable boundaries and decides to actively stop Stewie's temporal manipulations. This represents one of the few times that Brian takes decisive action to prevent Stewie from carrying out a harmful scheme, showing that even he has limits on what he'll tolerate. The fact that Stewie would target Brian's romantic life reveals his understanding that attacking someone's personal relationships can cause lasting psychological damage that extends far beyond the immediate incident. By preventing Brian from having positive romantic experiences, Stewie could potentially damage his friend's self-confidence and ability to form healthy relationships in the future. The fight for control and cosmic catastrophe. When Brian attempts to stop Stewie from sabotaging his romantic life, their physical struggle for control of the time machine results in both of them being launched outside the space-time continuum, where the laws of physics don't apply and where the return pad can't get them home. This accident transforms their personal conflict into a cosmic crisis that threatens their very existence. The description of their location as a place where the laws of physics don't apply suggests that they've been transported to a realm beyond normal reality, where their actions could have unpredictable and potentially catastrophic consequences. The fact that their return mechanism no longer functions means they're essentially stranded in this dangerous environment with no clear way home. This escalation from a simple insult exchange to cosmic displacement demonstrates how Stewie's inability to handle minor social conflicts can spiral into disasters of unprecedented scale. His advanced technology, when combined with his emotional immaturity and vindictive nature, creates situations where personal grievances become threats to universal stability. The Big Bang creation. Faced with being trapped outside normal space-time, Stewie makes the desperate decision to overload his return pad, causing an explosion that he hopes will send them back to their proper time. However, this explosion turns out to be far more significant than either Stewie or Brian initially realizes, as subsequent research reveals that Stewie's device malfunction actually created the Big Bang and caused the formation of the entire universe. This revelation transforms Stewie from a vindictive child seeking revenge into the inadvertent creator of all existence, giving him a level of cosmic responsibility that no one, let alone an emotionally immature baby, should possess. The fact that the universe was created as a side effect of Stewie's petty revenge scheme highlights the absurd and terrifying scale of power that his advanced technology grants him. The discovery that he created the universe also provides Stewie with a new source of narcissistic pride, as he can now claim to be literally the most important being in existence. This cosmic validation of his superiority complex could potentially make his future behavior even more dangerous, as he now has ultimate justification for believing himself above normal moral and social constraints. Bertram's time travel retaliation. The episode's conflict escalates dramatically when Bertram, Stewie's half-brother and longtime rival, witnesses Stewie purchasing plutonium from a terrorist operative and decides to use this information to launch his own time travel attack. Bertram's plan involves preventing Stewie from ever being born, which would create a paradox that prevents the Big Bang and potentially erases all of existence. Bertram's infiltration of the Griffin house and his theft of Stewie's time machine technology demonstrates that Stewie's advanced inventions pose ongoing security risks that extend far beyond his own misuse of them. When other individuals with criminal intent gain access to these devices, the potential for catastrophic damage multiplies exponentially. The fact that Bertram's plan threatens to erase the entire universe shows how conflicts between supernaturally intelligent infants can escalate to cosmic scales with potentially infinite casualties. What begins as sibling rivalry between two babies evolves into a threat to all existence, highlighting the dangerous combination of advanced technology and emotional immaturity. The journey to Renaissance Italy. To prevent Bertram from erasing him from existence, Stewie and Brian travel back to Renaissance Italy, specifically to the time period when Leonardo da Vinci was alive. The episode reveals that da Vinci is actually Stewie's ancestor, explaining the source of his extraordinary intellectual capabilities and technological genius. This historical setting transforms their conflict from a modern science fiction scenario into a period adventure, but the violence and stakes remain just as high. The fact that Stewie and Bertram are willing to fight their battle in the past, potentially disrupting major historical events and figures, shows their complete disregard for the broader consequences of their actions. The involvement of Leonardo da Vinci also adds cultural and historical significance to their conflict, as any damage to this legendary figure could have profound effects on human artistic and scientific development. Stewie and Bertram's willingness to risk da Vinci's life for their personal vendetta demonstrates their complete lack of concern for human achievement and cultural heritage. The aerial combat sequence. The conflict between Stewie and Bertram escalates into aerial combat using Leonardo da Vinci's early flight inventions, creating a unique combination of Renaissance technology and futuristic warfare. This battle sequence represents one of the most visually spectacular and technologically complex fights in Family Guy history, demonstrating both characters' advanced combat capabilities. According to the episode description, Stewie manages to deflect a missile during this aerial battle, ultimately destroying Bertram's glider and forcing him to crash. This combat sequence shows that both infants possess not only advanced intelligence and technology, but also sophisticated military training and combat reflexes that allow them to engage in complex tactical warfare. The use of historical flying machines as weapons of war also represents a corruption of Leonardo da Vinci's peaceful inventions, turning tools of human advancement into instruments of destruction. This transformation reflects how Stewie and Bertram's conflict corrupts everything it touches, turning positive human achievements into sources of violence and chaos. The murder of Leonardo da Vinci. When the aerial battle concludes with Bertram's defeat, He responds by taking Leonardo da Vinci hostage at crossbow point, threatening to kill the legendary artist and inventor unless Stewie surrenders. Despite warnings from both Stewie and Brian that killing da Vinci could destroy the universe by preventing Stewie's birth, Bertram executes the Renaissance master anyway, showing his complete willingness to risk universal destruction for personal revenge. This murder represents one of the most historically significant assassinations in the Family Guy universe, as Leonardo da Vinci is widely considered one of the most important figures in human history. His death at Bertram's hands eliminates countless artistic masterpieces, scientific discoveries, and technological innovations that would have advanced human civilization. The casualness with which Bertram commits this historically catastrophic murder reveals the complete absence of moral reasoning that characterizes his approach to conflict resolution. Like Stewie, he views other people, even legendary historical figures, as expendable obstacles to achieving his personal goals, rather than as valuable individuals with their own rights and contributions. Stewie's retaliatory execution. Following Leonardo da Vinci's murder, Stewie responds with immediate and brutal violence, fighting Bertram for control of the crossbow and ultimately shooting his half-brother in the chest and the head, ensuring his death through multiple fatal wounds. This execution represents the culmination of their sibling rivalry, with Stewie finally eliminating his longtime rival through direct violence. The description of Bertram being shot in both the chest and head suggests that Stewie wanted to ensure his half-brother's death beyond any possibility of survival, demonstrating a level of thorough brutality that goes beyond simple self-defense or revenge. This execution method shows Stewie's complete commitment to eliminating threats to his existence through whatever means necessary. Stewie's willingness to commit fratricide also reveals how his survival instincts override any familial bonds or moral considerations he might have regarding killing relatives. Despite sharing genetic material and having a long history with Bertram, Stewie shows no hesitation or remorse about ending his half-brother's life when it serves his interests. The temporal paradox resolution. After killing Bertram, Stewie faces the problem that Leonardo da Vinci's death should have prevented his own birth and potentially destroyed the universe. However, when the universe continues to exist, Stewie realizes that there must be a slim chance of himself being born, even without Da Vinci in his family tree. Stewie's solution to this temporal paradox involves becoming his own ancestor by injecting his DNA into Leonardo's girlfriend, essentially ensuring his own genetic lineage through direct intervention. This plan requires him to commit what amounts to a form of sexual assault through genetic manipulation, showing his willingness to violate others' bodily autonomy to solve his problems. The success of this plan also means that Stewie creates a temporal loop where he is responsible for his own existence, making him literally self-made in the most complete sense possible. This cosmic narcissism reinforces his belief in his own superiority and importance, while eliminating any need to acknowledge dependence on others or gratitude for his existence. The cryogenic preservation scheme. To complete his plan of becoming his own ancestor, Stewie cryogenically freezes himself in Leonardo da Vinci's basement, waiting centuries for Brian to discover and revive him in the present day. This long-term planning demonstrates Stewie's willingness to sacrifice immediate gratification for ultimate control over his own destiny and timeline. The image of Stewie frozen in the Griffin family basement for hundreds of years, while the family unknowingly lives above him, adds a darkly comic element to the episode's conclusion. It also suggests that Stewie's influence on history extends far beyond the Renaissance period, as he has literally been present throughout his family's entire lineage. When Brian finally discovers and revives Stewie, the episode reveals that Stewie had planned every aspect of this temporal manipulation from the beginning, demonstrating a level of long-term strategic thinking that borders on omniscience. This revelation transforms him from a reactive character responding to Bertram's threats into a mastermind who orchestrated his own cosmic significance. Summary. In The Big Bang Theory, Stewie's failed attempt to deliver a witty comeback to Brian escalates into a cosmic conflict involving time travel, historical assassination, and universal creation. After using time travel to retroactively improve his insults and sabotage Brian's performances, Stewie accidentally creates the Big Bang when their fight over the time machine launches them outside space-time. When Bertram attempts to prevent Stewie's birth to undo the universe's creation, The conflict moves to Renaissance Italy, where Bertram murders Leonardo da Vinci before being killed by Stewie with crossbow shots to the chest and head. To resolve the temporal paradox and ensure his own existence, Stewie injects his DNA into Da Vinci's girlfriend and cryogenically freezes himself for centuries, becoming his own ancestor and orchestrating his cosmic importance through murder, genetic manipulation, and temporal paradox resolution. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Brian and Stewie. Brian and Stewie. Psychological manipulation and suicide discussion. The bank vault entrapment. Brian and Stewie represents one of Family Guy's most psychologically complex episodes, stripping away the show's typical format to focus entirely on the relationship between two characters trapped in an increasingly intimate and uncomfortable situation. The episode begins when Stewie and Brian find themselves accidentally locked in a bank vault, creating a claustrophobic environment that forces them into closer contact than either character typically experiences or desires. The vault setting serves as more than just a plot device. It creates a pressure cooker environment where normal social boundaries and defense mechanisms gradually break down over time. Unlike their usual interactions, which can be interrupted by other family members or external distractions, the vault forces Stewie and Brian to confront each other and themselves, without any possibility of escape or deflection. The accidental nature of their entrapment also means that neither character has time to prepare emotionally or psychologically for the intense experience that follows. They're forced to deal with immediate practical problems like hygiene and basic survival needs, which creates vulnerability and dependency that neither character is comfortable experiencing or acknowledging. The diaper crisis and degradation. One of the episode's most disturbing elements occurs early in their confinement when Stewie defecates in his diaper out of fear when the vault door closes. This incident transforms what could have been a simple waiting situation into a hygiene crisis that forces both characters to confront uncomfortable realities about dependency, bodily functions, and the limits of their friendship. The transcript reveals Stewie's demand that Brian change his diaper, despite the obvious practical problems with this request. When Brian points out that they don't have replacement diapers available, Stewie escalates his demands to include eating the contents of his soiled diaper, licking it clean, and performing oral contact with his body. These demands represent a form of psychological manipulation, where Stewie uses his apparent helplessness to force Brian into increasingly degrading situations. What makes this scenario particularly disturbing is how Stewie frames these demands as necessary practical solutions rather than acknowledging the humiliating and potentially harmful nature of what he's asking Brian to do. His casual tone while describing these activities shows his complete disconnection from normal social boundaries and his willingness to exploit Brian's trapped situation for his own comfort and psychological gratification. Brian's submission and psychological breaking point. The transcript indicates that Brian actually complies with at least some of Stewie's degrading demands, including what appears to be oral contact with Stewie's body. Brian's willingness to perform these acts reveals how quickly normal psychological defenses can break down under extreme circumstances, and how dependency relationships can become exploitative when one person holds all the power. Stewie's commentary during these acts, including his instruction to "tell me when you're about to begin because I don't want to be surprised," and his subsequent gratitude, shows his complete awareness of the psychological impact these demands have on Brian. Rather than simply solving a practical problem, Stewie appears to derive genuine satisfaction from forcing Brian into subservient and humiliating positions. The fact that Brian goes through with these demands despite their obvious degrading nature suggests that the vault environment has already begun to break down his normal psychological resistance and self-respect. This rapid psychological deterioration demonstrates how quickly extreme circumstances can force people to abandon their usual moral and social boundaries. The discovery of Brian's suicide weapon. The episode's darkest revelation occurs when Stewie discovers that Brian keeps a gun in his safety deposit box, specifically for the purpose of committing suicide. This discovery transforms the episode from an uncomfortable comedy about being trapped together into a serious exploration of depression, suicidal ideation, and the psychological factors that drive people to consider ending their own lives. When Stewie presses Brian about why he owns the gun, Brian's eventual admission that he keeps it in case I ever want to commit suicide reveals a level of psychological pain and despair that has never been explicitly addressed in the series before. This confession shows that underneath Brian's intellectual pretensions and social confidence lies a deep well of depression and hopelessness that he's been hiding from everyone around him. The casual way that Brian discusses his suicidal thoughts, 2S, treating the gun as a comforting safety net rather than a dangerous temptation, suggests that he's been living with these feelings for a significant period of time. His matter-of-fact tone indicates that suicide isn't an impulsive thought for him, but rather a carefully considered option that he's examined from multiple angles. Stewie's inappropriate response to suicidal ideation. When Brian reveals his suicidal thoughts, Stewie's response demonstrates a concerning lack of empathy and understanding about mental health issues. Rather than expressing concern for Brian's well-being or offering emotional support, Stewie immediately begins offering alternative suicide methods, suggesting that pills or hanging might be better options than shooting himself. The transcript shows Stewie making jokes about suicide methods, including a comment about how hanging might grow an inch or two while you're hanging there, and reference to Ileana Douglas' eyes as a result of the hanging process. This response reveals Stewie's complete inability to recognize the seriousness of suicidal ideation and his tendency to treat even life-threatening mental health issues as intellectual puzzles or sources of dark humor. Stewie's failure to provide appropriate emotional support during Brian's moment of vulnerability also demonstrates how his advanced intelligence doesn't extend to emotional intelligence or basic human compassion. His technical approach to discussing suicide methods shows that he views Brian's pain as an interesting problem to solve, rather than a crisis requiring empathy and care. The manipulation through false intimacy. As the episode progresses, Stewie appears to recognize that Brian's emotional vulnerability creates an opportunity for manipulation and control. Rather than respecting Brian's privacy or offering genuine support, Stewie uses Brian's confession about suicidal thoughts as a foundation for building false intimacy that serves his own psychological needs. The transcript reveals Stewie eventually declaring his love for Brian, but this confession comes only after he's forced Brian into degrading situations and extracted deeply personal information about Brian's mental health struggles. This timing suggests that Stewie's declaration of love is less about genuine affection and more about capitalizing on Brian's emotional vulnerability to create a sense of dependency and obligation. Stewie's approach to expressing love also reveals his manipulative understanding of how emotional declarations can be used to control relationships. By waiting until Brian is at his most vulnerable and then offering emotional validation, Stewie creates a psychological dynamic where Brian feels grateful and indebted to someone who has actually been exploiting his weaknesses. Brian's reciprocal declaration and emotional confusion. When Stewie declares his love, Brian reciprocates by saying, "I love you too, Stewie." But the context makes it unclear whether this response represents genuine emotion or psychological manipulation resulting from their extreme circumstances. The vault environment has created such an artificial and intense situation that normal emotional responses may be compromised or distorted. Brian's willingness to return Stewie's declaration of love could represent Stockholm Syndrome-like attachment to someone who has been controlling and manipulating him throughout their confinement. Alternatively, it might reflect genuine gratitude for what appears to be the first emotional support he's received regarding his suicidal thoughts, even though that support came in a highly problematic context. The episode structure makes it impossible to determine whether the emotional connection between Stewie and Brian represents authentic bonding or trauma bonding resulting from their shared ordeal. This ambiguity reflects real-world situations where extreme circumstances can create intense but unhealthy emotional attachments between people. The psychological impact of isolation. Throughout their confinement, both Stewie and Brian undergo significant psychological changes that demonstrate how quickly isolation and dependency can alter personality and behavior. Brian's willingness to perform degrading acts and accept emotional manipulation shows how rapidly his normal self-respect and boundaries deteriorated under pressure. Similarly, Stewie's behavior during the confinement reveals aspects of his personality that are normally hidden by the family's chaotic environment. His systematic manipulation of Brian's vulnerability and his exploitation of their trapped situation show a level of calculated psychological cruelty that goes beyond his typical cartoon violence. The episode also demonstrates how extreme circumstances can force people to confront aspects of themselves and their relationships that they normally avoid examining. Brian's suicidal ideation and Stewie's capacity for emotional manipulation both emerge only because their normal coping mechanisms and social masks have been stripped away by their situation. The false resolution and ongoing implications. The episode concludes with both characters expressing love and mutual appreciation, but this apparent resolution masks the serious psychological damage that has occurred during their confinement. Stewie's exploitation of Brian's vulnerability and Brian's submission to degrading treatment represent forms of abuse that can't be undone by emotional declarations or expressions of friendship. The fact that both characters seem to treat their ordeal as a bonding experience rather than recognizing the manipulative and harmful dynamics that occurred suggests that neither has gained genuine insight into their relationship or their own psychological patterns. This lack of awareness means that similar exploitation could easily occur again in future stressful situations. The episode's treatment of Brian's suicidal ideation is particularly problematic because it presents these serious mental health concerns as background elements in a relationship drama rather than addressing them as urgent issues, requiring professional intervention and ongoing support. The broader pattern of toxic relationships. Brian and Stewie serves as a concentrated example of the toxic relationship dynamics that characterize much of the Griffin family's interactions. The episode shows how quickly caring relationships can become exploitative when one person recognizes and takes advantage of another's vulnerabilities and dependencies. Stewie's behavior during this episode represents an escalation of his typical pattern of using superior knowledge and resources to control and manipulate others. However, the vault setting allows him to exercise this control more completely and systematically than usual, revealing the full extent of his capacity for psychological manipulation. The episode also demonstrates how trauma and extreme circumstances can create the illusion of deep emotional connection while actually reinforcing harmful relationship patterns. The intensity of shared suffering can mask ongoing exploitation and prevent victims from recognizing when they're being manipulated or abused. Summary. In Brian and Stewie, the two characters become trapped in a bank vault, creating an intense psychological pressure cooker that forces them into uncomfortable intimacy and dependency. Stewie exploits their situation by forcing Brian to perform degrading acts related to cleaning his soiled diaper, using Brian's trapped circumstances to break down his psychological defenses and self-respect. When Stewie discovers that Brian keeps a gun for potential suicide, he responds inappropriately with jokes about alternative suicide methods rather than offering genuine emotional support. Throughout their ordeal, Stewie systematically manipulates Brian's vulnerability and eventually declares his love only after establishing psychological control, while Brian's reciprocal declaration appears to result from trauma bonding rather than authentic affection. The episode presents serious issues like suicidal ideation and psychological manipulation as elements of relationship bonding, failing to address the genuine mental health concerns and abusive dynamics that emerge during their confinement. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Death Has a Shadow. Death Has a Shadow, early matricidal, attempts with advanced weapons. The introduction of Stewie's violent nature. Death Has a Shadow. The very first Family Guy episode establishes Stewie Griffin as a character capable of shocking violence and sophisticated criminal planning from his earliest appearance. The episode introduces viewers to what would become one of television's most disturbing baby characters, showing that Stewie's capacity for evil and his obsession with killing his mother were present from the very beginning of the series. The transcript reveals Stewie working on what he calls a mind control device while sitting at the family dinner table, treating the construction of advanced weaponry as casually as other children might play with building blocks. When Lois tells him no toys at the table, Stewie's response reveals both his sophisticated vocabulary and his murderous intentions. "Damn you, vile woman. You've impeded my work since the day I escaped your wretched womb." This early interaction establishes the fundamental dynamic that will drive much of Stewie's violent behavior throughout the series: his view of Lois as an obstacle to his plans who must be eliminated. His reference to escaping from her wretched womb and calling birth his victory day shows that he views his own existence as a triumph over maternal oppression rather than a gift of life. The development of matricidal technology. The mind control device that Stewie constructs in this first episode represents the beginning of his long campaign to develop technological solutions for murdering his mother. Rather than relying on simple weapons or physical violence, Stewie immediately demonstrates his preference for sophisticated, high-tech approaches to murder that reflect his advanced intelligence and engineering capabilities. The transcript shows Stewie referring to the device as nearing completion, indicating that this isn't an impulsive project, but rather a carefully planned and executed engineering effort. His ability to construct such advanced technology while appearing to be a normal baby demonstrates the dangerous combination of genius-level intellect and complete moral vacancy that defines his character. The choice to build a mind control device, rather than a simple weapon, also reveals Stewie's understanding that direct confrontation with Lois might not be successful. By controlling her mind, he could potentially force her to harm herself or others, creating the perfect crime where the victim becomes the perpetrator. This sophisticated approach to murder planning shows criminal thinking that far exceeds normal childhood aggression. The threat and promise of violence. When Lois refuses to return his device and maintains her "no toys at the table" rule, Stewie's response contains a clear threat of future violence. Very well then, mark my words. When you least expect it, your uppance will come. This statement represents more than childish defiance. It's a genuine promise of retribution that Stewie fully intends to fulfill. The phrase, "your uppance will come," demonstrates Stewie's sophisticated vocabulary, while also serving as a veiled death threat. Most one-year-old children would respond to parental authority with crying or tantrums, but Stewie responds with calculated promises of revenge that he has the intelligence and technological capability to execute. This early threat also establishes the pattern that will characterize Stewie's relationship with Lois throughout the series. He views any attempt to parent him or set boundaries as an act of war that justifies violent retaliation. His inability to accept even basic household rules shows how his advanced intelligence serves his emotional immaturity rather than helping him develop better social skills. The failed assassination attempt. Later in the episode, when Lois accidentally falls due to a loose chair leg, Stewie's reaction reveals his ongoing murder plans and his frustration when circumstances prevent him from taking credit for violence against his mother. The transcript shows him exclaiming, "Damn," when he realizes that Lois's injury was accidental rather than the result of his sabotage efforts. This reaction demonstrates that Stewie has been actively working to create dangerous situations for Lois, likely including loosening furniture or creating other household hazards that could cause her serious injury or death. His disappointment at not being responsible for her fall shows that he doesn't simply want Lois to be harmed, he wants to be the one causing that harm. The incident also reveals how Stewie's murder attempts are integrated into everyday family life, with him constantly looking for opportunities to eliminate his mother through seemingly accidental means. This approach shows his understanding that successful matricide requires careful planning and plausible deniability rather than obvious violence. The courtroom mind control demonstration. The episode's climax occurs in a courtroom where Peter is being sentenced for welfare fraud, providing Stewie with an opportunity to test his mind control technology on Judge Blackman. The transcript shows Stewie attempting to use his device to influence the judge's decision, initially failing but eventually succeeding in forcing the judge to give Peter his job back. This public demonstration of mind control technology represents a significant escalation in Stewie's criminal activities, moving from private murder attempts to open manipulation of the justice system. His willingness to use advanced weapons in a courtroom full of witnesses shows complete disregard for legal consequences or social norms. The fact that Stewie's device initially fails but then succeeds suggests that his technology is still in development and may not be completely reliable. However, his persistence in using it despite the initial failure shows his commitment to perfecting these weapons regardless of the risks involved. The manipulation of legal authority. Stewie's successful mind control of Judge Blackman demonstrates his understanding that authority figures can be just as vulnerable to manipulation as ordinary citizens. By forcing the judge to reverse his decision about Peter's employment, Stewie shows that he views the entire legal system as another obstacle to be overcome through technological superiority. The transcript indicates that the mind control is successful when swirly lines appear in Judge Blackman's eyes, suggesting that Stewie's device creates visible evidence of mental manipulation. This obvious sign of technological interference should have alerted everyone in the courtroom to what was happening, but apparently goes unnoticed by all the adults present. This incident also reveals how Stewie's advanced technology can be used to benefit his family when it serves his interests, even though his primary focus remains on eliminating threats to his own plans. His decision to help Peter suggests calculated self-interest rather than genuine family loyalty, as keeping Peter employed likely serves Stewie's broader goals. The pattern of escalating technological violence, Death Has a Shadow, establishes several key patterns that will characterize Stewie's violent behavior throughout the series. His preference for high-tech solutions to interpersonal problems, his view of family members as obstacles to be eliminated or controlled, and his complete lack of moral restraints when pursuing his goals. The episode shows that Stewie's capacity for violence isn't something that develops over time, but rather something that exists from his earliest appearances. His immediate resort to advanced weaponry and mind control technology indicates that he views violence as a normal and appropriate response to any form of opposition or frustration. The sophistication of his planning and execution also demonstrates that Stewie's violent tendencies are accompanied by genuine criminal intelligence and technological capability. Unlike typical childhood aggression, which tends to be impulsive and poorly planned, Stewie's violence is systematic, calculated, and increasingly effective over time. The foundation for future atrocities. The weapons and methods introduced in Death Has a Shadow serve as prototypes for the increasingly deadly devices that Stewie will develop throughout the series. His mind control technology, in particular, represents the beginning of his exploration into psychological manipulation and mental domination as tools for achieving his goals. The episode also establishes Stewie's willingness to use his family members as test subjects for his various schemes, treating them as expendable resources rather than people deserving of care and protection. This callous attitude toward human life becomes a consistent feature of his character development. Perhaps most significantly, the episode shows that Stewie's violent behavior exists independently of any external provocation or trauma. He isn't responding to abuse or neglect. He simply views violence as an efficient solution to problems and has the intelligence to implement sophisticated attacks against anyone who opposes him. The normalization of domestic terrorism. What makes Stewie's behavior in Death Has a Shadow particularly disturbing is how it's presented as normal family dysfunction rather than genuine domestic terrorism. His open threats against Lois, his construction of advanced weapons, and his manipulation of legal authorities represent serious crimes that would warrant immediate intervention in any real-world scenario. The family's casual acceptance of Stewie's behavior also establishes a pattern of enabling that allows his violence to escalate without consequences. Rather than recognizing the genuine danger he poses, they treat his threats and weapons as amusing quirks of an precocious child. This normalization of violence within the family dynamic creates an environment where Stewie can continue developing increasingly deadly capabilities without facing appropriate intervention or treatment. The episode suggests that untreated, violent behavior in gifted children can escalate to genuinely dangerous levels when family systems fail to provide appropriate boundaries and consequences. Summary: in Death Has a Shadow, the very first Family Guy episode, Stewie establishes his pattern of matricidal violence by constructing a sophisticated mind control device at the family dinner table while openly threatening Lois with future retribution. When she confiscates his weapon, he promises that "your uppance will come," representing a genuine death threat disguised as childish defiance. His disappointment when Lois accidentally falls due to a loose chair leg reveals his ongoing efforts to create dangerous situations for his mother through household sabotage. The episode culminates with Stewie successfully using his mind control technology to manipulate Judge Blackman in a courtroom, forcing the judge to reverse his decisions about Peter's case. This first episode establishes Stewie's preference for high-tech solutions to interpersonal problems, his view of family members as obstacles to be eliminated, and his complete willingness to use advanced weapons against anyone who opposes his plans. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video.